Hello. What? Here we go. Here we go. Wir hatten das da gestern gemacht, also Let's do that, right? Hat den Knockouts. Alles, das ist live. Lol.
Standard Winston dive, Ultra Blast playing the exact same thing. Let's see if Mag.
Lass die erst mal gucken. Wir catchen up.
I'm not expecting Pokerface to try and move over towards that wrecking ball, but just our audience need to look out for
Catching up.
potential openings where other teams that are more
Durch die halbe Stunde Pause immer dazwischen.
could try and pull out a wrecking ball to really mess with the Guangzhou charge who don't want to play the Sombra.
It's an exciting match. Out the gates. Dive from Muse, but Piggy knows what's coming. I was expecting a mirror, but Piggy on the Diva is
Pokerface versus Charge. Ich habe keine Ahnung von Pokerface, to be honest. Aber ich kenne Valentine. Vom Namen her.
the counter to win.
Ich habe keinen Plan von den zwei Teams, to be honest.
And fully also great counter to the Echo. Valentine is going to mirror that.
Ich weiß nur, dass Valentine ziemlich nasty ist auf
For these Echoes to remain involved in the picture.
Genji, Tracer, Echo.
Not a Tracer match I was expecting, but this is how you follow up with your dive. At first,
Von Charge kenne ich auch keinen, absolut keinen, to be honest. Piggy auch vom Namen her, aber
ready to jump in is
I don't know.
playing maybe his bubble down at the choke, not even needing to. As Charge not challenging them quite yet. Jimmy has crept his way to the
Ich mag die
right
Echo
side and gets
für die Comp.
punished. Two people saw Jimmy as Charge didn't even break through the
Mit der Echo kannst du einfach viel besser Leute deleten als mit, I don't know, Genji.
at the cap.
Alright, everybody stand back. It's time for like the simple again. This guy, he is the bona fide real deal. When it comes to up-and-coming flex supports, I doubt that there are any prospects quite as tempting as Simple. This guy is a freak on the Ana. Getting the opening pick there onto Jimmy is more than enough to get control here for Pokerface and force Guangzhou charge. He's just doing it again! Stop it!
And that's how you picked off Jimmy too, because it wasn't just Finale that won the Tracer duel. It was Simple that got an honest shot in. Dangerous anti on the Xerneas. I don't think Finale feels confident enough to chase that. He still wants to position himself on the left side.
Es ist ziemlich hart, die Point Control wieder zu
Commanding the first
kriegen
pass
für,
is, Ilios well.
für Charge.
To do much as well. Still clawing at 50% ult charge. The rally is going to be active though. Remember that stun coming in for Finale. Easily able to recoil out of the way. Here's the Nano.
Especially when Fireway was on the high ground, Nano Xerneas, who somehow peeled for
War der gerade
himself,
Primal?
enough time for Charge to fall back.
Sah so aus.
Pokerface are in their backline, good anti from Farway hits.
Ja.
When Fireway was on the high ground, Nano Xerneas, who somehow peeled for himself, bought enough time for Charge to fall back.
Fair enough.
Are in their backline, good anti from Farway hits two Muse. Has the
I mean, mit der Ecke kann man Prime Winston instant delete durch den Beam.
Finally can start off a fight on the right foot. 5v4 now taking up the space. You see Piggy pushing the right side. Valentine
Oh,
with the
unlucky.
thinks this is winnable. At least wanted to extend a bit.
Ich glaube, der Diva-Copy war hier nicht das
Thought
Play.
he had cycled that well with Finale, so this dupe is not going to be worth much, and he won't be able to get the self-destruct off in time. Maybe, no, not able to get back to the mech, so Charge, have the point.
Ich weiß, dass er so ein Stay Alive-Copy war.
Strong key 8. Muse actually gone fairly deep here and
Aber ich denke, er hat mehr Value, wenn er effektiv die Tracer copien wird.
see the Ana assist over there.
Und einfach permanent Pulsbomb formt.
Fine, he's fine,
And
save.
Piggy's dead. Tried to one dupe.
Ist fairly easy.
Charge have not been able to hold on to this point. You know, they got that first kill.
I mean, du hast praktisch jeden Tracer-Clip eine Pulsbomb als Echo.
Unsure on how to approach this poker face. Use their ults. managed
Von
to
daher.
pick off Jimmy yet again, who's been taking back-to-back L's to Finale.
Yeah, it seems like both Piggy and Xerneas had a dereliction of duty. They were supposed to try and keep Muse.
Aber wie gesagt, das ist so ein Stay Alive Echo-Ding. Ähnlich wie mit Diva. Von daher that's fine.
Stick goes in. Believe it catches onto the shield of Xerneas, so it's going to disable shield bash for a little bit, but no real damage done.
Ults, just
Jimmy pro Leben.
Pulse, who's kind of helping
Jimmy will für die Backline spielen, aber Kyle für deren Backline geht. What the fuck war das für ein Save? I mean, that's fair. Die Frage ist, hätte Jimmy das anders da machen können? Ich sag ja. Anstatt hier obvious, Triple. Was ein Triple oder Double Blink? Ich weiß nicht. Double Blink. Hier ist direkt in der Fresse von der Anna. Hat keinen Blink. Was wäre, wenn er den Blink abgewartet hätte? Fuck, das meinst du was? Ich weiß, es ist Overtime, aber das ist ziemlich kritisch deswegen. Weil das hat ihn quasi gesleept. Wenn er hier auf seinen letzten Blink gewartet hätte, dass er hier 3 hat für den Engage. Also 2 für die Distance. Und anstatt hier die Pulse zu werfen, noch einen rüber geblinkt hätte, dass die Anna sich hätte umdrehen müssen. That's maybe. Ich weiß, es ist Overtime, deswegen will ich da nicht zu harsh drauf sein, aber es ist ein actually Game Changer. I mean, this happens.
Only 3 deaths on the side of Pokerface as well. All final blows coming from.
Ich denke, der weiß das aber. Und Overtime hat einfach gekickt.
It's been real rough. And right now, Simple sitting at 2 final blows. Not a huge stat, but still an important one considering that's out of only 9 kills thus far. It's been fairly bloodless as far as control rounds go, Lemon. And I think the Charge are having some real issues with their tempo.
Yeah, Charge, like I said, like the one fight they did win, where they finally got a first blood, they just didn't overextend, they didn't hunt for more kills. Jimmy, you know, Tracer, we know him more for other hit scans, that sniper god, and Tracer, you don't see him having a ton of time on that compared to other heroes, but now he's on the Hanzo, he gives that over to Choice in one, which is clearly his bread and butter.
Okay, that's fair. Wenn er nicht der Tracer-Spieler für Charge ist, also nicht der Tracer-Spieler im Vergleich zu Chosen, dann ist das actually fair, Take. Dann will ich das verzeihen von eben. War ich da eventuell ein bisschen zu harsh. Aber ich weiß es nicht.
You've heard of a flooded deadlift before, but right now Choice One has 100% of his team's final
I mean,
blows.
Jimmy auf dem Hanzo finde ich nicht so bad, to be honest. Die Chance von einem random Headshot ist scary. Wenn ich jetzt somehow einen Headshot auf irgendwem finde, und dann mit einem random Pick, oder mehr oder weniger random, das ist ein Gamechanger. Das könnte ein Free Teamfight sein. Hier zum Beispiel. Das ist ein Haufen Damage-Verlust für Pokerface. Aber Mata macht nicht, also macht schon den Damage, aber ist eher damit beschäftigt, am Leben zu bleiben. Und May, der Damage ist unrelevant. May spielt schon wegen der Wall. Der Freeze macht zwar Damage, aber das ist easy. Du hast einen Break. Der Damage ist fine. You take that. Die Sojourn ist hier der Scary Damage mit dem Ramatra. Nicht die May. Ich mag auch die Anna über den Bob. Für die Comp. Ich denke, Anna ist so okay, Valentine's Scoring. Ich denke, allein der Fake von der Anti-Nade ist ziemlich big. Ja. Simple switcht jetzt zu Kiriko. That's fine. Damit hast du einen Cleanse für die Nade. I mean, du savest den Cleanse nicht unbedingt für den, für die Nate. Wenn einer One ist, you throw it anyway, right? Aber der Plan ist, dass die Kiriko hauptsächlich die Nates von Fairway glänzt. Haben wir ein Wort gesucht. Valentine kann hier easy spielen, that's fine. Ah, maybe... No, okay. Der Path war scary, weil er zuerst von seinem Team wegrotiert ist. Anstatt zu seinem Team auf den Punkt. Ich denke, ich hätte hier versucht, einen Eisblock von Valentine zu forcen. Als Tank. Ich denke, Charge hätte hier auf Valentine committen können, einen Eisblock forcen und easy ein anderes Target switchen. Ja. He's trying. Primal?
Blocks, goes for Kitsune, rushes the speed he needs, the charge. They rally behind Xerneas, who still lives on through.
Break tank those.
With the counter dive, it's also getting kills. This is the fight that matters the most for Pokerface. If they can prevail, they will.
Wen hat er da runtergebucht? Wen hat er gebucht?
Valentine and the annihilation of Muse. Blocks, goes for Kitsune, rushes the speed he needs, the charge. They rally behind Xerneas.
Hat Final gekillt.
Still lives on through. Piggy with the counter dive. It's also getting kills. This is the fight that matters the most for Pokerface. If they can prevail, they will be taking.
That's actually big.
The charge, who hope to force round 3.
Oh, Jimmy auf Widow.
Valentine, who sees the backline.
This could work. I mean, Pokerface kann Jimmy hier nicht contesten. Erstens Overtime, zweitens haben sie keinen dafür. Kann die Tracer nicht dafür abstempeln, die Widow hier zu diven. That's not a thing. Piggy is coming? Charge got this. Ich denke, that's big. That's huge.
Jimmy's sitting shoulder to shoulder with him, already picking off one. Yes, finding a sightline for more, but unable to deliver the headshots for the.
Der Fakt, dass der Loser jetzt nicht stallen kann für so lange, ist huge. Weil das bedeutet, Tracer muss einspringen für den Loser, für den Punkt zu stallen. Oh, der Pulsmiss. Oh, der ist unfortunate. Nano Widow? No! No! Eine halbe Sekunde für den Crapple. Ja. Die mussten so viel in die Widow rein investieren, dass... Ja. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Wasn't taking a huge amount of damage in the front line against the Ramatra, and it turns out that was because we saw the main.
Das ist die Power von Widow.
Reserved very far back, almost next.
Allein die Präsenz, dass die Widow einen Pick machen könnte. Genauso wie in Hanzo. Das ist insane.
Consistently soaking him in that endothermic blast meant that he was too slow to catch up, especially with a speed boosted. Just trying to keep Piggy at bay. Unfortunately, that did give plenty of room for Choice A1 to try and work as well. Remember, one of your primary threats as a tracer is that icicle from a make, as that can hit you with a one-shot.
Maybe kann ich nebenbei gerade was editen. Ja. Ich versuche mal kurz was rauszuschneiden von gestern hochzuladen. Just a second. Ah, fuck. Dann.
He was down. This is the guy who's been so consistent. And looking like one of the best tracers. He returns to that hero once again, and anchoring the point here is what's important for tracer players while the rest of the team want to hold the middle of the map, especially with the dive, although the D.Va can anchor a bit better than the Winston in this case. Muse gets followed up by Piggy, tries to blow him up with the micro missiles. Now trying to mark this Tracer.
Wer immer hier
Piggy
Point
has
zuerst
everything he
bekommt,
can to just shift his focus where Choice
sollte das
where
eigentlich
Jimmy are
haben,
aiming
to be
to.
honest.
But Pokerface seem a bit more organized, at least at the initial part
Ich mag hier
of the fight.
Jimmy auf
The
Ash
point
nicht.
is
Ich denke, mit
why
Hanzo wäre
the
hier
Charge,
besser.
who have left it,
Wenn sie einen
Pokerface
Sniper-Comp spielen wollen.
trying to cycle that in their favor. Aiden has been anti. That will be a kill confirmed for Piggy. Now hunts down this Echo player. Pokerface still haven't gotten the flip that they wanted, summoning the attention of Charge's backline to deny the recontest. And now with Muse removed, Pokerface, they're losing hope on trying to get the point back.
I love how they modulate how much they try and pressure Muse depending on Farway's position. We saw how very precarious Farway's position was on that corner, so a lot of fire went into Muse to make sure he was never comfortable for the dive. Whereas when we saw Farway up on high ground in a far less diveable position because he had a little bit of a roof over his head to cover him, there wasn't so much pressure on Muse, and there was time instead to move over after Valentine and get rid of that echo threat.
Pokerface at least halfway capped, but it's probably Finale poking in and out. Valentine up top, trying to go after Jimmy, and Jimmy gets nanoed, shuts down Valentine,
Ja,
and
ich kann
Muse
auch
jumped
Kinder
up
machen.
there, but disengages immediately, not wanting to help out his brother in crime. Now the DPS of the Charge taking pressure from Muse,
An
but
Audio.
Jimmy trying to pop this bubble, so Muse will have to disengage, but now there's no healing left from the Charge, and Jimmy is exposed. Muse will deal with that problem. And Pokerface tapping the point shortly, but at 75% plus for the Charge, great start for them. Pokerface have a lot of work to do.
And this is what happens when Muse manages to find Farway in one of those exposed positions and isn't properly pressured. So much resource went into trying to keep Jimmy alive, and yes, he managed to take out Valentine, but it did leave Farway fairly defenseless without Xerneas being able to try and take a one-on-one duel with the Brigitte because they was nanoed themselves. Now the Bomb could try and cap, but Farway's been stuck. Should call this.
And Finale's not even done yet.
Oh,
He
that's
kept
all, yeah.
committing to that back line.
Was
And
that
the
don't
fact that
say?
usually you drop the pulse bomb, you recall, you blink out. This is Finale going unchecked.
Maybe Choice 01 has had his attention directed elsewhere to try and help out Farway, but it needs to return to the Tracer duel and promptly here. Finale cannot be allowed to run riot through this backline or Pokerface. They will be taking this map away from a Guangzhou Charge. 43% in climbing here as Valentine goes
The
to
Bob.
back.
The Bob is thrown on the point, I think. And that'll be what's capping it, or Choice A1 and Piggy are there too. Either way, the Bob presence in the middle of the map is what's forcing Pokerface into cover or onto the point to contest, as Charge still haven't flipped it yet. So really good
Nice
focus
pick auf
management
Aiden
from
hier.
both teams to direct their attention
Es gibt denen ein
towards the
bisschen
objective and also to the
Freiraum
fight. The Charge
ohne die
now has
Brick.
to face Muse, who's nanoed, has the primal. Coach gun from Jimmy has been used. Anti onto
Nice,
Farway
das
exposed
liebt
him
ihr.
as Muse is slept. He will be slowed down. The
Nice, das
150
liebt.
will force Muse back, not wanting to use the primal in maybe a last fight territory, as the Charge are leading 95
Right.
plus with a number advantage.
Charge are excellent multitaskers. Great shield play coming through from those hit scans. Now Aiden's in the corner with no shield, no friends, no life, and no cap. The overtime
I got no
continues,
friends,
Lemon,
dude.
And it's going to be starting to tick down
not
real
that
fast
bad.
here as no one's around to keep it going.
Easy. This guy brings such amazing vibes. Big smiles. He typed the easy against, oh, who was it? Another name. Belosaria. I remember
Oh, he
because
did the big MTD against Fellowship. That was the
MTD.
first time we saw Piggy play Reinhardt on
yeah.
Lichong Tower.
And I just want to point out that Muse not popping Primal is a massive mistake. That lack of sustain on the front line let Piggy, Choice A1 just run free and destroy Pokerface without Muse's present. And then you saw the Primal prop that popped at the end. That didn't matter at all. Charge clutch up round 3.
Yeah, Muse doing his best Flutter impression and simply deciding, you know what, I don't think we really need a Primal here, but one of the things I think is one of the most defining characteristics of the Guangzhou Charge is that they are excellent multitaskers. They're really good at being able to manage threats in their front line while also pressuring the objective. And that's how Choice A1 managed to sneak that one away and sneak away the map from Pokerface.
Charge take game 1 and a round 3 on Ilios, but after this break, we'll find out where Pokerface want to go to next.
Okay. I mean, just a second, to be honest. You guys see it first, meine Editing Skills. Und zwar das hier. Von gestern, wo der Pfeil einfach hier war. So, ich habe keine. There's no way. There is no way, dass das ein Headshot war. You gotta do this. Da, da, da. What's my mask? Lap that drüber. Position around here, right? That's unlucky. I mean, ein bisschen verändern. Wait. Jetzt. Wieso snappt der hier? Around that, right? And now we take this, push it here. Damit jeder sehen kann, was abgeht. Dann exportieren wir das hier einmal. Und laden es gleich hoch.
Diva to just counter Muse, and obviously is getting in his head, writing the GG easy before the round was even over. Muse realizing, you know, the mistake he did. You kind of saw in the cams, he looks bothered, either bothered or focused, and maybe a mix of two. And Poker Face, this is their map choice, running the Hanzo Tracer mirror against the charge. Poker Face trying to get to at least this high ground initially. Pressuring Jimmy is the name of the game, who had the most amount of deaths on Helios Lighthouse, trying to stay on these high grounds to get shots, whether on the Ash or the Hanzo. And Farway is the first victim of all things, who should be the most protected player on the team. And that's a big opening for
Kann der nicht instant den Pfeil verlieren.
And assist as well. Once more, got to call out my boy Simple. Excellent anti-nade that must have gone in or asleep to try and ensure that Muse was able to grab that kill. Jimmy challenging Muse, and he is about one quick melee away from death, but now Jimmy has to go up against the crowd, and the crowd is simply too much.
I like the disengage from charge. I guess they thought they could maybe recontest the third tick, and with Jimmy being in the back mega corner and dying, that nullified Charge's chances of recontesting the third tick. But hey, if you only drop two people, that's less ult charge for Poker Face to kind of snowball this map, who have now established themselves on the high ground. They've got the whole gang up there. Piggy is feeling the heat. He jumps back. Now we got this tower defense going on.
Oh, that's a fat nade as well. Xerneas and Piggy. However, Muse going to be shut down with the sleep, and Jimmy gets an easy headshot there, so holding this space is going to be incredibly difficult. That's why you see Piggy moving on forward with the aid of Xerneas. And now Choice in 1 can start to work the margins a little bit. This is where Finale's truly in the danger zone, because Choice in 1 can go to drop on him in most cases.
It's important for Choice in 1 and Finale to be cycling on the car to get as much progress or deny as much progress as possible. And even Piggy is quick to jump down to stop Finale from getting any further. Muse helping push the defense back. The charge will give up some progress, and even Finale gets the hunt down on Choice A1. So 5-4, Poker
Es ist hart, den Highground hier vor die Wurzel zu nehmen. Entweder rollen die das, oder werden die hart gehalten. Eins von beiden. Es gibt keinen Unterschied in Hollywood, to be honest.
So low, but traps the rest of Poker Face's backline in an area. Muse jumps back in with the nano, has the primal still available. Rally
nice
and
sleep.
being invested from Poker Face with Arrow being stomped on. Poker Face are gonna lose a lot of damage.
Oh, Muse not getting great value out of this nano, out of his primal though. Should have been able to take.
I mean,
off
Final is dead.
Than he has. That wastes time and keeps Piggy in the backline for a moment longer and allows
What's
for
the
the heal
point,
up to
bro?
come on through. While Jimmy can distract the wayward main tank. Simple's now been taken up by Xerneas. How did they get that close?
That's like
Flash off the wall? At least I didn't see the stick. I gotta click
Nasty
my glasses,
stick
but
here.
I'm pretty sure that splashed on the wall and Aiden had the shield up. Didn't realize what was coming. As the charge hold the defense for now.
It's one of those things that you really.
Und das ist so hart. Das ist das, was ich immer sage.
Aiden actually stuck himself by
Kannst
rotating
du's-
it off a shield and it just dropped on.
I don't know, I haven't tried.
But it might have dropped on.
Charge hat hier das Momentum. Und es hat immer weiter gecarried, bis zu dieser Puls von Troyzen. Und jetzt setzen sie sich ein bisschen ruhig auf dem High Ground, chillen ein bisschen und warten, bis sie contesten müssen. Das ist genau das Richtige. That's how it works. Boah, VW muss das hier überleben. Kennen wir es denn?
Need to be careful. Now they're split up from each other thanks to the primal of Piggy.
I mean, die kriegen ein bisschen Card Progress. Nicht viel, aber maybe ein bisschen. Oh, huge. That's enough. Oh,
he's woken back up though, and Poker Face, despite being so
das war so ein schönes Sleep.
Yeah, I think Poker Face.
Unlucky.
Assembly of Guangzhou Charge, or rather, they took advantage of their own disassembly positioning and took advantage of Guangzhou Charge playing a little bit egotistically in terms of their own positioning, with Farway and Xerneas being far too close. Choice A1's going to get a last second contest here, but no frags to come through from Dragon Strike.
Choice A1 is just in the middle of 5 people and still gets the kill onto Simple, 9% away from the Aiden rally. A desperate and very important support ultimate for Poker Face. They're still gonna pop it. They think it's winnable without Simple, and so it is when Muse is looking this good, this reinvigorated after the GG easy of Ilios. You love to see Poker Face back in a confident position.
Das war ein schöner Nano-Monkey
The
Push.
beast of Talon Esports. Guangzhou Charge. They're facing a fairly hefty time bank here on point C. 3 minutes for Poker Face to try and negotiate their way through this area, and Guangzhou Charge actually put both the Nano Boost and the Pulsum into their previous fight and didn't really get anything off the back of them. That was onto Piggy, who couldn't really find a target in the midst of all of that mess.
Xerneas almost got the stun on the Muse before he jumped out, maybe forcing an early primal. And somehow Aiden and Simple are taking pressure when they're just playing so far away from the defense. That's just the power that Jimmy has at long range and why he should be feared on the Hanzo, and it's gonna be up to Arrow to prove that he's worthy to be this rookie that Poker Face can depend on, as Poker Face still are getting progress and are halfway to C.
I like giving up space here for Guangzhou Charge to try and force Poker Face into playing this long sightline, but Muse is doing an excellent job of controlling their positioning from the high ground and making sure that none of these.
I mean, der Dragon da hat nicht erwartet, irgendwas zu killen.
To
be honest.
Farway walks away with a dub.
Simple keeps being first step.
Es gibt ein bisschen Prozente. Free.
Just the range DPS. As soon as Simple exposes
Mehr oder weniger
himself
free.
at all, he's taking damage, and Poker Face keep having to reset this momentum. But that's an opening as Jimmy gets pulsed by Finale.
That's unfortunate.
Poker Face jumping in, or at least have to react to Piggy pulling the trigger first. Muse is waiting to get healed back up before he can re-engage. But there's a threat in the back line. It's Piggy with Primal tossing everybody up, and now almost getting a kill on the Finale. Piggy will disengage just to anchor this card. He's nanoed. He's going
Nano
back
Monkey,
in for more.
let's go.
First, seconds, and thirds as Aiden and Simple cower into the corner to try and reconnect with Muse, who pops the Primal at the last second. And Poker Face will have to do this without arrow.
That was incredibly close. A headshot wakes up Muse. The anti even better. Muse has bungled his disengage, but still will remove himself from danger with only a little bit of health remaining. Simple keeps him up, and I'll re-engage with Venano to reinvigorate it.
Oh, Jimmy is climbing up to the stars and somehow is still living. He's got the feel of Xerneas' rally and
You want Jimmy here?
How long can Jimmy truly live? Everyone from
Arrow's
Poker Face is trying to kill
down.
him. But the backline trade is just way more powerful for Choice A1. Gets Arrow and Simple.
Support
Choice
rate.
A1 is just simply better. The Charge have respawn advantage to 3 kills
Unlucky.
this fight for Choice A1. As the Charge have 34 seconds left to defend.
Now, Piggy's being such a good dive partner as well. You saw an awesome little bit of body blocking onto Simple to make sure that he couldn't space himself away from a Tracer and had to stay within the effective range of those pulse bombs. Or pulse
Das ist ein Lucky, dass Jimmy das
pulse
überlebt hat,
bombs
to
are
be
on the
honest.
field here for Choice Air 1 and Finale. Obviously, you want to stick them onto those Brigitas ideally. But far away, if you can get rid of that Nano, that would be a gold mine.
Jimmy is so
Should not be a
wiggly,
C.
though. And so is Piggy, who jumps away from the Finale pulse. Jimmy is on the high ground. I think the Sonic does reveal him, and Aiden and Arrow are respecting that. Piggy taking up a lot of space with the help of Farway's Nano. Choice of One's Pulse Bomb doesn't get the kill they need, and Muse is taking so much pressure, he can't stay on the cart. It's an overtime situation for
Oh my.
Face, and they're down by 2. The absolute collapse at the finish line means Poker Face will
Ein
not equal capping the
Massaker
map.
für Choisen.
And that gives a win condition for the Charge to get all
Choisen
the
ist so free. Es ist
Big
insane.
win condition for the Charge here.
Win
I
condition,
was
kill them all.
surprised at how quickly they folded on point A lemon. Like you pointed out at the time, it was a big disengage, but Farway being picked first with something as simple as a nade and a Winston dive, that shouldn't be happening when we should have things like
I mean,
a Brigitte shield in the way.
das größte Problem hier für
disengage. Just look at how Muse has been playing or has been
ich hab den Namen
selecting.
vergessen.
And as it was split on both
Für
sides of the
Pokerface
building, the calm
ist, dass die
is what kind of focused them
Anna
towards
relativ
attacking
exposed
the ANT,
ist.
and Muse
Kriegen es
taking
nicht geschafft,
charge after
Choisen
the ball
aufzuhalten,
boomed, maybe
die
made a
Supports zu
mistake
diven,
on
right?
Helios, and Pokerface came back.
Das ist mein Problem hier für Pokerface.
Now we head over.
Das bedeutet, entweder muss Simple hier von Anna switchen auf der mehr Support, der sich halt besser alleine macht. Oder Pokerface muss somehow ihre Einheit protecten als Team. Das bedeutet, dass in der Regel die Tracer, also Feine in dem Fall, für sie peelen muss. Das Problem ist, Feine kann aber nicht peelen, weil er in deren Backline ist. Und dort aber Jimmy für ihn peelt, also für seinen Support-Spiel. Das bedeutet, wenn Arrow, I don't know, hier jetzt die Soldier spielt, anstatt eben den Hanzo, kann er besser peelen für Simple. I mean Aiden, not Canada. Gonna happen. Das ist ein Lucio. Lucio don't die. Slidet irgendwo an der Wall rum und it's whatever.
Pokerface just can't let Charge decide when the fight begins. Charge will collapse on someone like Simple or Arrow, who are going to be the prime targets.
Das ist so nervig für Jimmy hier mit diesem Feld. Dass er einmal runtergepuncht wird, wenn er Voidclimb will. Ziemlich annoying. Oh, maybe? Oh, das...
Simple, feeling well. Arrow always able to fall back towards his Baptiste, having that immortality.
I mean, Arrow und Simple wollen jetzt ziemlich close zueinander spielen, weil beide profitiert voneinander. Weil beide sind jetzt ziemlich nice Dive-Targets. Aber zusammen? I don't know. Oh, nice. AC 130.
Muse now to the Winston. They want to match that dive. Muse, honestly, Diva would be a better counter, but Muse is way more comfortable on the Winston and the mirror in general.
Oh, you don't peek this, bro. Was hat Piggy sich gerade gedacht? Ja, man, da ist ein Window mit einer Soldier Bob vorne dran. Lass das mal peeken. Lass das mal jumpen. I got a death wish here. You can't peek this. Und du siehst ein Window instant Backup.
Ooh, Piggy just slamming into Aiden.
There's
going
no
after
way,
the
dass das
rest,
fliegen
and
kann.
Even if there is an immortality, you're probably gonna get shoved
Yeah,
out of
that's
it.
fine, to be
Arrow's
honest.
already used jump. Piggy realizes this, has now claimed
Wenn
Jimmy.
Piggy hier
His
Rogue
backline's
geht,
in
müsste sein Team den
trouble, and
Punkt
the point
haben.
is capped. Charge are just simply looking so good.
Bei Piggy
The
hier.
execution of their dive.
Das Gute hier war, Piggy konnte halt einen Support, sprich Simple, und Arrow als Sojourn komplett isolieren.
You can call this one,
Und damit hatten die am Punkt einen 3v4. 3v4. Der Lucio, kein aber der war Der Lucio macht keinen Heal-Throughput. Der Winston macht auch moderaten Damage. May same. There's no way, right? Wenn du beide DPS auf den Punkt hast. Einfach geburnt.
It's either the Hanzo or the Sojourn, but how is Finale gonna find Blizzard value when there's just so much mobility from the charge, and you're never gonna be in range of someone like an Ono or a Brig?
What do you mean? Final hat ja eigentlich ein Free Blizzard, to be honest. Let's say Piggy jumped us. Instant Blizzard drop. Instant. Tank raus, easy clap.
Get rid of all that healing and leave Piggy out to dry, maybe.
Oder ein Blizzard auf Jimmy und der May.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Overclocks, Muse from the front.
Oh, das
Arrow in the
Sleep.
back, slept and punished. Almost got away. Muse cleans it up though. Finale.
Der Sleep war gerade nasty.
Probably needs to die or go back to spawn, but
Ich schwöre, Overwatch Anners sind einfach anders. Die Maywall.
Was absolutely cyberbully worthy. Allowing Muse to
Die Maywall vom Final,
dump
Alter.
onto a little British pancake. And that is actually enough.
Can't be mad about that.
Muse still the primal rage to play with here. And Aiden's still holding on to the sound barrier. What's it going to be used for? Most likely just to rebuff like a nano.
I mean, das ist, was ich gemeint habe. Entweder werden die hier gerollt oder nicht. There's no between.
yeah, tempo engage would be great for Poker Face. Just now that they have this high ground, looking for antis with Simple is such an easy neutral fight win condition.
I mean, Simple kann easy. Oh no, true.
Nano Piggy for Simple back, and he's got to nano somebody if he's in range of it. Muse and Muse is primaling. We're
Muse is
looking at
doing
Piggy
stuff.
right now, just hanging out, trying to go back to the high ground. Poker Face haven't done much, and Finale is ice blocked out of the fight. Arrow and Muse are barely holding on to the high ground, and charge of 90 seconds.
I mean, Muse hält gerade hier easy clap 3 Leute vor sich. Also, ohne Probleme. Das ist insane.
Because otherwise he's going to be easily just sent away by Aiden again and again and Farway and Xerneas and consistent.
Ich weiß, es hört sich interessant an. Oder wird an.
Okay, there's the sound.
Aber ich glaube, das Play wäre hier den Winston zu ignorieren, sprich Muse zu ignorieren. Und straight up für die, für I don't know, für die Soldier zu gehen.
Feels like Poker Face are playing so clumped up, and yes, they're good at cycling up and down in terms of high ground and low ground, but this is the
Und Scheißen hier zum Beispiel Genji gehen wird. Hätten sie viel bessere High-Ground Control.
And you see Jimmy start hitting some heads here. He needs to open up these areas. If you can't, you're not getting any value out of the Hanzo.
Maybe, oh mein Gott.
He's just been absolutely dominated. He's been
Maybe sogar eine Fair
brutalized.
Mercy,
He's been
to be honest.
eviscerated.
Du musst hier eine komplette Aufkommen geben, was Pokerface komplett auf Guard holt, für den Highground zu nehmen. Angenommen, du würdest jetzt hier eine Fair Mercy picken und permanent diesen Highground spammen. Du würdest das Leben von Simple und Arrow so schwer machen, das ist insane. Warum macht das keiner?
And Xerneas is the one who got nanoed. They thought their backline that needed the most amount of help, but it was Piggy all along. Despite that, the DPS of the charge deliver the kills and Poker Face speed all the way back.
I mean, die haben ja noch einen Fight, to be honest. Und Pokerface hat maybe hier Primal? Sollte. Oh, schöne Nade, to be honest.
Far away is the third DPS on this team. The charge just stopped the
No way.
recontest of Poker Face. I like the speed call of Aiden to bring everyone back to try and go for a
That's enough.
second defense, but Charge realized that and stuffed.
I mean,
the chokes, and
let's break this
he's still
down. Warum haben
trying
wir das verloren, to be honest? Das war in meinen Augen ein Free-Win.
I told you about using
Finale, Muse.
Es fängt alles an.
Back to spawn, but
Like here,
Poker
right?
Face will be giving up some progress.
actually an upgrade for most British cuisine. Muse still the primal rage to play with here, and Aiden's
Nee, weiter
Fight
vorne.
in condition, but you let Charge decide the fight. They nano piggy, force him. May is just the
Around here,
thus
right?
far. It's been
Jimmy
He's
dies.
just been absolutely dominated. He's been brutalized. He's been eviscerated.
Doesn't reset? That's
May
fine.
is just the Zoomer Hanzo now, I guess. I've been waiting for this guy to swap like 2 blizzards ago, but
Warum
he's got
verlieren die
another
das?
one. I guess hasn't died since then. And
Simple.
Again, now that Simple's on this high
Überpeakt
ground,
Simple
can go for
das?
antes. A big win condition that Poker Face,
Naja.
won the last fight with. They can do it again. The Blizzard right at the feet of the Charge. No one frozen. Piggy slept in ante though, and Xerneas is the one who got
I mean, Pig dies hier. Zu der Overclock.
They thought their backline that needed the most amount of help, but it was Piggy all along. Despite that, the DPS of the Charge deliver the kills and Poker Face speed all the way back.
Quick disengage, giving
Verdienen
away
die
the
doch
space.
nur?
Jimmy now once again
Verdienen
has
hier
a chance
Feinde
for a
und-
redemptive fight here, but the same could be said for
Hä?
Choice here. One with a pulse bomb in his back pocket, ready to deliver onto
I
someone
get it.
super vulnerable. Good healing there, and Jimmy gets one.
Far away is the third DPS on this
I
team.
don't really get it, to be honest.
The Charge deliver the kills and Xerneas is the
Hier. Muse died, das ist ein Main-Tank.
one who
That's
got
fine.
Nano.
Wir müssen das hier
Giving
backupen.
away the space. Jimmy now once again
Aber gleichzeitig
Long.
stirbt
Despite
auch
that, the DPS of
Feinde.
the Charge left in ante, though,
Bei mir ist
and
Unfeinde
Xerneas is the one who
sterben.
got
I see, I see, I see.
nanoed. They thought their backline that needed the most amount of help, but it was
I mean, it's a 3 or 4 hier, right? Du hast zwar deinen Main-Tank nicht, aber
Piggy all
maybe.
along. Despite that, the DPS
Wäre das
of the Charge
klatschable? Wäre
deliver the
das? Nee.
kills and Poker Face speed all the way back.
Nein, that's alright. Okay, that's fine.
disengage, giving away the space. Jimmy
That's
now
fine, to be
once again
honest.
has a chance to have a redemptive fight here, but the same could be said for Choice here. One with a pulse bomb.
Und die Net hier ist
Pocket, ready
unlucky.
to deliver onto
Auf dem
someone
Lucio.
super vulnerable.
That's
Good healing
unfortunate.
there, and Jimmy gets one.
Far away is the third DPS on this team. The
Okay.
Charge just stopped the recontest.
Ich denke, Simple hätte ja
of Poker
instant
Face. I like
Nano
the
Key
speed
drücken
call
müssen,
of Aiden
to be
to
honest.
bring everyone back to
Auf
try
Muse.
and go for a last-second defense,
Dann wäre das
but
maybe winnable
Charge
gewesen.
realized that and stuffed through the chokes, and Piggy is
Die Net war
pushing against
unfortunate
the
auf dem
heads of
Lucio.
Poker Face.
Somehow Jimmy has.
But then again, Lucio,
How did this
it's
happen?
kind of whatever, to
Two
be
final
honest.
blows in that last fight. Two of them headshots, of course.
Finale
From
on
the
Tracer's
Hunter.
hit.
Und Lucio gewinnt dir keinen Fight in der
This is
Regel.
a big change. This is going to mean that Choice at one's going to have.
Lucio
a
ist gut für dich
fight
zum
to
Fight oder
bring.
aus dem
We
Fight
need
zu
that now. We
bringen.
don't have a high ground
Mit Fight
control.
macht er eh
You
wohl, aber.
previously rely on to try and waylay Choice at one and minimize his uptime on your backline.
Finale can have. This is a better hero in general.
Ähnlich wie Widow.
So can try and contest Choice in one on the
Widow ist ein guter Opener, aber mit Fight
jump after
relativ
the fight.
useless.
Poker Face have the ult advantage. Simple as to make the call.
Bei Midfight wirst du eine als Widow
Muse.
contestet.
Also you can just play
That's why.
inside of point C as Muse pops the Primal Rage at the last second, summoning the attention of
Oh,
Xerneas rally,
that's-
who stuns up Muse, who's gonna go back for more. 25 seconds
Nice
to
on
charge
Nano,
and a
to
box
be
of
honest.
victory in sight. We could see
What about?
Poker Face evening up the series if they play their respawn.
Erinnert ihr noch
intelligently,
Puls, sag ich.
and it's working out for
Wäre, ja.
Finale. Choice in one's backed into a corner. Piggy's trying to buy time, and Farway has a nano with his name on it.
Josh hat ja aber 3
Xerneas,
Ults.
his favorite support player of all time. Poker Face, though, they
Dragon
have
und Nano
respawn
könnten hier
advantage,
tatsächlich
and they're
bekommen.
just waiting for Charge to pull the
Von
trigger,
der Nano.
to expose themselves in a big area. Finale is somehow all the way in the back.
There's
and
no
Nano
way.
Finishes off Farway. No nano. Xerneas is up
There's
to you.
no
He's
way.
so tunneled on Finale because he knows he has Pulse Bomb. This is Charge's last chance. Down here from Aiden gets 0 people, by the way. Not sure what happened. Poker Face will still have to hang on, and you can depend on arrows.
None
or
of
Clock
Pearl.
or Choice in one who's
That's big,
nanoed.
to be honest.
He saved fights before on Ilios, and he'll do it again.
That's big
Jimmy with
damage.
2, no backline, and nobody left for Poker Face.
Es gibt der
As Charge
Tracer
will
so
push
viel
through to the
System.
backs of to match point.
C9. Just kill 5 type
He's gonna be
C9.
chatting, but honestly, Poker Face, what happened? An early pick, a beautiful shot from Arrow, gets rid of the Ana,
That's
removes Banana from
unfortunate.
the equation,
Du
and
kannst die
Xerneas,
Ana
as we
killen
saw,
und trotzdem
was being
verlieren, ne? Overtime.
absolutely demolished. Muse looks stricken, and honestly, I am too. There was no healing for choice.
Das war ein
Jimmy and
Kopfcheck,
Piggy.
to be
No
honest.
primal rage.
Das war ein Kopfcheck. Charge war hier mehr Fokus. So über Target Priority. That's the point. That's unlucky.
Like the focusing beam.
Ich denke, wenn Pokerface hier mehr Target-Fokus gehabt hätte, hätte er es easy geklatscht. Mit dem Pick-Off-Farbe.
Of Pokerface are former Owl players going up against current Owl players shouldn't put any nerves into you. Besides the fact that now you're staring down the barrel of an 0-2 situation. That's what should make you.
That is very stressful, especially when it could have easily been the other way around. Like Poker Face, unfortunately, thus far, I would describe as like an anti-clutch team in this particular matchup. They could have won Ilios incredibly easily, even on like the second map. And Hollywood was like 3 kills away from being theirs. Poker Face now, not going to be opting in something like the Sim. Instead, this Sojourn coming out. So many S characters on damage that always rattle around in my mind, but Guangzhou Charge playing the dive is far more interesting to me. This is to buy space and time for Jimmy, so Jimmy needs to deliver.
Ich mag Valentine auf. Ich mag den Mail-Pick hier nicht. Ich finde Pokerface spielt Wasch nicht gut.
Unnecessary headshots from Jimmy. That's a 2-man ante from Farway with love as Pokerface bring out the immortality and maybe even drop some players down to the low ground. But with Aiden on the Lucio again, Pokerface have the speed advantage and you gotta hope they utilize it again. But with the antes from Farway, it feels like Pokerface are constantly slowed down. But it's someone, or really Arrow, just hitting these shots that's helping Pokerface thrive despite being pushed back.
Piggy simply has to trade us.
That's unfortunate.
A little bit of time on the cart. A well-placed demo field as well there.
I mean, angenommen,
transgressions of choice A1.
Ja, Xerne wird hier Zen spielen. Oder Kiriko. Ich denke, Kiriko wäre besser als Zen, to be honest.
Controlled by the Winston. Because hey, Pokerface have control of the cart. And if you can just leave your Ramatra on there, then sometimes you're going to be in a good shape.
That's what I mean.
Swapped over now to the Zenyatta of all things, just to try and get potentially more pressure in onto this Ramatra.
Oh!
Nasty.
Hello, peekaboo. Gotta watch out for
Komm,
Jimmy
Alfonso.
again. Headshot. Removing arrow. And Matrix advantage.
When them
over
headshot go.
Pokerface, but they don't even have the space. It's kind of really deep around the corner, and Pokerface
I
a
mean,
little bit scared to emerge. Muse.
die Soldier kommt ja gleich
Really
zurück.
deep just to block the LOS of you thought it was Jimmy or Choice. You want somebody back there, but Muse
Piggy dies here,
trying
right?
to bully Piggy,
Oh,
who
okay.
brings out the primal. 2 or 3 man advantage from the charge, and Pokerface
Just
don't
died.
have supports, so they don't have a chance to fight.
Piggy does well controlling the Nemesis form of Muse with the Primal Rage there, but this does mean that it's one less tool that's going to be available to stop that annihilation, which is really going to be the problem here for Guangzhou Charge. Maybe you can try and...
I mean, die Annihilation hier wird gleich Rock gehen. Für Pokerface.
And Choice A1 can consistently get value.
There's no way, dass Charge das irgendwie aufhalten kann. Abgesehen von Farway kommt ein schickes Deep dort.
The Dragon Strike from Jimmy maybe tried to force Pokerface out of this room, maybe
Oh, der Nano war ein bisschen early.
could have even gotten the ice block out of Valentine, who are still trying
Ich
to
denke,
get out
der
of this room, but Valentine is
sag
the
ich.
only one who remains, and then
Der Nano hier
obviously
war
a bunch of
unnötig.
orbs from the Zen of Xerneas,
Der war ein bisschen
as
too
Charge
early.
take angles around Pokerface and almost dwindle them down so that they are too scared to use the speed engage.
Der hat mir
But
Trance.
we'll have to go in without Valentine.
Du willst die Trance hier für Annihilation von Dingens saven.
Choice A1 doesn't have to expend blinks to get in behind Pokerface and start creating that real craziness.
Nice, Hanzo dead.
Jimmy gets caught though.
Pokerface have 4 ults.
He's
They
going.
throw the blizzard down from inside the room behind charge. The Zarnia Transcendence is what is saving Farway, but the burst damage is too much. The great kill confirmed, and the backline in trouble for the charge. So Pokerface should be locking in point A.
Choice A1 too far away to even continue the
that's what I mean.
contesting of the cart. That was a big,
That's unlucky.
big investment onto the singular support, but Arrow realized that if they could time the headshot of their railgun in time with one of the pummels coming through from Muse that they could instantly delete Farway's health bar, and even with 300 HPS, it would not be restored before death claimed the young Anna. Now choice here one. The lone ultimate, the lone survivor, has a pulse bomb ready to go. It can be answered by both
That's a
Aiden
lot of
and
damage.
Simple, but of course far more reliably dealt with the immortality field as Farway plays an off angle.
Oh, das ist
And
dead.
Farway with choice A1 working tandem.
Ich mag Anna.
Pressure onto Aiden. Try to find antis into the back line. Simple isn't getting helped either.
Farway is going.
Choice A1 continues to be unchecked.
He's going.
And that's kind of the weakness of Poker Face of not
Mag Anna.
having a super comfortable
Wie gesagt,
tracer player, at least for
OWL
now.
Anna ist dann einfach
The guy,
different.
but he's currently not playing. Poker Face are full committed to this rush composition, but getting outsped by a tracer.
Yeah, the thing about the tracer is that you don't consider it enough of a threat usually to use your immortality field or use your amp. Now Figgy's isolated, but it's going to be a bunch
So viele
of
Finish-Kills wie viele OWL-Ners bekommen
With the nano,
im Vergleich zu Rank. Insane.
Poker Face need to collapse on a singular target, and Piggy is the only person who's low. Jimmy takes some hits, he'll be disengaging to the back, and Poker Face just can't seem to
I mean,
get
man
towards
sieht's in
the
GM,
area of
aber
cover. Jimmy
selbst da relativ
himself in the back
selten.
again. Aiden being more aggressive as the Lucio, almost getting punished in that case, but he's got the backup of Arrow, who slides out of the DMs of Choice A1 after that pulse bomb. But Poker Face don't have
nice.
a tank, but if Arrow can deliver these kills on the overclock, this is
Boah, he is
so
going.
winnable for Poker Face.
Leaving properties put to good use.
Oh, no.
Farway
He's dead.
unable to connect the sleep, and so is simply put into deep freeze by Valentine. A boop away forces Piggy forward
Think of
into an unconventional position, and Poker Face
I mean-
themselves a fairly healthy time back here for Shambali. Point C.
It doesn't
Like
matter.
point C is something we even rarely see on Shambali.
Der Point war
itself.
lost anyways.
20 on the clock in Guangzhou charge. Their unwillingness to match the brawl here has meant that they've been caught out more times than not. Jimmy's been in fairly weak positions. Jimmy's only got one final blow so far. It's
Sie sollte
been
ziemlich
only
ekelhaft werden
round for the
für
Hanzo.
mit dem Sigma.
Poker Face, our
For
team,
Poker Face?
there's so much poke. If it's not eliminations, Jimmy brings in.
Oh.
How about a final blow instead? Arrow gone for now. Poker Face hesitating on
Oh,
wanting
Hanzo.
to commit to this fight without their carry and maybe wanting to bait charge into overextending.
I mean, Arrow is the
into
main
loser,
damage
but
here
Charge
für,
won't fall for it.
für Pokerface.
Yeah, charge know where their defense can be held. at
Das
its
ist dieses
best.
One-Shot-Potential,
Sigma here can just
dieses...
put out so much spam once Poker Face.
The instant damage
Ooh,
aber
that
big.
was an attempt to eat the blizzard.
And
Nice
Charge
wall.
can't save Piggy with the Transcendence. They'll save the rest of the team and hope that they don't get staggered. They'll have respawn advantage in the last part of C. And Poker Face needs to take advantage of
Nanos
keeping
go.
Choice one in check. Going after Farway. You got the Annihilation. Muse.
Ich würde die Dresser Namen, to
Still
be
trying to
honest.
heal back up and maybe protect Valentine. The immortality has been used from Simple. They have the ults. Charge's respawns are up. But you're losing.
Ich denke, Tracer ist hier dein bestes Nano-Target.
He's playing scared,
Sigma bringt er nicht
especially
viel.
against Jimmy, who's claimed multiple people in this
Außer
fight.
will ich den Sigma am Leben halten.
Smack leg day and he's popping off now.
Well, you know what? I've got someone
Wenn's
else
aggressiv
to talk
geworden,
about.
die
Choice one,
Tracer.
stop fermenting this pulse bomb,
Für
please.
Defense ein Sig.
I don't need to present ID to watch
Ja,
it get
was
attached.
Doppel-An
It's
ist.
been there for so long. And Choice A1 yet to have any pulse bomb kills or attachments, of course.
Ich weiß gar nicht, wie
Gotta
schnell
give credit to
Tracer mit
Valentine,
einem
makes sure
Nano
to try and block Piggy off
kurz
from
fahren
the
kann.
healing that was coming through from a Transcendence at the last fight.
Alright, Poker Face just not really going
Oh.
past the cart, but rocking Jimmy to death.
Set off damage.
From Piggy will get Muse low. Sound Bear doesn't actually hit Muse for some reason. Immortality and the healing itself. Poker Face go through. They won't have Valentine. And the pulse and the
Nano
focus
Zen?
fire charge just seems to be too much. Arrow's gonna pop overclock. He knows he doesn't have time to
Fine.
reset. Hits the shot that mattered the most on Farway. But Jimmy and Choice A1 are back to clutch. Force the charge just like they did on Hollywood. As Poker Face will return, return on a Doomfist
They can
and
bait
a
us.
Sombra, the emergency comp to pull through.
It was 2 versus 2 for a while, but no one wanted to take the initiative. Simply free
Oh.
push and 3 kills for Jimmy.
That's huge.
Yeah, Poker Face can't touch Jimmy. That's a
Wie würde?
3K. Who's just Jimmy himself has come alive on point C. As soon as he's given the range to operate, Jimmy doesn't miss.
Yeah, I talked about.
I mean, der Lucian war keine unlucky, aber.
Now he is on 8 final blows out of 8.
That's some nasty shots, bro.
Finally, those headshots are coming on through. Jimmy has the space to operate like you talked about, and it forces Poker Face to play down these narrow corridors and straight into those sightlines. And also, Piggy swapping over from the Winston onto the Sigma created more of a focal point that Guangzhou Charge had to move around, a real stalwart bastion that stood in their way, and that created a longer fight within which Piggy had more opportunities to hit the headshots compared to the Winston, who was a little bit more hit and run, and continuously meant that after he disengaged, Jimmy could be sped upon, because he can't disengage very effectively from a Ramatra in Nemesis form who has extra speed, and then Lucio speed on top of that as well.
Poker Face just still don't look as confident on this composition. I'm not seeing them really chase down any kills. They seem almost playing that reactive style, which I don't love. Just because it feels like Charge are winning the majority of fights. At least Poker Face, once they do get ults, they are winning. And they did get so far into C, so this is still winnable.
Sick.
But you have to have a defense that holds Charge at bay. They will be sneaking through to get a spawn hold, and we'll see what happens.
Attempt to slow it down, or at least erode the time bank of Guangzhou Charge here on their attack. Poker Face do not wish their winner's bracket run to be ended in such an embarrassing fashion with a 3-0, even against the number 1 seed that is the Guangzhou Charge. Arrow yet to hit the rail, unfortunately.
Alright, Poker Face given up already way too much space to the Charge, who have broken through, gotten to the right.
Ich denke, den Genji in die Meer reinzuspielen könnte scary werden.
Use and Poker Face collapse onto a few targets. The focus fire there, Charge, while split apart, didn't converge back together. So they'll have to.
May allein ist nicht scary, aber die Wall. Die Wall ist tödlich.
Being so strong for the Charge, this is a moment for them to take advantage.
Farway's location noted. The question is, does Muse want to try and commit to it?
Ich denke, Genji in einem Comp-Szenario zu spielen ist auch entweder throwing oder insane smart. To be honest. Weil mit Genji gibt es einfach nichts anderes. Entweder du klatscht mega hart oder bist useless. Es gibt kein Zwischending. Ähnlich wie mit Widow. Wenn du einfach nur existierst, bist du useless. Nicht so wie ein Hanzo oder Soldier oder Tracer. Das ist ein anderes Value. That's kind of unfortunate, to be honest. Wäre das ein Pick gewesen? Slow down. Ah, maybe. Das wäre ein Hit. Aber kein Pick. So, unfortunate. Unfortunate anyways.
He's been kind of a sneaky beaver when it comes to that room to just creep up through these windows. But Choice one, assassination.
Wieso macht man sowas als Entwickler?
Or Piggy's nano, I should say. Charge starts the fight up by 1 and putting immense pressure on these DPS who have fallen back to secondary positions, giving Charge a bit of progress, but still needing a clean fight before capturing it.
Piggy's nano split Poker Face so well there. They're going to try and maybe fight this with the window, but Piggy's just going to take all that space away for free.
Oh, that's...
Now too.
Yeah, it's just taking the space. Have just nullified the use of this Ant Matrix from Simple. Soundbear from Aiden has to be committed. It only hits 3, but it's enough to overwhelm the Charge and force them out of the
I mean,
fight.
Poker Face ist kein Soundbear mehr. Travis hat sie nur Free Blade.
Charge invested the Nano into Piggy. The Nano Blade, if that is something they want to invest into.
Ich glaube nicht, dass sie einen Nano Blade, to be honest.
Great job, Valentine, to basically hold down the cart solo for a little while.
Ah, die Frage ist, wem würde er sonst Nano
on a bit of an adventure in the background. I believe just ran onto. No,
okay.
No. Jimmy, you don't get to slide that one in the back door, my
friend. Close.
Piggy's swapped over now onto a Sigma. No more Winston. Instead, going to try and mitigate a little bit more of the poke.
Ich würde hier bladen und hoffen, dass er einfach rennt. Und den Nano danach benutzen. Like, entweder er bladet und geht Rogue, oder sie machen danach Nano Genji, und er geht dann Rogue. Eins von beiden.
Okay, the charge, because they're kind of just taking this fight slow, building up that nano, taking damage.
Auf jeden Fall
For
muss
that, the nano
die
blade
Trans
is
hier weg.
available. Jimmy creeps up into the left room, can look for shots in itself.
Huge.
Transcendence used, choice A1. Might not
Und die haben
even
Nanoblade.
use the blade because
Und die haben
Muse
Nanoblade.
extended into the Transcendence and got antied. So Pokerface don't even have a tank, and Valentine was, you know, a brother in arms just feeding with him. And
What?
Pokerface just fold in this fight, and the charge will cap A.
That's a thing.
You'll feed. Yes, I will. We'll do that together too. That was great timing as well from Rondo Charge.
That's unlucky.
Used from asleep.
That's unfortunate for Charge.
Being sort of like the activator, and then the accretion coming in.
Weil Charge hat jetzt ein Free Nano Blade. Und das müsste der Point sein. There's no way, dass er sie halten.
Nanoblade! Oh, I did want to go after Aiden and just looked
Huh?
in 3 different directions. Got a bit
Oh, that's
cross-eyed,
unfortunate.
Eventually went after Simple, realizing the immortality was out. And there's a bunch of still low targets from Poker.
I mean,
but Charge,
that's-
they don't want to make a
that's
mistake
fair.
and overextend and feed. So Charge are still halfway to point B.
Now touching the car is going to become precarious because of this gravitic flux which is up and coming from Piggy. It'll be difficult to mitigate, mostly the immortality field, but you want to try and deal with this one, and Simple
Okay.
can't use it too early.
Ant Matrix from Simple is gonna hose down Piggy. Gravitic flux.
Oh, nicer
To
Flux.
try and pressure the people using that Ant Matrix and only catches Simple, and he hides into a corner. Far away is frozen by the Valentine's Blizzard, but hasn't taken a crumb of damage.
Ich denke, Chosen hätte ich drauf fordern können. Auf den
Through,
Flux. Besser.
And Pokerface stabilized on the card.
Curious, what are you talking about with Farway there being frozen by the Blizzard but not taking crumb of damage? That must have been a big yeet from Valentine. It must have just
What?
Matrix and only
this one and Simple.
Wo war Chosen nie?
Become precarious
Während dem
because of
Flux.
this gravitic flux which is up and coming from Piggy. It'll be difficult to mitigate, mostly the immortality field, but you want to try and deal with this one, and Simple
Okay.
can't use it too early.
Ant Matrix from Simple is
This
gonna hose
Flux?
down Piggy. Gravitic flux.
Chosen ist hier.
To try and pressure the people using that Ant Matrix and only catches Simple, and
Der chillt die ganze Zeit hier.
he hides into a corner.
In the
Far
side,
away is
alright.
frozen by the Valentine's Blizzard, but hasn't taken a crumb of damage.
That's unfortunate.
Piggy getting run through, and Pokerface stabilized on the card.
Curious, what are you talking about with
Ich denke, Chosen hätte das hier besser fordern können.
If it were Ramatra and
Und das wäre ein Win.
especially Ramatra with an annihilation in his back pocket,
Ich weiß nicht, warum er gebackupt ist.
refresh that armor and start pummeling again.
A little over
Oh,
a minute.
that's unlucky.
Choice one is just constantly getting frozen up by this Valentine May. Dragon Strike from Jimmy, not sure what
theoretisch-
probably separating this fight.
Nach dem
Jimmy
Teamfight.
loses the hit scan duel to Arrow. Muse is anti, but he has the immortality and healing of his backline. Pokerface pushing in to win the frontline
Oh, nice.
duel. But Muse has truly met his
So close.
match in terms of
Aber theoretisch wäre Chosen fein gewesen, einfach hier zu chillen. Weil. Also es ist klar, dass Piggy ja Flux benutzt.
frontline
Warum nicht?
brawling. And Pokerface
Ich meine,
will be
er hat
using
safe noch
World
gecallt,
to
also.
try and win these fights more cleanly, but you force out
Das ist
the
Plan.
Transcendence of Xerneas.
Der
This
ist.
is a stagger that Charge just can't afford.
Oh, that was a truly transcendence of all time. I'm not feeling very cheesed. My chakras are not happy.
Okay. Let's see.
Xerneas is on an off angle with Jimmy potentially and didn't want to give up that off angle positioning. Grab flux from Piggy hits Muse.
I mean, that's a lot of
Annihilation,
fucking
he walks
damage.
through. Sound Bear and Ant Matrix. A big investment from Pokerface. I was waiting to see
Die
that.
Annihilation,
This fight
der
down to 20
Beat,
seconds.
der.
Xerneas
Die
will not
Matrix.
be a part of that fight. Probably gonna have to swap over now onto the Lucio or the Kiriko, Moira, anything. Jimmy's gone too. Can anyone even touch here, Lemon? This
Ich
might
weiß nicht, ob
be
die
Gonjo
Trans
Charge
hier
fumbling the bag a little
Ding
bit in
ist, to be
Pokerface,
honest.
buying
Nee.
themselves back into this series and
Walker?
denying a sweep.
Choice one almost got done dirty by the wall being a little too slippery. Piggy has to be the next to anchor, but behind him is a blizzard from Valentine, the overclock from Arrow. Pokerface have done it.
Die
They've
Wall
slain
war
the charge on this map and
unfortunate.
will be winning Shambali to potentially cause a reverse sweep. MTD sort of spelled by Arrow, but the feeling nonetheless is betrayed.
There's certainly something to be said for misspelling a 3-letter acronym. that
Sort of misspelled.
Hat
They've
er das
slain the
misspelled?
charge
Hab's nicht gesehen. Really?
on this map and we'll be winning Shambali to potentially
NTD.
cause a
misspelling a 3-letter acronym.
Happens.
That's
happy.
a real doing, but I'll
Also.
tell you what, Pokerface, excellent proactive gameplay, hunting out Xerneas that early.
Ich denke, Pokerface ist nicht so koordiniert. Ich denke, das hat die hier gekillt, to be honest. Ich glaube, das ist ihr größtes Problem für die Comp.
Play speedy, they have to get value out of this Lucio, and the charge, they're not going to want to brawl this close. Piggy is exposed, he did get walled off from his team, but playing his corners well. Bubble popped, he actually got boomed back into the corner. I'm not sure what happened, I think that was Aiden.
Yeah.
What a play from Pokerface. And now they need to take advantage of this moment, and so they have. Muse goes in, fed a little bit,
Clutch
didn't get as much backup as he wanted, but it's still a good initial push from Pokerface.
Mal schön gesehen, Piggy wollte hier rausspringen, aber unlucky.
Midway through that leap. Remember, the weakness of Winston is all his momentum is in the initial leap of the jump pack. Doesn't get it afterwards, so if he's interrupted, he ain't going nowhere. Still waiting for Muse to come back. Pokerface have to play this a little bit more.
Der Bot glitscht ein bisschen raus.
But once Muse does return, I'm happy to see Pokerface are finally using the Lucio to the best of his ability, getting on top of these vulnerable members. Even if it's just Piggy, you've got to continuously be doing this damage and laying down that pressure.
I'm surprised at how much space Pokerface are giving. It's almost like they want to be out of dive range from the Winston so that Piggy doesn't have any opportunities to engage. Usually you see rush comps wanting to close the gap all the time, so Pokerface could be exposed to poke damage, but they're playing these corners very smartly. Pokerface are contesting the bot forever, and it's up to the charge to pull the trigger on the dive. Piggy,
I mean, Charge kann hier ewig stehen, den macht es nix. Die haben das Lied.
a bit easier when you have the nano of far away.
Still,
Pokerface.
Charge a little bit happy to play this more slowly as they've got a better pick potential from the Hanzo
Andere
compared
Beton.
to the Soldier, and there's the Nano.
Yeah, catching the
Zwindu da ist immer noch scary.
used at the last second. Blizzard from Valentine thrown behind Piggy,
Fair.
and even freezing him up before the Primal comes online. Is how Pokerface are playing this purely reactionary, this purely counter dive rush comp.
Yeah, it's almost just an anti-guerrilla bunker that's been set up here by Pokerface, just doing everything
I
they
mean,
can to make sure Piggy doesn't
Pokerface
get any
realisiert,
fun. Yes, the Primal Rage is
dass
now available.
Piggy hier relativ
On
overextentiert zum
Valentine.
Beispiel.
And the arrow manages to jump out
Like,
of the
obviously,
dive.
Primal,
Jimmy has gotten these pigs and
feeling.
dragged out of his mind on Shambali. And Jimmy, because of this rush, is not going to take any pressure besides at range. It'll be up to Arrow to win that, but he gets stunned up.
Aufgrund von dem,
The rally of Xerneas manages to
von
jump
der
out,
Overclock.
gets the sound barrier. Great
Könnte
call
eigentlich
from
nicht
Pete.
rotate mit der
What
Primal.
can Pokerface get out of this fight? Well,
Weil's einfach zu viel Damage ist.
of the charge. Choice one could
Piggy
be
muss ja
looking
Winston
with the pulse
Winston
swap, but
switchen.
with the charge
Und das
constantly
Mirror.
engaging,
Oder allgemein
Pokerface
Charge
can
muss
take
es
up so
mirrorn.
much more space.
Xerneas in big trouble now. The Annihilation looking to beat down that brig.
Oh, that's
Still,
unlucky.
everyone can move away from this ultimate now, and it'll quickly dissipate. A beautiful sleep from far away to rescue this.
Choice one, missing that.
Ich weiß nicht warum, aber ich finde es mega schwierig, einen Ramatra zu sleepen.
Converges on the tanks and the rest of Pokerface.
Fast als wäre so ein
Where
bisschen
the red
glitched.
competition is the
So ein bisschen
weakness
Bug.
is in these open areas. I predict Pokerface winning these fights.
Ich erinnere so an den Tag, wo ich 4-mal durch eine Ramatra gesleept habe.
It's gonna suffer.
Yeah, Pokerface, that's why they continually fall back into that pillars area and try and play it defensively, even if it does mean completely limiting their overall progress on the objective. Aiden's the brave little frog that could, but you got to be careful. Those gorillas are going to eventually turn you to mincemeat. Piggy's continuing to take this damage, though, and it's just feeding more ult charge over
On the
to
Benton.
Barley.
Oh, Piggy, he's running buck wild. He has the nano when Jimmy delivers damage at the front. As Pokerface are down by 2 and now getting staggered more with that fight win. Charge will be taking the lead and going towards the forward checkpoint.
Oh, Piggy just being weapons grade annoying up in this apartment was such a problem for Pokerface. They could not path onto Farway, knowing that Piggy could easily slip in behind them, start cleaving Aiden and Simple and force out an early immortality field, which they're trying to save for something like a Pulse Bomb, like a Rally, like a Dragon Strike, all of which are coming up now for the Guangzhou charge.
Dragon Strike to help Piggy. It's in the first floor. Piggy's on the top floor. Making noise for
weißt
the
du, Blizzard?
neighbors. Pokerface hoping to contest maybe, but again, without this tracer, you don't have great objective presence.
I mean, jetzt wenn Blizzard raus ist, ist das
ground to maybe deny that forward spawn. Charge start
advantage.
investing their own ultimates. It's the rally from Xerneas, who finds himself dueling against a Mei, forcing the ice block. Piggy needs to peel for this as well. Xerneas walled off, still has Valentine to deal with, and Xerneas has been left alone. Charge really lost focus at that point. Choice A1 gets some nice picks, but
there's no way that's Piggy is there, right?
Choice A1 might still be feeling it here. Piggy has to disengage. Choice A1 wants to get Aiden. He could force out
Judge muss sich hier regroupen.
This fight. It would be beautiful, but Guangzhou Charge simply don't have the personnel to make it happen at this
Jimmy
point.
kommt late.
But with the forward
That's
spawns
bad.
here, Guangzhou Charge are going to be able to recontest this rather fast, even if I don't think it's
Ist jetzt erst
necessarily in their
respawn?
interest to
They can push
try and
this?
contest this within the pillars and once again try
They
and
can push
draw
this?
Poker Face out into those more open areas where the Ramatra really suffers due to the amount of distance he has to cover.
I think Poker Face will have an easier time getting out of pillars and onto the stairs with how many ults they have, but they cannot.
Was ich erwarten wird, dass die Soldier hier den Highground nimmt. Und dann die Overclock ballert. Das wird, denke ich, das Play.
Their backline got antied. Piggy makes the call.
Geht.
He jumps in with Nano. Great reaction from Aiden with the sound beer. But how do Poker Face punish this? They see the Piggy jump back. Arrow jumps to the back, to the high ground, and almost dunks on two. Simple had to get involved, but Piggy trades with an equal 2K. So Poker Face are not thriving in this fight, despite
Primal.
jump on the charge.
Primal
Charger
Force.
investing more and more ults. You got probably the pulse bomb coming out, but mainly the primal rage that is just ruining Poker Face.
I don't know how much value the Mei is really bringing to this comp. It synergizes well with the Ramatra, yes, but it means that they're sharing the same weakness of having trouble getting up onto those well-positioned supports. Farway just feels immortal right now. Even with Arrow bearing down on him with an overclock, still managing to dodge out of the way and duel for long enough for Piggy to be able to come in and clean up two players on high ground in both Simple and Arrow.
Choice one's still running on 0 deaths, by the way.
I mean, Farway spielt auch so safe, to be honest.
He's left unchecked due to the lack.
There's no way, dass Poker Face somehow Farway drankommt. Like, wir wollen die Farway hier oben contesten. That's not a thing.
It does stun Xerneas. You remove the rally potential. Poker Face also funneling damage using the Matrix. Arrow spotting the push from Choicey One. Simple in trouble. Piggy follows up.
Nice
and
nade.
the charge dive prevails again when Poker Face seems to have a heads up start to these fights. Muse doesn't know whether to push forward or to peel for his backline, and that is the confusion and the chaos that Charge seems to thrive in.
Piggy just continues to get out scot-free right here, and Arrow making a poor disengagement choice, sliding through the bubble, which not only stopped any healing from coming through, but also directly into the
Und das ist das Problem jetzt auch für Attack, für Farway. Farway kann nicht mehr so safe spielen wie eben. Farway muss jetzt aggressive Engel-Zeiten für sein Team zu backup. Und das ist, wo Farway jetzt gefokust wird und sehr wahrscheinlich dead ist. Kann nicht mehr im Highground chillen, er kann nicht mehr 3 Kilometer hinten stehen. It's not a thing. Dasselbe für Arrow.
Annihilation from Muse, seeing if they can get that trade. Charge are starting to feel it. Piggy, Primal is already gone, and Jimmy is removed. You got barely any healing and barely any damage for the charge, and this is a chance for Poker Face to try and take a lead. But there was also a back cap by Piggy.
That's the thing.
Choice A1, making Poker Face journey back so much longer.
And that back cap level is so important, and not just because it extends the journey back and allows for forward spawns.
Ist das Forward Spawn?
It also means that Poker Face have to push past the bug scratch. They need to win another fight after that checkpoint to be able to equal that overall distance. Piggy's play right there might have just won Guangzhou Charge this map if Poker Face are going to win.
Das Gute ist, Farway und Jimmy können jetzt einfach den Highground chillen. Und there's no way, dass sie das contesten können. Weil der einzige, der Jimmy und Farway auf dem Highground da contesten kann, ist Arrow. Und Arrow wird obvious. What the fuck? War die Wall?
focus on pushing the bot. He will Blizzard himself. Poker Face descend to help their May player.
Oh,
and
nice.
This kind of
That's
works
a
out.
trade.
You pick off Jimmy and Xerneas. Poker Face don't have simple though, so it's pure Lucio heals for Muse.
Die Anna ist
As
noch
Arrow has
alive.
the
Das
overclock.
Support-Line
You have
für
the,
Charge.
4+1
Und die haben Respawn.
for Poker Face available in a second. 8 meters
Stallen
away
die
for
das?
Poker Face
Wir
and a
müssen
chance to force a game 5 if they can go to the end. A Soundberry engage doesn't hit Valentine, but Piggy is now
Nano Wintern?
close to Primal, but Arrow isn't concerned with him.
They all left the
No
point. They all
shot!
left the
No
point.
shot! No shot! That just happened! Oh my god! Everyone, stop!
Dein Arrow in jeder.
Oh, stop the presses. I can't believe it. They all just left. They just got up.
They
said,
know.
I'm done with this game, and they left. And, oh, Valentine, looking
Oh,
pretty forlorn. The same for me.
Oh, that hurts. that hurts. Oh, die tut mir leid, to be honest. So funny wie das ist, das tut mir leid für Pokerface. Das ist ein richtiger Downbreaker. Das ist so die Map 5 zu verlieren. Davor.
That Ramatra boost as well. Backbone, he ain't. Skull emoji.
Show me the
Backbone,
chat!
he
Show me
ain't.
the chat! I want to see what Piggy wrote. Please.
I'll give you a clue as to what he wrote. It was 2 letters and it was repeated multiple times.
That's frustrating for Poker Face. That was very winnable. Yes, they didn't have simple, maybe a lot of
Das ist
sound barrier though, plus arrows starting to pop off.
Okay.
You just needed Valentine to probably be the one who anchored the cart there, but again, not having a tracer makes that job so difficult. You don't have as much
Left chat. Unlucky.
sustainability or as much mobility to kind of survive on your own.
Oh, that's so
Big
unfortunate.
miscom in these stressful moments. That really hurts for Poker Face.
It is extreme. Void certainly could have exited on a high if he'd so desired, but being picked up initially as the sole tank for Seoul Dynasty, eventually being supplemented with Belos Rhea, there must have been quite a beseeching offer made by Toby on the coaching staff to bring him back from the brink of retirement and say, hey, Seoul Dynasty needs you, Seoul needs you, I need you.
Jesus.
And hey,
And out of
it's been good for them.
244 Aufrufe jetzt schon auf meinem Video.
If you believe Sunjun is best at Tracer, it matches
That's a
better
sick. TikTok
for
is
overall speed. Ramatra
anders.
usually pair this with your Tracer player on the May.
TikTok ist aber
wanting
anders.
to play the speed, violence, and aggression here on sub level. This is the composition they prefer, and Prophet is back on the Sojourn. Seoul Dynasty already command the high ground as Hangzhou Spark will set their sights on Krillin and Lee Su-min. Leaf has already showed himself back there in recalls, as Seoul Dynasty will have to have eyes at the back of their head, as they're also throwing knives at the head of Langston, but not able to connect through that yet. Seoul Dynasty turn around because they are getting flanked by the Spark dive, which hasn't netted any kills yet.
Void now though, stuck on the low ground, but Goushway spends too long fighting the Junker Queen. You cannot risk that as a Winston. He's done good job thus far of avoiding a frontline confrontation. But the second that Void's going to close that distance, but Winston will not be long for this world. Remember that his chances to disengage are going to be very often waylaid by that knife that will just drag him back midway through a jump and leave him with no recourse and no way to escape.
A good cooldown usage from Seoul, you know, whether you want to shout in or use the shout as a reaction to the dive. And Lee Su-min hasn't died despite the Spark dive always heading his direction. Seoul Dynasty give up the high ground, but they are just trying to also contest. Because of the double flanker situation from Spark, they can pressure the point so often, and Seoul Dynasty need to be ready and not be split up too much, whether you need the speed of Krillin or Void's shout to pick up a fight. Seoul Dynasty have to play off
Der
the
MP
contact.
hier wird gleich huge.
Did get hacked, recalls in place, blinks away, and Seoul
Dynasty
continue to
hat
win.
absolut keine Antwort auf den
Already with
EMP.
an EMP. A spacing
Oh,
here
nicer
for
spot.
supports is not great. They could both get caught.
Nice
once. Remember
spot.
that Void can't really change position super quickly to deal with that.
Spark muss hier chillen und nur auf den EMP
Positions away
warten.
from the pulse bomb. Kitsune rush from
EMP?
Seoul to take advantage of this moment, but they walk
Thanks.
into the EMP of Shy. And Seoul Dynasty somehow healed through that thanks to the accelerated support of Lee Su-min. Pulse
I should fall,
from
right?
Leave is a good fight starter, removing that tank. You don't have a lot of front line, and you don't have a lot of speed.
Wait, break
having
that.
shout removed.
That's
Hangzhou
not-
Spark on a nano. They haven't
Nano?
really won this fight yet, needing to remove that
What
fight from Seoul Dynasty.
is
Now that Void
happening?
is back in the picture. They sound barrier. Seoul
Overclock?
Dynasty want to
Come,
keep this
why not?
point, but it does get flipped, and Prophet's gonna make sure it doesn't stay in their hands for too long.
Private.
Guy's on his jealous arc right
You don't
now.
think
He
that for
wants to
cool?
be the one doing that. He
That's
wishes
actually
to be
it.
the Soja, but it simply is not happening. Hangzhou Spark miscalculated that engagement. They used
That's
the EMP
actually
into the
it.
Kitsune
Jeder
rush,
drückt
which
gerade
meant more
cool.
heals could come out
As
of the
soon
kill.
as you
More
got it.
Suzus as the cooldowns were coming up quicker. And now Void, when you come to the point, the Rampage is ready and waiting as you take them
I mean,
to the
Spark had you
underworld.
ready.
Oh, Void got fumbled. He got Suzu. What a save by Lee
Oh, what?
Min.
Geht's so
And Spark, they rally, but the Rampage gets stuck.
Get stuck?
Not a great call from Void, and Seoul Dynasty don't have someone to lead and command.
That's
this
unfortunate.
fight. Monk is flanked. Sunjun hasn't delivered the final blow. 99%.
What the
though,
fuck
Seoul
is
will
going
give up
on?
the Spark again.
Blanks got what was needed, hitting the
Somebody
stun
break
onto
the
Void.
stun.
Of course, if
I
Void had been
can.
able to end that Rampage and then chain it into a Carnage, for self-healing could have been
I
able to
mean-
sustain them. Now Shy.
That's not
actually
a-
able to try and track this
Oh.
incoming.
Suzu again. Lisu Min is saving Void so much. If Void was on the desk, he would give him player of the match.
Ich denke auch nicht, dass
That is
Jungle Queen das
sure.
Play ist.
Great timing as Seoul Dynasty can fight the tail again. They
Be
go to
honest.
the high ground to the right side, but they might be walking into an EMP. Do they know this is coming? Prophet is charged up. Sunjun wins
Ich denke
the
nicht, dass die
duel.
Screen-
Leave is
oh.
removed. Shy
By any
pulls
means
the
schlecht in
EMP,
der
and I don't
Combo.
think it's really hurt Seoul Dynasty at all. Kitsune Rush from Lisu Min.
Ah, ich denke, bei einem
As Seoul
Winston oder einem
Dynasty
Board hätte ich
command the
einfach
fight.
viel mehr
Profits or
Versatility
Lisa was
für den
like,
High
hey, is
Ground.
that free access to your Ana? Don't
That's with
mind if I
Queen.
do. Kushui won't be able to stay long, should be executed before overtime's ticked up again, but Shy keeps it going.
That's just Seoul Dynasty winning this and just needing to clean up the
Yeah.
fight. It's up to Lanksa. There's a nano.
Red boss?
To save Lanksa, and Prophet jumped in to get the final blow and
Oh.
punish. Monk might have just
That was
saved
overkill
this
too.
fight, as Lanksa
Kinda.
is anchoring the point for everything he can, but the pulse bomb will remove him, and Spark have no support.
I mean, Prophet
And
kommt ja
no
mit
hope,
Overclock.
As 100 to 48 goes to Seoul Dynasty.
Ja.
100 to 48% Lemon. But would you believe that both of these teams have the same number of deaths? It's been a fairly attrition-focused game as Void has been continuously warding away Hangzhou Spark from actually touching the point and actually making
Ich denke,
it good.
wie
on the
gesagt,
kills
das-
they've got. And I tell you what,
Das Problem mit Queen ist, du brauchst diese Uptime auf deinem Bleed-Effekt,
This is what we're kind of hoping that
maybe you know, zu brawlen.
to put Shy on a hero
Das ist, warum
confident on that he can extract some
Queen-Spieler
value.
immer zwischendurch Medien, um diese Uptime
Method and
von
say,
dem
hey,
Heal zu haben.
We don't want Jimmy playing Sombra, so let's just put him on a hero he's
So,
really good at and we'll
yeah.
get value out of it that way.
Shy was kind of half and half on his EMP efficiency. They won one fight, lost one.
Tekramata ist hier
After that,
deutlich besser.
Void on the Ramatra. He can hold a lot better space here on Labs. This is usually the composition they run. We'll see how comfortable Sunjun is on the Mei. Flexibility has been something I've wanted to see more, or just to learn more about Sunjun, because I'm the new one here, and so is he. Spark will have at least the high ground control with the dive, wanting to tunnel in on Prophet, see if they can spark up
Das
his
Ding ist, jeder
jump.
mag Ballcoms,
He is unlocked.
aber keiner mag Mei.
There first, it is contested by Leave on the right side, just putting trickle damage in. Leave is going to need more reinforcements to remove this Ramatra. As Void just stares into the abyss in Seoul Dynasty, they wall themselves off, just trying to protect. But Seoul Dynasty take angles around the Spark and manage to not let them really get anything out of their bag.
Check out that dreadful duo of the May and Malusa.
I mean,
It's
the
a
Winston
strategy
dies,
that's
right?
almost a year old now. It was a hallmark of how London Spitfire were playing the game beforehand, Lemon, in their signature rush composition. And completely unexpected by Hangzhou Spark. They did not expect for both those players to be there that quickly. Leave might actually get staggered here if they're not careful. But no, over into the safe and loving arms of Monk.
I
Happy
mean,
to see Shy
Leaf
here
is
playing the
kinda
Ash,
safe.
but I would have much more enjoyed a Hanzo. He seems like such a powerful character at the moment with that consistent threat of a one-tap.
Seoul Dynasty have the Amp Matrix. This is great to defend with. As soon as Spark look in a committed position, maybe after the jump.
I think
the whip plays
Ash
down
is
that
fine,
Amp
to be
Matrix,
honest.
But we'll see if Lee Shy will pressure them off
Sie,
this ultimate
es gibt ein
fight.
ähnliches
Demon
Feld wie
playing in
Hanzo, von
so
daher.
deep, spots Gushue without a bubble
So,
and
da war.
without much breath. Does jump back to safety, and with Void removed by the pulse of Leave, gives Spark a chance to take this fight 5v3 despite the Ant Matrix that was nicely called by Lee Soo-min. Spark will flip the point.
And now can finally play from his defensive position. This is where Ash can get the most value. Just making sure that on
Vor allem
your
Bob
way
ist
you
so
have
strong
the
gegen das
dividends.
Dragon.
You have the
denk,
Fever Troll Tolv is exactly
in
where
der
we're at.
Hinsicht,
That one not
that's
actually
fine.
striking home, but hey, the Bob's going to be available, and the Bob here is easily able to be placed on.
Die Frage ist, wir wollen den Bob hier benutzen.
Guarantee the Bob maintains that point access when you need to do that because you can't really risk a brawl with the Ramatra.
Soul Dynasty.
Yeah, that's
the
fine.
Point gets contested by Shy's
Oh,
Bob and
oh
Leave
my.
as well. Primal jumps out of the blizzard from Sunjun, and that's the difficulty of playing Mei against this comp. And we saw it in our last series. It's hard to lock down such mobile characters unless you just yeet it towards an Ana or a Brig. Either way, point still for Spark.
Nano
They
Monkey.
jump in with the Nano Winston,
Der Hanzo dies, right?
forcing out the jump of
Prophet dies
Prophet,
hier.
who's laying down the damage, and Gush
Huh?
is
Okay.
focusing down on the
Is that so?
supports, but falls back. Here's the annihilation of
That's
Void.
unlucky.
Might need the Krillin sound
Wo war
barrier
Leaf?
if he's close enough to activate it, but
Wo
Void
war
does
Leaf
not
in dem
get
Dive?
saved. Krillin not in range, but will activate it for the rest of his team. 4v5, and now evening things up with that kill on length up.
Bro, Krillin hits for Samba on the lip. Now it's anybody's game. In comes the Pulse Bomb, but everyone's easily able to avoid that. A shield in the center broken down, and Leaves not long for this world either. Will be a point flip coming on through, and for Hangzhou Spark, that was a brutally expensive fight. The Nano Rally and Pulse Bomb all used. Now Void's ready to return. Oh, the Junker Queen this time instead. Ready to play against Gushue a lot more directly. No longer wanting to play this delicate tap dance of moving around that Ramatra instead, which is to simply go in, cause havoc, take him to the underworld.
Prophet has found these great first picks. Forcing now the Ash away to the double flanker. Spark returns. See if they can play off a contact of these hacks. But it takes time to get into position. The hack onto Krillin. Spark make the call. Gushue jumps in with Primal. And Soul Dynasty are able to heal quite well. Sunjun might still even have Ice Block. Dragon Strike might force Spark back. As Lee Soo-min retaliates with the Ant Matrix. And Spark are taking so much
huge.
poke. And Soul Dynasty just crushed the dive hopes of the Spark. And are about to take the round 100-73. As long as you can remove these DPS of Leave and Shy.
Yes, it was a nice sleep, but I'm afraid that Void is far from executable here. Don't open that .exe because it will strike back at you. Overtime shall tick on down, Lemon. And hey, Prophet this one with 10 final blows and 2 deaths. What a statement from this player. And guess what? Sunjun, while maybe not being a statistically comparable,
Ich glaube, das geht alles auf den Dive zurück. Von eben. Mit Nano Monkey. Ich behaupte, wenn Leaf da gefordert wäre, hätte das gemacht. Ich gehe davon aus, er hat für die Backline gepiert. Das ist der einzige Grund, den ich mir vorstellen kann, warum er nicht dabei war. Und selbst dann fände ich es unkandidiert. Weil du musst darauf vertrauen, dass dein Ash das einfach dann macht. Das Schei ist kein schlechter DPS-Player. Ich kann das. Und wenn nicht, dann gehört er nicht zu Oster. Punkt. Ah, das kenn ich. Aber
And that's due to just locking in the Diva, who's been kind of their off-tank specialist, and then trying to counter Winston's in that regard. Where maybe, I know Soul Dynasty have been experimenting between Belisria and Void, where Void recently had a lot more playtime, but now that Belisria has Sunjun, I think he can get a lot more assistance on the front, and then you have a
There's no
little
way
bit more
that's again, right?
confidence in your Winston
This
mirror.
switch
So that's
does.
why Belisria is in over Void.
Exactly, so Lemon Sharp.
ja.
Just doing a little bit of scouting to begin with, figuring out what Soul Dynasty are going
no.
to roll forth with. I love to see Prophet off of the Sombra still on this.
Das nenne ich einen
But,
Dive.
Hangzhou Spark are not
Das
banned.
nenne ich einen Dive.
The collapse, the dive of Spark, beautiful in that case. Soul Dynasty maybe tried to
Almost
dive
perfect.
in to catch length, though, who's still exposed. in
Sombra
that
hack,
corner,
Tracer
not
und
really
Winston.
netting much. If anything, Spark
Oh,
are
Prophet
going
switch
in
auf
for round
Widow.
number 2, but didn't get any
Oh,
low
unlucky.
enough targets. Prophet did swap to the Widow to maybe get like a cheeky pick off of it, but back to the Hanzo he goes, I imagine. And Spark still have Leave hanging around. Recall's been forced, and Shy almost got the hack on him. Sunjun goes back to his supports.
Remember, Shy does have to play a little bit more scared up against Hanzo, of course, if he's going to be the primary target taking these skirmishes. As you can't really predict the headshots when they do come through, and you might have to accept a touch early. Gushway goes deep. What's this?
Right after the Ana, dodges to sleep, I guess, and Lengsa bashed away from Monk's LOS, so there's no saving that. Spark have definitely fumbled the bag on this defense,
so smart.
Gushway and Monk, I guess, have been able to
I mean, that's a
trade
perfect
at the last
dive comp,
second, but this is still an
to be
opening
honest.
for Soul to at least get the first tick.
Hey, you know what, chat? Have been pretty mean to Belosria. But I'm going to tell you that Lengsa there actually got killed by Belosria because he used the knockoff to actually knock Lengsa into the midst of his team and off of that high ground. He landed in between Monk and Lengsa and separated them. Great play from the Winston.
Okay, you just
Nice.
deposit that pulse bomb anywhere than near your team. Good job by Lengsa. Spark do recontest at the 97%, but Gushway steps off. He wanted to play his life for the Primal, but where is Leave? Leave and Gushway need to be mentally connected to cycle these things, or you're just gonna blow your chances like that.
Well, first point gathered.
Ich denke, das war
Plenty of
das
time,
Makro.
Lemon, Hangzhou Spark on their signature comp here. Not able to play as well off the aggression. Still, Gushway's been rewarded with a Primal Rage. It will be matched by Belosria, and I pointed out earlier how differently these two Winstons like to play their ults. But hey, Belosria, developmental on the Winston potentially. Still, remember, it was only a young player on the Philadelphia Fusion. There's so much room for this player to grow and improve as Leave moves in to just get a little bit of light contest on the card.
Soul Dynasty just not worried about the high ground, just trying to bulldoze some progress on the cart. And there's really two styles of playing this map, of high ground control all the way, like in our last series, or maybe getting EMP'd. Shy hits the supports, Krillin deleted.
Spark spielt ja almost perfect, to be honest.
But he tucks away into the closet, keeping his life. Soul Dynasty trying to trade backlines and do so. Both Ana's removed, like so as well. Sunjun connecting so well with Belosria, who had needed to use the Primal Rage.
And stick
The
of the
lead gets last
Tracer?
lap, and Spark maybe stabilize on the cart shortly.
Bro, Lee Soo-min is freaking
I mean, Leaf
foul
kann das
on the
hier
Tracer.
relativ easy contesten.
Belosria unfortunately stays a little bit too long. Oh, they actually caught them during the movement there from Lee Soo-min. They wanted to be able to put down the nano onto Belosria to allow him to survive.
Vor allem dieses Hacked Health Pack da unten. Das ist mega.
The LOS that was needed. Soul Dynasty, a little bit of the comms disruption here. It's going to allow Hungry Spark to once again set up for a dive. Which is
Es gibt
gonna
aber so viel Raum.
Dynasty maybe needs Sunjun's presence on the car, but he also wants to
Soll ich einfach mal Winston, der einfach schnell Backup sich das mega crappt und erst fallen. Oder einer deiner DPS.
Soul Dynasty dive afterwards, but aren't able to convert on kills onto Monk or Lengsa. And actually, they're the ones firing back. They drop an ante, and Soul Dynasty fall apart. But up next, they'll have 4 ults.
I'm now officially asking Soul Dynasty to start using some of their support ults when they need to survive. That would be a good step here to try and rebuff any of the aggression Hungry Sparks in their way. Of course, Shy going to be able to note any of the impending movements. This allows Gushway to get very easy dives without peeking first.
I took an honor shot. Lee Soo-min very low. The hack, and Shy will build up towards EMP. And he'll be back with that soon. Sunjun delivers an important pulse bomb. Spark missing.
Ich weiß nicht, ob wir die Primal halten können.
Monk to death. And Soul Dynasty takes
Ich meine, das ist ein nicer Pick auf morgen, aber hätte er da wirklich primen müssen?
Soul Dynasty need to take advantage of.
Yeah, now Hungry Spark, they've been
I mean, Spark hat
infected
hier
by the
5
no-ult
Ults.
brainworms. Allow themselves to lose that fight with 5 ultimates in the bank, even with Shy being warded away a little bit too early. Gushway
I mean, Dynasty macht den Nano Monkey, dann kommt die Ready.
Oh, you missed the sleep. That's bad.
That's bad.
I wonder if he got flailed or something, but Gushway is gonna run unchecked
Almost
until
bad
the rally stuns him up, brings Gushway down to 100 HP. Soul Dynasty rallying and fortifying their backline. Belosria trying to get his revenge. He's nanoed himself. Rally and response.
Oh,
Bit of a
gebetet,
deja vu
huge.
moment. 90 seconds for Soul Dynasty to get point B. Lynx has removed the rally no longer.
Prophet hat EMP.
Soul Dynasty have an EMP, but does Prophet want to conserve it? He's looking for
Der
a
hätte ihn.
group up.
Der
And
hätte das.
Spark don't even want to
Next
recontest.
fight.
That'll be a point B cap. Actually, Gushway popped on in real quick, and Leave isn't there. So once Gushway is dead, there's no
Und mit Spec
contesting
das hier.
Homie
There's
ain't
no
ready
way.
for the cold hard fact, but Belosria was the better Winston in that fight by 1,000,000%. Both using the Nano. Winston, even a primal out of Goushway, completely fumbled some of the mechanics, and also bad call from Monk. I don't know if Goushway asked for Nano, but hit it on a disengage from Goushway, so he missed a good amount of uptime, and then it allowed for Krillin to get a good whip shot on the re-engage. Belos Rhea right now.
That's unfortunate
No longer
for Spark.
reliability. He's a champion.
Oh, catching Leave there. Didn't get the hack, but the damage.
I mean,
Rico
Spark
goes
with your
right into
baby.
them. I don't know if Leave
Obvious.
wants that smoke, but EMP at the ready for profit. Hack on the Leave. Surely you can kill
Nano
him
sollte
from
auch
this
gleich
one.
kommen.
He blinks over to the Mega Pack. Leave needs some help. Goushway steps up right into the EMP of Profit. Doesn't hit enough members of the Spark, but they will be giving up some space just to heal back up. Now 90 seconds for the Seoul Dynasty to get towards point C. They'll have Rally, they'll have
Sobald Dynasty hier um die Ecke ist, sollten wir das haben.
Sungjun if he can get a good pulse bomb, and maybe he has, forces out the Nano of Monk to save Blankstuff from the
Wenn Dynasty
pulse.
den Fight
And Seoul Dynasty
gewinnt, dann
have
haben sie
evened
es.
things up, but Spark take the initiative, they dive on in. Goushway has the primal, so he can overstay his welcome, but wants to conserve
Unlucky.
for as long as possible.
Krillin wants to hold on to this rally too here, making themselves potentially undivable. You can even interrupt an EMP. It's used
Oh,
to
nice
try and
already.
rebuff it instead.
Nice
Four-man
already.
EMP from Shy. Krillin rallies, leads to him in low. Leaving Shy can't get the killing blow until the Ana has to get involved.
Almost.
Either way, the pulse from Leave is great.
Das hätte jetzt auch
And so on
geschuldet.
the Spark, they brought Seoul Dynasty's time bank down to a single minute, and every stagger here counts. Beautiful hack by Shy.
Overall,
I mean,
maybe
Stick of the
Krillin-
Tracer ist jetzt nicht.
Oh, that was this. Moving over to the Moira now, of all things. For Moira Anna. Well, this is just a little bit quirky, isn't it? Krillin can't actually decide what he wants to play right now. AFK and Spawn right back over to a Brigitte.
Oh, das ist nicht gut für Almost Overtime.
What hero you want to play
Hero
when you're ready?
subs.
Not like we're on a timer here. Hongjo Spark now.
He's a
Playing with minimal
committers.
resources. The rally, yes, going to make it incredibly difficult for Sonjun to actually make that dive happen. Incredibly vulnerable.
Ich denke, Break ist der richtige Call. Für Monk, für Monk sag ich, für die Ehre am Leben zu
Shy
behalten.
will be behind them.
Wenn
Seoul
ich-
Dynasty have to be aware of this.
Ah ja,
On in.
wieso?
Belos Rhea being
Wieso?
pressured, though.
I don't know.
Antiques left and more, but he just keeps on trucking against the rally. Though
Warte mal,
has to be
gibt
aware
es
of the stuns
Space?
that Linksa can
Müssen das
deliver as
respektieren?
Spark will head back towards the end of point C.
Dann Bramble.
Seoul Dynasty in overtime. And ready soon is the Nano of Monk. This could be the lifesaver, but Belos Rhea has primal. Goushway does not. Belos Rhea jumps.
Können die mit der Dano nicht ausmachen, das ist die Frage.
As Goushway has the Nano, he can maybe find quicker trades. He goes after Prophet.
Oh, Prophet sollte hier sterben.
Needs
Oh,
Leave
okay.
to follow up, but directs his attention to Krillin, and Spark's focus fire isn't there to get any kills. But
That's unlucky.
Rhea
Shy hat hier
once he
almost
primals,
irgendwie-
he's still living,
Oh,
but
no.
steps off the cart. Sunjun was right around the corner.
Ah. Well, that's real sad, actually. With, I believe, 5 members of Seoul Dynasty up, that is incredibly sad, to be honest. Right now,
Ich brauche einen Kaffee.
it was looking like it could have been a real completion there for Seoul Dynasty. Still, 2 meters.
I can take this.
65
I can
meters,
take
not the worst. Here's a quick look at Shy trying to get value out of this EMP. Gets
Oh, he's stunned. I didn't
The
see
range
that.
on that, bro. Oh, it's because of the expanded hitbox. Yes, it impacts Goushway first, but it actually projects a hitbox kind of like a Doomfist punch, which means that you don't have to travel all that distance to deliver a stun. That's brutal.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Thanks,
Me neither.
Goushway. Thanks.
And thanks, replay.
Thanks, replay. I didn't even see that in the fight. But still very good push for Seoul Dynasty. A lot of teams just feels impossible to push the end of point C, which is kind of a fortress that it is. Hangzhou Spark have to go all the way to that box of victory to even up the series, or Seoul Dynasty will go to match point. And it was kind of a very critical and deadly initial dives from Spark off of their sort of double flanker setup, but sometimes they overstay and overextend and get punished, so we'll see if Seoul Dynasty will be more measured on their approach.
Shy, rolling out here on the Sojourn, might even tempt in a dive. And of course, when you do play one of those hit scans, yes, you are vulnerable to dives, but you can also play it knowingly, kind of as a bait if you've got someone who's ready to respond to that. That's why we see Goushway playing a little bit further away, so we can potentially hit a counter-diving jump onto someone who overextends themselves. But instead, it's just Belos Rhea getting a touch of poke.
Yeah, but the Sojourn is a good anti-dive hero. You jump away from the dives, or you follow up when they try to dive away if you think you have a chance of winning it. So Shy clearly not confident on the Sombra, and I like this call, especially after the canceled EMP we saw. Monk did get dove upon though, and Soul Dynasty will be ahead and hunting for more. Prophet didn't get the hack he was hoping for. Belosria flailed away. Spark unable to at least pop that Belosria bubble, so he stays safe for now.
Safety is all he really needs. Just give time for Prophet to gather a little bit more of that information, allowing Prophet to make a more intense and informed dive. That's a well-placed disruptor shot, though. That keeps Belosria at bay for just a little bit longer.
Okay, Soul Dynasty just have Linksa fully exposed here, and Shy has to step up to help trade out on the damage. Gushue at the front, trying to trap Soul Dynasty in mini pack room, dropping the bubble to block some of the heals. Prophet got slept, was able to recall. No! Recalls into the line of fire. Spark have the second tick and maybe more. Do Soul Dynasty want to recontest? Sunjun makes the call, but he's removed, and Belosria tries to just bulldoze his way through, needing to pop Primal to survive, but decides against it. Spark will cap the point.
Yeah, it turns out Shy's pretty good of a Sojourn character. Are they going to be able to use, I don't know if we've got the stranded spawns in this particular build. No, I don't think we do. So, this could be a bad hostage situation, Lemon.
Sunjun just gonna let Gushue ride. Also, the Primal ready. Gushue could have just kept that going, to be honest. Don't know why he stopped. But Shy has now been hacked. Doesn't seem too pressured. Prophet quickly translocating out. A Spark, the option of going to the high ground, but what awaits them is Soul Dynasty.
I'd love to see a big investment here from Soul Dynasty, just to get huge control of the high ground and be able to manufacture how the next few fights actually happen. I don't care if it takes both the Primal, the Nano, and the EMP. You need to be able to drain the clock on this point, and you do that by controlling the map.
Okay, Gushue's the first to dive. Belosria trading in the back line. Shy is the one who gets Nano just to try and survive the initial Belosria Primal.
Ich denke, Schein Nano auf das Sojourn ist gar nicht mal so bad, to be honest. Der pure Damage, Schein am pumpen kann, ist insane. Vor allem mit der Overclock.
Both Sombras have suffered so much to the hands of Brigidas. We love the new buffs, and Spark love it too. They're going towards point B as long as they remove Belosria.
Did he just walk up slowly and press Q? Come on, Prophet! You're better than this! Leave has a pulse bomb. I am furious right now. But that's okay, because the Nano Boost can try and rescue this all. Maybe onto Belosria to give excellent staying power on that point, but it's Sonjun instead who goes for the turn.
Alright, Nano Belosria, but Lee finds his way into the back line while Belosria leaves. The Pulse Krillin. These zoom in at least with the Nano. Belosria kind of stabilized in that moment. Spark are up by one. They should be trying to do more than this. Maybe Shy is back and Leave is unsure what to do. Gushue is slept. The kills go the Spark's way. It's just this fight goes down like molasses to get Spark, the Dynasty off this card, but nonetheless, it is a Spark point V cap.
Oh, this is going to be a brutal time bank. 4 minutes to try and hold.
4 Minuten für den letzten Punkt. I mean, it's winnable, but yeah.
Two good fights here. And they can manufacture those fights.
Das ist hart.
So upset that Soul Dynasty have once again returned to this slower, more passive placement. On control, they were finally able to actually start defining some tempo. That EMP needed to be sooner and not be right in front of a rally.
That's horrible.
Such a long lane for a Hanzo, so I like the call from Prophet. As long as Leave and Shy don't make their way back there, he should be okay.
No sleep.
Yeah, actually, you just saw Monk go for the sleep, so Sunjun got fragged a lot though, so he can't make his way back there. Prophet taking a lot of damage and not disengaging.
Nice,
up
pick here.
To Krillin and Lee Su-min, who are getting beaten down by Gushue's Primal, and Spark are taking so much space. And
nice finish.
Huge. The box of victory is in their sights, and Soul Dynasty are getting staggered. Someone has to touch soon. Belosria just respawned with Primal. Krillin gets pulsed, and he's just right there, but he gets slammed by Lexa. And the Hangzhou Spark will be tying the series 1-1.
Their
Hübsche.
own map pick, they read it well. Let's drag in the Winston fight, because that's one
That's
that we
unlucky.
know that we can win. Belosria in the end is walking away with 5 deaths compared to Gushway's 2, but in the end, it just came down to better control of...
Take sets.
Anything from the support.
That's insane. 2 Deaths mit Winston. Das ist huge. Ich denke 5 ist so ziemlich das Default, to be honest. Nur ein Primal Kill? Das ist kinda sad, to be honest. I don't care about that. Oder Damage. Wichtig sind Primal Kills und Deaths.
Support resources to the choice of dives to is your Sombra getting a hack or
Wobei man
not?
Primal Kills
So
eigentlich auch
that's
relativ vernachlässigen kann, to be honest.
performance. It's really a team effort when it comes to this.
Around here,
So
right?
Dynasty got
Oh, fuck, ist der Kaffee heiß. Immer noch. Jeez.
I mean, being able to force more fights with this rush is great in terms of shaving down the time bank. I like the call from
Jeez,
last
das da
time we
heiß.
saw him against
Gänsehaut
the Shanghai
deswegen.
Dragons, he actually opted for the Reinhardt and stuck through it through most of the map on the defense. For now, though, he is being slowed by the
Oh,
Mayo
fuck,
Sun
mir wird gerade
June.
anders.
Seoul Dynasty got hit by an anti, so they were hurting and almost needing to go back to spawn, giving a chance for Spark to enter the tango and take up more space, allowing Shy to get a hack and an assassination on Sunjun
Nice,
before
das
he can go
spawn.
back to spawn.
Oh, Dief ist dead.
Thus far, big difference is
Das wird im May, das ist...
versus Sonjun on the ultimate charge.
Das ist keine Wall mehr.
Taken up by a headshot. That's a perfect pick coming through from Profit, and this is going to mean that now Gusha is going to have a lot more trouble actually determining how the fight happens. Has to go far more aggressive with a Nemesis once he knows it's like in that slow.
Well, what kind of bad, to be honest?
Block, but Gushway's taking so much pressure, so wasn't able to punish this and got booped back into the action by Krillin. But Gushway
Leaf
back
Bay?
to full health, so close to annihilation.
Sollte gleich wieder da sein, right?
Almost ready, needs to give it over, does
Der Nano,
so right before
huge,
Gushway
you can take
falls.
this.
Gushway steps forward too, ready to give the backhand of the law to Seoul Dynasty, who can't even escape the annihilation for the extra damage. And Sunjun is the next victim. This is a good hold by Spark so far.
Unbelievable.
I mean, das ist
Running out of Monk.
effektiv
Gushway alive in that
insane, wie
scenario.
viel
Now
Zeit die
when
gerade
Boyd
dadurch
pops the
burnen.
annihilation, a huge amount of his health can be stripped away by Shy. Remember, 40%
Das
of
ist
the current
huge.
HP gets taken away by the EMP, as well as allowing everyone else to try and follow up upon that hack with vim and vigor.
Alright, Seoul Dynasty have their own annihilation, but they throw the blizzard down first.
Yeah,
and almost juke
that's-
it thanks to their own Maywall. Spark
I don't know
didn't
about the
where it
beat.
was before it was too late. And the sound barrier on top for Seoul just to guarantee
beat war ein
that
bisschen
fight
spät.
win. Seoul will break out a spawn, but it costs them half their time bank.
Ich denke, es wäre fein gewesen, ein Beat hier zu saven für den Push.
During his EMP? Surely not. Surely not. Oh, I mean, I think he might have tried to EMP to shut down the blizzard. Remember, that's a new interaction that occurs now. If so, that is almost laughably bad.
Okay, Profit. Knows there's a Sombra below him. Doesn't care. Didn't ask. Shy is just at least making grabbing his
it.
attention as Prophet looks to the Sombra, gets slept, but is perfectly safe up here. And Hungjo Spark don't have
I mean,
lives, so they
Prophet
don't
kann hier oben
pressure that
chillen.
Unless Shy wants to throw his translocator up there. That
Die
would
einer
be
kann
a
ihn
risk.
contesten, to be
Like
honest.
the rallies, Spark play the ground war as Sunjun has isolated himself, and Void is playing quite far away, pushes up with the annihilation. Maywall to protect themselves. Seoul Dynasty try to avoid the blizzard. Leave only freezes Void, and Spark continue to disengage, especially after Langsa got antied. Seoul Dynasty now nano their May. Maybe because Prophet has slept, I guess. Sure.
My thoughts.
I mean, none of
my
my, why not, to be honest.
For this one. All incoming. That's a lot of damage already onto that brig. She's going to be burned down by the cryo.
None of my is
The blizzard
scary
does
as
remain.
well.
Remember, Shy can
That's
cancel
fine.
this with the EMP, and so
Oh.
they will. Good game sense there. Not taken down this time, and Seoul Dynasty, they have fumbled this big time, and now most of their time's gone as well, Lemon. This is incredibly worrisome.
And a good
MP
cancel
war
on
nice.
Blizzard. And a good headshot onto Lanksa right as he got in, but didn't die because of the nano. Hangzhou Spark staggered in. Seoul Dynasty ran out of ults. Ran out of hope. Sound Barrier and Dragon Strike. Gushwei has Annihilation. He's really draining this clock as Prophet unleashes the dragon, but Sunjun is away from the rest of the team, playing Mei like a tracer. Now is going up against Leave. Krillin, Sound Barrier, doesn't save Prophet, but might save this fight for the Seoul Dynasty, which is, this would not be a very far push at all, and so far the fight goes the Spark's way, coordinating so well behind the Shy Sombra, and now the Blizzard. The final cherry on top as Spark deny the point A cap from the Seoul Dynasty.
I beg you to make it make sense. Why would you choose Havana when you've chosen every single escort map in every single match you played in qualifiers, but never did you choose this? Is it Sonjun? Is it Sonjun's Mei that you think is better than Prophet that makes this happen? I'll tell you what, something that was very silly that occurred in the middle of this map actually was towards the end of point A, Sonjun actually ward off Gushwei from Void's Annihilation, ending the ult prematurely, which was a very silly bunch of events. And then of course we saw the cancelled Blizzard from the EMP, just overall bad ult tracking from Seoul Dynasty. It feels like panic is starting to set in a little bit in this team.
Oh yeah, did just confirm that qualifiers are predetermined, so your molding about the Shambali pick is actually not even their fault. So they were forced to go there.
I assumed it was loser picks. Damn.
That is I think my preferred format as well.
That's my preferred format as well. I've been building a narrative, and I've been spreading misinformation on the internet.
How could you do that? Everyone's gonna believe you. Honestly, I should have just let you run with it, but another
Continue
hole.
your lies, Leg Day. They empower us.
But last time Spark had this spawn hold, it took half the time bank to break out. So we'll see if Seoul Dynasty can match that. This is not.
I mean, Dynasty muss das jetzt absolut matchen. Und mindestens auch die Hälfte burnen. Ansonsten haben wir das instant verloren. Based off that.
As Shy commanded some attention from Seoul to turn around, Leave popped up, removed Lee Soo-min, and without this main healer of Seoul, this defense is slowly gonna crumble.
They are struggling with some very sparse positioning here, and it's allowing this fast dive composition to pick them apart. Seoul Dynasty needs to be so much more cohesive with where they're playing relative to each other to make sure there's always some manner of support available. Lee Soo-min with only 18% ult charge.
Spark musste richtig hard trollen,
Seoul Dynasty,
das zu verlieren.
It's going to be far closer to how we saw it played on Control Lemon, where they went up against the double.
To be honest.
Just try and out-brawl the Hangzhou Spark, get on top of Monk and make sure that Gushwei
Entweder macht Prophet jetzt 5 Kills jeden Fight, oder Spark trollt.
1.5 fights, depending on how much free.
There's no way.
To get to
dass Spark das hier verliert.
In 3 minutes to do so. Void on the Queen. See if he can rock their world, but so far he's taking so much
Queen is
poke and he's hacked. He's gonna be bursted down, and Seoul needs to feed him all the healing he needs. Void back up to full.
Monk dead, that's huge.
Strikes through the heart of Monk. Links
Winnable.
the healer. Next on the hit list, Sunjun removes him. There's no healers for this defense, and they
No
need to
cleanse.
hold, or this map will go to the Seoul Dynasty.
Sonjun back on the Tracer is exactly where he wants to be, but unfortunately for Seoul Dynasty,
Schau, die EMP.
they've only got one lost fight's worth of wiggle room, and the next fight is going to be a doozy for the Hangzhou Spark. Pulse Bomb, EMP, Primal, Nano, you name it, it's going to be...
Du willst auf jeden Fall die Primal von Spark hier saven. Für Last Fight. Für Overtime.
If you can force Void to use that shout before the EMP comes through, you're going to be in great shape.
You can't, Shy keeps getting spy checked by a Lucio, and now it's just taking so much longer to get these EMPs.
It's actually true.
Initiative still for the Spark. They nano Gushwei, but Monk's been traded out. Sunjun has killed both supports, and now 3, saving this for the Seoul Dynasty when Spark had all the ults to win this map.
There's no way that's Gushwei das ulted, right?
Spark.
Why do you ult this?
And Shy with an EMP. Seoul Dynasty aren't feeling great. They will be speeding Lee Soo-min back.
Who is this Sonjun kid? I feel like I'm J. Jonah Jameson right now. I need pictures of Spider-Man.
Dann ist die halt jetzt ziemlich winnable.
A big EMP from Shy can put this to bed right now by taking away so much of Void's health.
EMP, no Kitsune Rush, no
Nice.
down barrier, but Prophet.
Oh,
Pray for him.
it's better
The
that.
chills for overclock isn't enough for the defense. Sunjun is the last one, the hero, but no HP, no healers, and no hope. As the spark, a few more meters to go. Krillin
Der will
with
come to
the
that.
sound barrier rollout. He does manage to get it off to at least 2 men who teleports to him. They
At
are fucking
least, I
fight.
guess. Die haben Kitsune
The
Rush?
fight bought themselves a chance. Gushue returning now on the wrecking ball. In comes the rally. Can't be stunning anything just now as Void's here on the
I mean,
Doomfist 2 to get maximum
that's
punishing
messy.
damage.
Kitsune Rush, Soul Dynasty clutch up, all thanks to Krillin. Couldn't make a mistake in that moment. Hangzhou Spark don't have any ult.
Das ist ein
Less than
Rotty, but
30 seconds to go.
keine Ult.
This composition should be punishing the Doomfist that was only brought out for emergency situations, but Void just needs to brawl and anchor this card. He doesn't need to play aggressive. Sunjun can be the one to do so, but
Das war ein
Prophet
huge
got
pick.
pile drive by Gushue. And Void
Das war der
taking
beste
so
Pick,
much
den sie gerade
pressure
hätten
at all
machen können.
angles. Soul Dynasty don't have Lee Su-min
Ja,
or Krillin.
that's
There's
game.
no healing, and at the last second, the Hangzhou Spark get to the box of victory and go.
It's
to
way
match
too close,
point.
to be
They
honest.
saw a skater boy, but they said, see you later, boy. I've had enough of Havana. Hangzhou Spark walk away on Soul Dynasty's map pick with their heads held high. Though I am left confused.
Sojourn
I am
hat's
left wondering. I'm left wondering,
hart
Lemon.
gecarried
Why did
für Dynasty.
why did Soul Dynasty
Was war nicht
decide to go
enough?
here of all places? Maybe they thought that they'd be better on that rush. where-
Was sie hier gekillt hat? Bei der Doomfist in Overtime von Void. Ich verstehe den Doomfist-Pick, weil you gotta be fast. Und für OT war's cool. Für Last Fight. Aber he fucked it up. Sad.
To expand upon your Queen Tracer synergy point, the 50 extra HP that you get from the Schau, it's a lot more for a Tracer than it is for other heroes. Not mathematically, but as in terms of the ratio of the health bar of the Tracer, she's such a small hitbox, and that 50 HP goes a really long way to making her much more survivable for a dive. Dealing with a 200 HP Tracer is no joke, Lemon. Sonjun already
It's true.
prowling around the outside, sniffing at the tall
Der Witcher
grass,
dann
hoping to find himself a
schaut
Pokémon.
relativ
Soul Dynasty just
nicht
finds
zum
out.
Engage, sondern Disengagen
From
in
the
dem.
Sojourn, he doesn't get dove upon.
Also,
Expect this guy to
zum
frag.
Mitfight.
No, you know
Oh,
what, Shy?
that's a thing.
I tried my best, Prophet. I'm sorry. Shy just had to headshot you, and that is the power of Hanzo. That is why this hero
That's a
is so
thing.
meta right now, because of that range and that deadliness. Soul Dynasty down 4v5, able to still contest the bot quite well. That's the power of Junker Queen, able to maybe.
Das ist der neueste
a bit
Patch mit
longer in
Queen
this
Buff.
real estate, dropping down to 60 though. Got the Susie from Lee
Das wüsste ich
Su-min,
gern.
as Prophet is back in the picture, hoping to get his revenge.
Yeah, we do once again play on those angles and force.
Mal gucken, ob sie gleich 8 Bullets hat.
Dann
erkennen wir es.
But Hangzhou Spark still realizing they're down on resources like the bubble, like the anti. Have to back away a touch earlier.
Oh, Soul Dynasty lose Prophet again. Shy with 2.
Oh,
and
weil
now
das
3. He
unfortunate.
is warmed up and ready to serve. 3-1 is where he wants this to end, and Shy is looking.
I mean, Shy hat dieses Advance.
That's it. Never put this man on Sombra again. I refuse to be taken away from this cerebral experience of Shy simply bending arrows through the air like he's Magneto with entirely magnetic shafts or iron shafts. Hangzhou Spark now, once again, have to give over a little bit of space as Void will
First to do
use
it?
the
Take
shout
that.
to get in onto Gushue.
Hangzhou Spark 43-meter initial push. Needing to dive above because you can contest off that top bridge, but around the corner.
6. Nein, das
is
ist nicht der neueste.
Void, and he loses to
Das ist nicht der Queen Buff.
Shy is 6-0, and Sunjun will take himself out, and Hangzhou Spark will get forward spawn shortly.
Well, that's a false attach at least. Unfortunate.
Sergeant
Hangzhou Spark right
Genji?
here. Shy is unstoppable right now on the hunt.
Fair enough.
I'm a sneaky bee because this man do be logging. Rampage.
Gibt ihm ein bisschen mehr One-Shot-Potential als die Tracer.
Good touch there to at least deny the cap.
Ist mehr Impact Damage?
Boy, howdy. That Soul Dynasty Genji skin does look bloody sick.
I really like the Genji. If you just want to duel against the Tracer a bit better, try to close the gap against Shy, have that high ground mobility.
Ich denke, der Genji ist hier, um Schei zu
Shy
contesten.
is clearly a problem, and Sunjun is ready to help out with it. Dashing
Und
on
mit
in
Genji
as
kannst du
the
ziemlich gut
shout and the
Distance.
Kitsune rush. You face the stun of Lynx's rally and the Gushui Nano. Soul Dynasty, they respect that.
Die Distanz
They'll back away a
überbrücken zu
little
Shy.
bit. They'll have the corner to maybe funnel
Im Vergleich zu einer
people into
Tracer.
a rampage, but Profit just keeps dying. And
Durch Agile.
Soul Dynasty miss out on damage, but they don't care. They rampage
Nice.
in. Hangzhou Spark don't have a cleanse, and that will hurt them at the end. Soul Dynasty will be able to win off of this rampage.
Yeah, the
There's no
exchange
way, the
rate
brick
for
stepped here, right?
Rampages to meters, though, is still yet to hit number 1. Void continues to
Danke.
be a real pain to Gushui, but already so much has been gained for Hangzhou Spark. There's plenty of time left, though, in this bush map. 6.5 minutes for anybody to claim. Alas, Soul Dynasty
Oh,
running
no.
low on tools and running low on tanks.
Oh,
How
no.
does this happen?
Headshot.
Und die Kill hat kein
That is-
TP.
He is him. I don't know what else to say. Boy did a good job of being proactive, going on top of the stairs. That's where Rush
Nah,
is
nah, he
absolutely
didn't.
spoken
Nah,
about in the last-
nah. Das ist falsch. Look how silly this looks. Er hat kein Follow-up.
Bush map, 6.5 minutes.
Warum ist Void hier? Ja, okay, der Genji ist hier. I see that. But there's no way, dass du die Stairs hier contesten kannst. Maybe hier. Maybe, wenn er hier pieken wird. Er ist voll committed, da hochzulaufen.
Soul Dynasty running low on tools and running low on tanks. How
That's
does
not a
this happen?
saying. Sein ganzes Team ist an Bord. Hier. Der einzige Weg, wie Void da wieder rauskommt, wenn dann Lucian mit ihm wäre. Für ihn rauszuspeeden.
He is him. I don't know what else to say. Boy did a good job of being proactive, going on top of the stairs. That's where Rush is at its weakest. We spoke about it in the last series. You need to be confident and not hesitate on your pushes. And Void didn't have everyone on the same page, and also the headshot is just unlucky situation. That loses so much momentum.
Void hatte zwar eine richtige Idee, aber sein Team nicht.
Blade.
That's
And Prophet, if
unfortunate.
he stays alive this time, with
Er hätte das ein
the
bisschen
overclock,
safer halten
are
müssen.
far away enough that Prophet can operate.
3 Schritte um die Ecke und er ist safe.
Currently 1 a limb, 0 final blows, 4 deaths. And that's another headshot going on to Void. Forced him to pop that shout.
The Dragon Strike from Shy to kind of split up the fight, maybe slow it down. Profit with the overclock funnels all that damage into Gushui, who hides behind the pillar.
Ich will hier nicht nitpicken,
and
deswegen.
rallies around the corner, heals
Aber
back
das
up
da
to
ist
get his arm,
insane.
and now close
Das
to
war throwing.
getting Primal. Soul
Wenn deine ist das verdient,
getting
spielst du jetzt
much
sofort.
out of it.
Punkt.
Now the blade from Sunjun after the support
Nice
from
blade.
Smoke and Lexa. Also thanks to Void following up with the shout, the extra kind
Das war ein schöner Push.
budget barrier that you get out of it. Soul Dynasty,
The
hope
car.
to move forward, but
Oh,
I guess
no
we'll watch it either way.
way.
Give me back, Timmy! It's a kidnapping. And that's going to really slow down Soul Dynasty here. They're not even going to be able to get any
That's
progress
unfortunate.
before the tank has made it on back. What a steal from Leave. Excellent objective trolling. He does a little bit of tomfoolery, but in the end it all works out for Hangzhou.
Das Gute ist,
Spark and
dass es hier dadurch kein
Hangzhou
Card Progress.
so many ultimates to play with.
Kein Bot Progress.
Profit having to jump back, thanks to Leave applying the pressure. Sunjun able to peel for him well and get the revenge 2-on-1. Simply too much for Leave. Soul
Can they do it
Dynasty
again?
The shout, chase people up the stairs. Gushui ready to peel for his
Oh,
team. Here comes the rampage.
that's-
Boy gets stunned by the links to rally. Will keep this queen at bay. As Soul Dynasty getting some push here, maybe going for forward spawn.
There's
Hoping
no way
that
das Void
Spark
das
comes
überlebt
to
hat.
them.
Oh,
Gushui
that's
drops,
a lot of damage.
Shy removes Void, and nothing protects the Soul Dynasty from this monkey. He can just keep on going. I'm surprised he isn't doing more. He has the primal rage, but doesn't want to use it yet.
Don't
I
need
guess.
to.
God, Shy is just turning Void into a twisted, fleshy salad. There's very little left of a Junker.
I mean, das ist auch ziemlich wenig, was Void dagegen machen kann, to be honest.
And every time it denies Soul
Abgesehen von
so
Switchen.
much push, and we get to see a truly effective rampage from Void in a fight that wasn't already supremely winnable.
Soul Dynasty, they shout and they just converge, all thanks to the call of Sunjun getting Spark low. And Soul Dynasty have Void asleep at the wheel. Another
Void is dead
pulse
off cooldown.
by Leave.
Void
And
muss hier
Void
Queen
is the
switchen.
target of so much of Spark's
Die brauchen einen
focus.
Winston oder Ball
And the linchpin to
als
Soul
Dive.
Dynasty's, pushes. So give up the point yet again. and it's Spark leading 65 to 42, but Krillin hits a two-man barrier, and he says, hold my drink.
Entweder die Mirror and Dive oder die gehen Double Sniper mit Sigma.
Hold this out,
Sigma
actually,
oder?
Krillin, if we're exchanging holds. Seoul Dynasty, unable to get anything off that. Lee Soo-min forced to use for Suzu early by Sondrin going super aggressive and catching an anti. That means it's not available to help Void when a sticky comes through. Excellent threat assessment from a Hangzhou Spark to make sure that
Das Sigma, sag ich. Das wollte ja immer die Queen Stick.
Top of the bridge, which is vaguely safe for Seoul Dynasty.
Ist mir immer noch so, to be honest. At some point you gotta notice, right?
With Sunjun and Void shouting and diving in.
I mean, Shai deleted Void here. He is on.
Usually the next to fall. Dragon Strike from Shai on the cart, but overwhelmed by the
Nice
Dragon Blade.
shutdown.
Good reaction from
Steal
Monk
again.
to one blade. Leave keeps just C9ing the cart. Seoul Dynasty don't
This
even know what's
no
happening.
shot.
To even catch up. There is Krillin doing his job and
There is no shot, that's at least a minute.
He continues to make sure Seoul
Das
Dynasty
ist einfeiert.
off of these wins. It would have been a lead for now by Seoul Dynasty if Leave was not so bloody smart. His timing's so good.
Oh,
Nano Winston stands ready to go as Sondrin has returned to the Tracer.
I mean, it happened.
Spark just have to keep
Aber
them at pillars to win this series, and it's Gushue nanoed to force Soul back. Profit has to deal with the bubble and a monkey in his way, so this overclock isn't netting much. Also, Spark are very low now that Shai is on the.
Ich will gerade überlegen, ob ich draus ein Meme machen kann.
Spark leaves pulse doesn't hit. Kitsune rush plus the rampage stunned by the
Cause
link
it's damn bloody funny.
Slow down Void. He's hoping.
Es ist nasty für Dynasty, aber
Spark now the supports. Their backs are against the wall, and Void just can't be stopped.
Ich find's
He's got
damn
the healing
funny.
of him himself. And Soul are losing grip of this fight. Leave wins the Tracer duel, and Void has to be careful. The bot is being stolen away.
ich überlege gerade,
Soul
wie ich daraus
Dynasty
ein
will
Meme
prevent
machen
that.
kann.
Leaves making it happen again and again, resetting it
Ich nehme keine Ideen entgegen.
where Gushway's happy to simply play it slow and play around the cover. Leave goes low, yes, but there's no real concern to be had here. With only a minute remaining, Seoul Dynasty are facing Oblivion in the lower bracket at the hands of a Hangzhou Spark they had an advantage of. Over in our first map, a little bit of space given away. Maybe trying to create a crossfire here of the Hangzhou Spark.
Idee.
Soul Dynasty have the bot. Spark contesting from the top bridge. Gushue jumps in the back. He's got Nano and Profit. He's now gotten his 6th death of the game. Not able to jump back. Not able to really do much because he keeps having to charge up the Sojourn rail, and Soul Dynasty are back at square one.
Yeah, the timing here for Sojourn. Not doing great at all. 3 final blows thus far. A stick onto the Winston's not going to do much except feed over support, ult charge, and Monk is... Thank you so much.
Machen
That's lovely for me.
on stream ein Meme
Krillin,
damit.
sound barrier ready to go, yes, in conjunction with the Kitsune rush, but now we're in overtime, Lemon, and we know that the objective discipline of this team is not amazing.
Soul Dynasty are only down by about 20 meters. Shai is translocated out. This is the time for Soul Dynasty to fight, but they've been slept, and now 2-man antied by Monk. Soul Dynasty have the sound barrier. They need to fight this with tempo. Kitsune rush at least first from Lee Soo-min, but Profit is dead again.
Yes.
The double assassin is too much. Soul Dynasty
Dynasty hat endlich mal Controller.
on the box,
Und das
and overtime. They can't get
lief
away
das
from
Stick.
it. And Hangzhou Spark have ults they need to win this. EMP from Shai still ready as Leave wants to land this pulse bomb once the sound barrier from Krillin is gone. He will whip it, but Shai is next to help win this for the Spark. All 4 hits, and the Soul Dynasty just crumble to ashes.
Crumbled under the weight of the Chinese super team, the Hangzhou Spark. Hang with the best of them and hang the Seoul Dynasty out to dry. Despite rumors of resurgence, a dynasty in a far-off land claiming to come and conquer these lands. There will be no such conquering today. The border wall stands firm. And unfortunately, Profit gets absolutely shut out of this match with 7 deaths. The most in the lobby. Destroyed by Hangzhou Spark's speed, power, violence, and aggression.
I think just having Bellosria in and going for the Winston Mirror might have been a better look for Seoul Dynasty, but all around they've looked better, all thanks to Sunjun, who gave them a real fighting chance, along with Krillin's last-second cap on Havana. Of course, Antarctic was a banger too. The Hangzhou Spark will be heading to the upper bracket finals to face the Guangzhou Charge, the Zhoudown as the kids say. First seed versus third seed. That's going to be good with a, of course, mid-season spot on the line depending on how the lower bracket goes. And we'll have an interview in a second with our player of the match, and we'll announce that in a second. We want to let you guys guess who it is.
Oh yeah, just leave them in suspense. I mean, that's the best way to keep the audience engaged here. We've got ourselves the big old lovely pink banner, but I could not be more impressed with how Hangzhou Spark managed to turn this around and really lean into Shy's power. But the person who makes all of the DPS look good is the man who makes the space. The Winston who makes the double flanker find some real targets. It's Guxue, our player of the match, Mr. Winston himself.
Yeah, and Hangzhou Spark are so reliant on this double flanker, and how Guxue reacts to the hacks or how he plays off of Nano. This is the leader, the commander of these fights, and Guxue is the master of the Winston. This whole team really relies on Winston. You don't see them really get away from this much besides maybe 1 or 2 maps of Reinhardt or 1 map of Diva every now and then. We don't see 20 in really that much. And Guxue proves that you don't need to be hyper-flexible, the jack of all trades. You can simply be the best Winston and crush your opponent.
Work for Fearless. Why wouldn't it work for Guxue? And of course, even the Ram that we saw on Havana, very impressive from Guxue. We didn't know if it was going to be a major part of his hero pool. He's shown a little bit of the Reinhardt previously, but showing off that Ramacha, which is so often winning the rush duels, is such an important part of the repertoire, which is going to give him a lot of longevity across multiple metas when, honestly, 20 when he's been in has not looked amazing for the Hangzhou Spark.
Guxue just made Prophet look silly, that Colosseo. Every dive was on top of Prophet. And usually you play the Sojourn to have the sort of anti-dive measure of having a longer mobility, a longer jump away from this Winston. But Guxue knew when and how deep he could go. That's why his death is so low. 2.7 is very low for a Winston player. And his damage is quite up there. And Guxue is one of the most feared Winstons in APAC.
Honestly, crazy low deaths from Guxue considering how much damage was being pumped in. Remember, he was playing against the Junker Queen for a good amount of his time on the Winston. The Junker Queen is, some would say, a direct counter to the Winston with her ability to stop his disengages using the knife. Guxue played around it incredibly well, and I think this gives me a lot of hope that maybe the Zhoudown won't once again be a 3-0.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, the last time Guangzhou and Hangzhou faced, it was 3-0 for the Charge, but I've seen tremendous improvement from the double assassin of the Hangzhou Spark. They proved it today. Yeah, we saw like an EMP canceled. Honestly, both sides got their EMPs canceled, but Guxue himself has been, I think, one of my favorite tanks to watch, and he's actually going to be popping in for an interview shortly once he's all connected. And if you are still watching, we're going to have 2 more matches around the corner of the Group B semifinals, and those are going to be bangers too.
Oh, they are, absolutely. I think we can all agree the match of the day is probably going to be O2 Blast going up against Soul Infernal. Some would say the in-spirit first seed, if not the technical first seed out of APAC, going up against who many people would consider the best contenders team in the world with their year-long win streak yet to be dethroned. Of course, now it's far more in danger as they're going to be going up against directly Overwatch League teams. Still, O2 Blast are a lot to deal with and still are going to be threatening to maybe take away that Group B spot in Mid-Season Madness. They can make it there. They could win the entirety of Mid-Season Madness if you want to really go with the contender scope.
And in the lower bracket, we have Rhodes versus Poker Face and Dreamers versus the Seoul Dynasty. So there is a lower bracket. It's double elimination. So Seoul Dynasty, if you are a fan of them, could make their way through. If you're a contender stand, the dream is still alive. Poker Face are the big favorite when it comes to a contender. And on Group B, I'm trying to stay awake for the Soul Infernal O2 Blast game. Also, SPG,
Denk mit dem einfach ganz normal Arealschrift probieren.
Contenders team to beat an Owl team. So watch out for them against Dallas coming up too.
Yeah, they could do even more than that because Dallas, they have been shaky this season thus far. They might be our reigning champions, but having lost their support line to the Atlanta Reign, a big old poach from Coach Gator, they are looking somewhat fallible. In fact, very fallible against other Overwatch League teams, but does that extend all the way down to the contenders teams?
Well, We can now extend the microphone to our interviewee, Gu
Box,
Shui. Our player of the match
please.
will be joining us, and our lovely translator, Evelyn. So we'll get them another hostage going, maybe. Hey, Gu Shui, congratulations. Do you hear us?
Hello，顾雪，恭喜获胜，能听到吗
听得到，听得到。
？Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, well, congratulations on the win today and player of the match. We all voted for you. What improvements has your team been working on to master and get so much better at the Tracer Sombra dive?
恭喜今天的获胜，也恭喜你拿到今天的
Das
全
ist
场
so,
最
kann ich
佳
das。nicht duplizieren?
你知道我们都选了你是全场最佳。第一个问题是想知道队伍们做了怎么样的练习，能够把这套黑影双短的阵容打得更好。
黑影双短主要是我们练的最久的一套阵容吧，从我们开始结合大家在一起，就一直在练这套阵容。因为这套阵容从守望相位一直以来都是一套比较厉害、比较万金油的阵容嘛，而且是一套配合度之类很高的阵容。如果我们这套阵容打得很好的话，其他阵容其实稍微练一下的话，也都会很厉害。只是前几场用双短虽然失利了嘛，但我觉得比赛。
And we saw a little bit of substitutions from O2 Blast yesterday, although I would say that their match wasn't particularly competitive versus Pantheric in the sense that
ne, deines
put up
die.
much of a fight.
Dump.
We did see attack being brought in for map number 3, which was Rialto. If we go back to Rialto, that could happen again. We'll see if that ends up being the case. I do want to also point towards the fact that Top Dragon is in for the starting lineup instead of Knife. Knife started yesterday in the first 2 maps. Top Dragon only came in for number 3. So it is a little...
Wait, just a second. Nochmal sicher gehen. Ja.
A little bit of substitutions from O2 Blast yesterday, although I would say that their match wasn't particularly competitive versus Pantheric in the sense that Pantheric didn't put up much of a fight. We did see attack being brought in for map number 3, which was Rialto. If we go back to Rialto, that could happen again. We'll see if that ends up being the case. I do want to also point towards the fact that Top Dragon is in for the starting lineup instead of Knife. Knife started yesterday in the first 2 maps. Top Dragon only came in for number 3. So it is a little bit of a swap up in terms of the starting lineup. For Infernal, though, they only have 5 players, so this is what they roll with.
We saw Knife doing a pretty damn good job as well, coming in with the Tracer, seeing some of that Mei as well. But it's going to be Top Dragon, and it's going to be the brothers here, the Genji Hanzo, to begin. Zest on the opposite side, going to be there on that Tracer. Let's see how they do fare. Already a little bit of battle commencing off onto that left side flank as Magus once more going to be bringing forward this Orisa.
The Super Shimada Bros versus Orisa. We saw Mag bring out Orisa, I think, in, was it the first week or maybe second week? And it was on this map as well, so it's a Mag special. Zest bringing out his special as well versus Probe. Both Hanzos traded.
They are traded, but now Marvel gets taken down. Opener and Top Dragon also going to be sent back to the respawn room. It's just irony. Limping his way back over towards the dropship. So initial cap going to be coming through here for the side of the Infernal. And looks like we're not going to see any adjustments yet here from O2.
I was going to say, if you're playing O2's comp right now with the Lucio as well, and you have the Ram Lucio, it's a brawl comp. You can brawl into Mag's Orisa. To do that, Top Dragon would have to swap over to the Mei. And he wouldn't have lost that much ult charge. He's only at about 30. He respawned.
Oh. Yeah, right back through. Yes, you're getting one. Now Opener going to be taken down as well. Top Dragon. It was looking like M3 is going to have it. Skewed steals the kill away. I don't think he's going to be too bothered by it. Just fight very handily going.
Okay, I got something here. I got something here. And I guess it's brilliant. I like that. Ich denke, das kann man so lassen. Ich explodiere das und schau mal, ob ich so
getting ready to move up past 30%. And look at where Zest is. He is just diving out there. Desperately wants to get this pulse bomb online.
I mean, he's trying to farm up as best he can. Is a little bit dangerous. Doesn't want to instantly eat a sleep dart or something that would cost him his life. Them in 3 backing out, and the Soul Inferno have given up on their forward hold. They have to give up a lot of ground. Team was also fairly skewed on 1 HP, by the way, as them in 3 gets a snipe.
Yeah, I mean, just a casual little glance to the right-hand side, spots Top Dragon, and just to finish him off with that arrow. It's just 50% built up now towards the blade. It's taking a damn long while to try to get that online.
Nano Annihilation, I think.
Marvel gonna be, nanoed up to try to get the Annihilation online. So far, isn't finding too much damage. Just gonna be using the mouse to try to find something. Both on possess as well. Not gonna get a stick, not gonna get an elimination. Annihilation now rolling, but Marvel, in fact, just ends up getting rolled. MN3 strikes him down. 70% now here for the Soul Infernal. Mag pushes forward, keeping Zest protected as best as he can. Irony will be able to claim the kill. And Max says, you know what? I'm gonna pull you in, and I'm gonna kill you off. And it works a treat.
Well, that's... Parasurge, not the best ultimate in the game, but if you can just get a solo kill with that one, even at the end of the fight for an extra stagger, you will think about doing something like that. As we head towards final fight here, O2 Blast, full sail swap across the board, minus Top Dragon and I believe Opener staying on their heroes. But you just don't have anything to work through here. You will have eventually a blade. It has taken the entire round to get this blade. Good catch.
Wohin hat es explodiert?
Immortality Code buys them some more time so they don't think of the Transcendence quite just yet. Picks are going to be down low on HP and actually does get finished off.
Und welchen Ort,
And
ne?
now the Transcendence is going to be forced out. Top Dragon,
Blade time.
at the ready. Little wait for this one. Waits for his opportunity to try to pull it. Instead, stashes in the backside. Does find skewed. That might be enough damage here without the support. So go ahead and get this one without having to commit the DPS pulse. Pulse bomb is still going to go through. Pro manages to take down Matt. O2 Blast will find control of the point at long last.
I respect that from Top Dragon because you already got the picks anyway, and on top of that, I think once the beat is gone, blading feels a lot more dangerous. Typically, if you don't have a Nato to play through because you've already swapped off the Ana, a beat blade combo is the safest way to actually execute that blade. So Inferno now will be swapping off most of the heroes, Mag and M3 coming up new heroes as well as skewed on the Brig. The Brig, of course, makes a lot of sense here versus the dive.
Just finally going to get punished. Time not in front of his opponent's spawn, but his own does get picked, and that's going to be some more crucial time bought for the side of O2. As Marvel tries to get this primal online. Maybe MN3 was going to stick around on the Hanzo for a little bit longer. He was just a couple percent shy of the Dragon Strike, but he wants to go for the Cassidy, so goes for the quick flip. Down, Top Dragon dives forward. Goes up, goes back to the opposite side, so he keeps himself safe. Now it's going to be the rush out in response to that Matrix.
Dragon, no
Mag
HP.
grenade comes in, and that's going to be MN3 taking down Top Dragon. The blade completely and utterly nullified. Now they just have to look for a little bit more of the right split back to their favor. Opener getting tagged up, manages a great line of sight. Point still not going to be occupied quite just yet. Zest dashes over to try to threaten that cap coming through as Marvel dives in the back line. Primal rolling, but 8 HP. Mega Pack not there. Has to leave way out of range to try to keep himself alive in this fight. Not going to come up to the elimination, but still Irony taken down moments before. Knows the Tracer's going to be in the flank. In the meantime, yep, Infernal managed to grab the point away from themselves. Top Dragon returning on the Sombra, going to be taken out. Punching his way through as Marvel will also fall to the Annihilation. Picks up and will get taken out, but it's at the cost now of Opener. The point's been cleared. It's 68% established, so decent effort in the back end where it was looking like 100-0 initially. But to Blast, though, they can't hold it, and Infernal will take the first round.
You can feel that O2 Blast making a almost wholesale swap over to the
it.
dive composition. Feels a little late and they were on fleeting time. Or borrowed time. Both work there because they just weren't able to build up too much. The Dragon Blade is not going to have great value in these sorts of fights. And getting a bit of highlight reel of skewed and the number of picks that we saw at the start of this particular round. Yeah, I just don't think Genji's a particularly good hero in this type of meta anyway.
I'm sorry.
We'll go the Ana. You bring over the Kariko.
Ah, ich hatte ähnlich viel von Dingens. Daher, I don't care.
Very rapid pace. And now, going out onto Village, Mag's just going to be off again for the Reinhardt. A classic pick for him. See how he fares going up against Marvel. He's looking unstoppable just yesterday. Already though, HP bar is looking low as Mag is...
Ich mag den Reinhardt, to be honest.
But has he overcommitted? Looks like the answer might be yes, but they managed to break down the main wall.
Einer bringt aber so viel Aggression rein für die
Sticky situation. So the Ryan lives the fight once again.
Dingens.
He wasn't even in the
For rush.
away for the longest time, so he was moments away from disaster. As you said, MN3 is going to be the first casualty for the Soul Inferno on this with the O2 Blast squad.
Und sobald der Reinhardt einmal da ist,
They already have the point, now they just need the kills.
ist gonna touch that right.
Top Dragon finds one, but then Zest brings it back. Slick Dart onto Mag. He goes rushing forward, and Zest just getting pressured out. Marvel getting in on top of the main, nowhere for her to go. Turns the sights to Mag, takes him down, and with the initial cap, O2 Blast moving up nicely now at 15%.
Yep. That's the best case scenario for O2 as well, because they get the cap first, and then get the kill second, which means they get all these staggered deaths. All this time that Soul Inferno have to reset and wait for respawns is free percentage points for the O2 Blast roster as they start to work on these ultimates as well. Nano's already available. You'd like to see that one go over towards Marvel, who used that expertly yesterday. A lot of the Infernal ultimates are also starting to come online. Mag likely to be solo shattering Marvel, and if he does that, Irony should go for the save.
Up onto the high ground with M3 swapping back over to the Symmetra. They're trying to just reroute and keep it around the backside. Annihilation plus a Nano does come across. Immortality kill dealt with. Vixen going to be taking a nap, and Irony manages to finish the job with the fancy nade. Mag as well taken down after being hacked with the dead shield raised. So a quick little hairline flip, a heartbeat flip rather, for Infernal as they gain control briefly, but it's going to be just as swiftly taken away.
And I think the extra EMP from Probe was unnecessary, but you can see the respect being given by O2 on Soul. Considering the extra window from Skew was also used, Probe didn't want to take any chances, but it's going to hurt them now for the follow-up fight. They don't have any ultimates. Open is still reasonably far away from the sound barrier. This should be a pretty free one for Soul Infernal. TP onto the point, play for the Blizzard. O2 can't do too much about that.
Cannot. Turret's now going up to try to stop this advance, make it a little bit harder. In the meantime, oh, the hammer gets dropped and Mag.
Ich warte noch ein bisschen Feedback ab von Freund. Und Daddy und noch wem. Maybe da ist das dann los. Let's see.
There's not really a lot of ways to defend against Shatter because, I mean, the Ramatra shield is super easy to bait out. Long enough cooldown that you can play against it. Shatter's typically free in this matchup, and without a sound barrier to save, not a lot you can do to stay alive. A bit of EMP farming from Probe, also seeing that he... Actually, now if you look at M3, you'll notice the shield is available.
Vixen was almost just running him down. Top Dragon now in a bad spot, doesn't go to the ice block, doesn't realize that Mag is going to be coming around from the backside. Takes him out with the fire strike, Marvel as well. Falling, cleanup comes through. They did get the recap, but again, Infernal going to be taking this for themselves. 4 ults to try to hold.
And that's the thing, right? The ultimates for the Infernal are really large at the moment. They don't have to spend anything for that last fight. O2 Blast actually had their entire team wiped and got very little out of that. Still sitting on the same sound barrier that Opener was working on before, and that's all they have to work through. Probe on the EMP soon, Irony on the Nano soon. Nano will be going back over towards Marvel, but this time Infernal has so much more to work through.
Going into Nemesis, trying to build up for that next
Watch the cap.
wreak some havoc. Looking for it, as you say, walled off. They can't get themselves back in, so the flip is there. Once more in control, O2 Blast moving up to 90%, and that's going to be final fight if they can just win this one out. Marvel, however, taking a beating.
Oh.
Comes across. He actually doesn't receive the shielding, and now it's going to be a counter beat in from Pixel with Probe taken down off the back of the EMP.
They need to win this.
Going to freeze them up. It's going to be anti out.
Inferno muss das hier machen.
Damage isn't being focused in towards him. The 99% will be
Blizzard?
Another opportunity to try to contest this, but Infernal will be regaining control.
This is a close one. Infernal spending their entire bank on that one as well because O2 Blast already had the cap.
Last fight.
Desperate, as you'd imagine. The extra Blizzard coming on through is all you need. Sound barrier for sound barrier traded. Opener used this earlier as well. So Marvel can be kept alive. He was frozen despite the Nano, despite the...
Inferno hat hier keine Ults, maybe Shadow, huh?
Dragon can maybe finish it. The same strat I talked about.
Oh, nice.
Probe's dead.
Good job,
they
Big.
have to TP on the point and play
Huge
for the Blizzard, but not if Probe is dead. And they've out of time.
Okay, well, they're really far forward. The Blizzard does come in. Fix it.
Weil pusht das.
Mag will be taken down. The Lucio does get taken out of the end. Opener manages to make his way over to the point. He's looking
Oh, der ist gepusht. Wir hätten einfach einen Point chillen können. Wir hätten einen Point chillen können für Shadow spielen, easy clap. Make hat hier einen Free Shadow. Wieso pushen die das? Das war throwing. Das war ein Free Win.
Narrow victory, but O2 Blast will be able to extend this into a final round.
Smiles on Opener's face there. Huge clutch from O2, and they were down one member. They lost Probe straight away. I thought that was going to be it. Without your Symmetra available, you can't TP onto the point and play your strategy properly. But as you mentioned, Seth, Soul Infernal might have overcommitted at the gates. They played super far forward, ended up getting baited into Top Dragon's Blizzard anyway. Couldn't escape from it. Meanwhile, the frag's there. Opener goes to the point, flips it, and Soul Infernal are in shambles after that. Well played by the O2 Blast squad, and that was a big turnaround. I thought, again, Soul Infernal had it.
Might be regretting that one, but let's see if that momentum carries forward now for O2 Blast as the gates open up, and they are looking at
Laden das jetzt einfach hoch. Fuck it.
Top Dragon taking this
I
guy
don't care.
Vara. Marvel over onto the Doomfist.
Ja, die finden es gut.
Mag coming through on the Mag special the ball as well. It's going to be problematic because he's playing up against Pro Sombra and also the Irony Anna. So both heroes have a lot of value versus the ball. So I don't know if Infernal were expecting a different compositional matchup. I personally was not expecting the Doom at all. Doom is not a good hero at the moment. Maybe Marvel can prove me wrong.
I've only seen a couple moments where it has been working out, and for the most part, that's going to be an OT touch scenario, so that was fairly early on in the season within the first week or
Wie
two.
genau ist die?
Far, though, it could be problematic, but MN3's doing his damnedest, and he managed to snipe it out of the sky. This was my biggest concern, seeing MN3 come out of his signature Ash. So even with that pocket healing, he just can't keep him alive, and he's in an unresable position. Dynamite goes up over the top, on the 3, Probe taken down to a sliver. Marvel drops to the low ground, and
Day 2.
really pushing the issue here. Leaping up into their faces, shoves them back, Zest pursues for the kill, and that's Infernal once again with the initial lockdown.
See what Marvel goes to. I don't know, he'll stay on the Doom, and there it is, the Winston to return. Now Open is the only one left to swap, and he's going to go over towards the Lucio. Just makes a lot of sense. I would have also been okay with Opener on the Brig. That also works well versus Mag. If you just want to shut down Mag, Tracer, Sombra, and a Brig, all excellent heroes to do that. But they still have 3 of those 4. And Mag, I don't think he lost too much ult charge there either. Soul Infernal, the only one that's really far ahead is MN3, who did a ton of damage that fight.
Yeah, the Bob nearly there. Really problematic. Obviously, the Ana go for that sleep dart, don't try to shut it down. Speed Twitch, Max the recipient of it, nice and early. Look for a little bit of focus fire down to him, taking about half, and it's so very low. The heals do come across, they keep him sustained for now. Still a ways to go for
Didn't
that
have the
line
hack.
field.
The only thing that missed out from that was the hack. If they had the hack as well, I think Mag dies 100%, but DPS down for Soul anyway.
MN3 and Cess both going to be taken out. The zap across, Mag now falling. And that is going to be O2 Blast getting control of the point. So Infernal now at 63%. O2 need to hold this for a while, but they've got decent tools with which to try to make it happen.
Mag has to consider swap Sam, but he's at 82% towards mine, so he doesn't want to give it up. The rest of the squad is on 4 ults as well. It's also the Brig Zen combo that we saw last year, and obviously that's a very ball sort of favored support line. If Mag was to swap off a board, you'd probably expect you to go over towards the Ana to support as Winston as well, assuming he does go to the Winston as Marvel is done. Here comes that Bob that we've been waiting for.
Mag at the back, looking for skewed. Bob does go out. Might be taking a nap somewhere. Either way, dive into the back. Cess looking with the stick, unable to find it. Probe, however, will fall. Fix it, gets him the whip shot as the rally is rolling. Sound barrier used. The shielding now gone from Opener. With that transcendence, no way.
Okay, ich hab's hochgeladen.
The side of the Infernal simply end up dying. Looking for a little bit more. Top Dragon so very low. Right click charge up, not gonna find it. MN2 will take the kill. The flip is still found. Infernal still in control. 50% for O2.
Yep. That's 4 ults though. Killing is very expensive. That means now Probe can come back in. EMP on display. No rally, no transcends to counter it. If this hits big, which it might do, I think Soul Infernal are going to be in for a bit of a rough time. Probe got to be careful not to fall off the map there, but also avoiding the spike.
Der MP könnte hier huge werden. Das ist nur Win Condition.
Yeah, it does suck though. This is not good.
Oh no.
But that sucks even more. Irony
That's spot.
taken down. MN3 looks like he's playing off the back of the
Ghost
Wild Driver. EMP is now
Der MP hat nicht Mac getroffen?
MN3 gonna be taken down. Marvel needs more.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Fired. Probe down to a sliver, had the translate away.
That's not good.
EMP at the end is just gonna end up being a bit of a flub. Push forward, Marvel
no.
going to touch.
What?
Has to just
Was war das für
work
ein
his way.
EMP?
Mine after mine takes
I
so
mean,
much damage, just quickly finish off.
Army as target?
Going to be
Then Zen?
100% at the end. As well,
What?
they made them sweat just a bit. They took that round on Village. They cannot take the initial map. Infernal will start things off 1-0.
That really sucks.
I don't care about control,
Ash.
to be honest.
You don't see very many Ash players on Nepal Shrine. So they were either expecting the Mag Winston MN3 Sombra Zest Tracer combination, or maybe a Mag Ryan Mag Ramata style brawl comp, in which case the fire would have been very strong to that. But you know, they realized their mistake pretty quickly when MN3 kind of just rolled Top Dragon on the Ash, who, by the way, MN3 ended that one with 13,000 total damage, which is 30% of Soul Infernal's damage on the entirety of Nepal. So super high performance there, a lot of frags. Soul Infernal now coming through on standard Winston dive. O2 Blast playing the exact same thing.
Switch er den Hanzo? Ich denke nicht.
Let's see if Mag is going to go back for Winston, because I don't think that he was going to really play Diva here. Seems to be locking it in.
I guess so.
Interesting.
Trying
Not
his
as,
hand
good
at
of
it.
not as good of a nano target as the Winston, so it is surprising.
Ich
Just gonna give it to MN3.
mag den Diva-Pick hier von vorne nicht.
Nanos yesterday, so just give it to the Hanzo. Nade out looking to clip MM3.
Ich denke, Winston ist viel besser.
Back down to low
To be
ground.
honest.
Meantime, occupying
Whoa.
some space. I mean,
You?
I didn't even see top
That's
get that
unfortunate.
melee hit. Zest just got absolutely destroyed.
I mean, Mac chillt einfach in der Backline. Kann nicht viel machen.
That was nasty stuff from him. And
Wird auch nicht gefokust, so. The fuck?
This is one of the better
Max
tracer
is okay.
plays that we have in the league here as well, and yeah, that's what I expected. I expected the Diva pick to not really be the true pick to come on through. It seems weird. Whereas
Okay.
it's also not really in Mag's hero.
Winton.
Right? I mean, he's a main tank.
Now it's
player,
serious.
which means he's going to favor heroes like the Winston. I think he's going to be a little bit behind an ult charge now, which is a problem. And
I don't know, ob du als Sonicen musst.
be a hit of irony
to be
here.
honest.
Usually attacking side Ana has the advantage, but
Ich weiß. Ich will's ein bisschen nitpicken. Genau, wo der Winston ist, weil. Wieso ist Sonic denn nicht da oben? Für die Tracer.
I think he's going to be a little bit behind an ult charge.
Weil, wenn die Tracer sich entscheidet, hier rumzulaufen, wäre das ziemlich
As well,
bad.
which is a problem. And Skewed should really be a hit of irony here. Usually attacking side Ana has the advantage, but with Marvel surviving and Irony getting the heals, O2 Blast getting another pick here.
Das ist ein nicer
We
Sonic.
have to play this slowly.
Oh, well, nearly half the time back now. Drain down his mag. Swings back over here into the opening choke. Very slow going. It's a very good start to the defense here from side
Unlucky.
two. Marvel getting lower and lower though. Looks like he will be able to survive. Sustain back up, and that does
Okay,
give
Mr.
Irony the
Sig.
first nano, so Skewed 16% or so behind. The nano already.
Oh
Here's the
no,
dive
you
back
gotta
line.
dodge this.
Primal, he's still able to find Fix-It.
What?
Not to be found, and Top Dragon in the meantime was used to that pulse bomb, taking out Mag, sending him back into the
Was?
respawn room.
Warum hat er ihn genannt?
He's still able to find
Maffe
Fix-It.
Anti?
Thought maybe they'd be able to get
Warum? Hä?
over here into the opening choke.
Was ist das für ein Nano?
Very slow going. It's a very good start.
I mean, Marv is one.
Marvel getting lower
Wird
and lower.
geheilt?
Looks like he will be able to survive. Sustain back up, and that does give Irony the first nano, so Skewed 16% or so behind. The nano already going to be opened up. Here's the dive comes into the back line. Primal, he's
Ich gehe davon aus, er hat einen Headshot von
able to find Fix-It.
Film bekommen.
Maybe they'd be able to get punished off the back of the ante, not to be found. And Top Dragon in the meantime was used to that pulse
Okay.
bomb, taking out Mag, sending him back into the respawn room through the delaying Soul Infernal.
I think
Kann da
that's a
wird.
pulse bomb as well. I mean, on some cases you're probably wondering, was it required because it looked like O2 Blast won the fight anyway. Slowing down Mag's ult charge for the Primal is totally worth it for Top
Ich denke,
Dragon.
der Nano war ein bisschen
Now
early.
the Primal off the back of Nano, and Mag is still 30% away, which means by the time he's ready to go with the Nano, you'd like to have this Primal more ready than 70%. If he should be to farm up most of it from the Nano itself, if they can get a dive going, because they're under pressure.
Marvel slapped anti-primal, however, as the dog is
That's a
about there,
primal.
but he's there and he's going to
Stay
use it.
alive.
Back across,
Oh,
fixes
fix the
the
cancel.
fire, and he just gets
Oh,
absolutely
that's
It's a cancel on the rally to make
ready
Mag
cancel.
Infernal.
That's
Mag
unfortunate.
needs this primal up, and he needs to put it to good use.
Sucks to be Fixer hier.
Now they are just
That's
getting
true.
Absolutely swept under the rug. A minute and 17 seconds now remaining.
I mean,
I mean,
die haben
they've
immer noch
got
Nano,
this
Monkey,
finally they have all the outputs
Pulse,
they need.
Dragon.
Minus the rally, which has got burned
That
down
should be
there.
runnable.
O2 Blast pretty much out of ult, so it's just probe, and he's got to save this Dragon Strike until.
Oh, sucks to be you.
No, that shot, it just hurts.
It is
At
going
least
to
it's
be a trade.
traded.
Hanzo falls for Tracer. Zest gets rid of Top Dragon. Primal
Oh, that was nasty.
comes up for them. Pushing them back through the choke.
Not much to do about that.
Dragon's Rick, he gets fixed
Where's the
up.
Nano? Where's the
He's
Nano?
taken down. Scoot's still just trying to stay alive. Has to use the nade, I believe, onto himself. Try to stay
Scoot.
getting lower and lower.
Wanna Nano?
MM3
Nice.
will go ahead and jump them back a little bit. Zest eventually finds Probe, healing out some of this pressure.
Bisschen late, I guess, to be honest. Sleep. Sleep miss?
That should finally be them getting some position here on
Nano
the getting
break?
some ticks, but there's still a chance for a recontest.
There is, because the payload, not the payload, the cap itself hasn't been starting to cap until now, and Soul Infernal just started capping.
Können ja das
As
contesten.
I was mentioning it, which
Mac kann
means
das ja
by the time
maybe-
opener respawns,
maybe stolen.
Second tick is still alive here. Marvel's in position to go. I don't think Irony should have burned the Nano there, because you want the Nano for the retake. That's one thing that's really missing from O2 Blast critically.
Top Dragon with the
That's
ball.
actually true.
Be everything to turn the tide to this and get them into position for a full hold.
Nano wäre schön.
Drop down, looking to threaten them out. MN3 will get the headshot across on the
Skew
probe.
left.
Skew going low. Does manage to stay alive a little bit longer, then gets slapped. They're doing everything they can to try to keep him in this fight. MN3 will fall.
Warum ist der Hanzo so
Taking out
close?
Anti here on to fix it. They need that kill. They want to turn
Top
this,
Dragon.
but They clear out on the point. Top Dragon, he just cannot do it all. He comes up with such monstrous kills. He helps work this clock down to 2.5 minutes now as they get bumped up.
I mean, that's fine.
He cannot deny the cap. So, a second lease on life on the side of the Soul Infernal, but not much time to work with.
Yeah, and so again, the problem that I have here is because Irony used the nano onto opener, it's a twofold issue. One of it, which I said already, means they don't have the nano for the retake, but more importantly than that, because opener stays alive for so much longer, and he wasn't on point, by the way, he's just getting staggered. So opener respawns super late, which means the retake is even worse. So the nano extra onto opener early and costs the retake in 2 different ways there. So O2 Blast probably could have full hold if it wasn't for that, given how close that fight was.
True. Nice put.
Start things off. Marvel though playing off the back of the ante does finish off skewed.
Die Prime hier sollte.
Not really under any kind of threat. No pulse bomb available means that he's able to stay alive.
I don't know about that.
The 3 finds another. Break down. Irony dead. That's the support's now gone. Heart opened up for a decent amount of push space.
Ich denke, Mac hätte nicht primen müssen.
So far, but they're on a good pace.
And for how long it took Soul Infernal to get A, the pacing for B has been pretty good so far. Extremely good.
I mean, this is a nice stagger, but it's one fight win anyways.
Pushing the entire way through. It's exactly what you want to see. This fight is going to come down to support ultimates. Dragon to clear out.
In der Regel würde ich keine Ults investieren, nur für Stagger Kills. That's not a thing.
Rally now going to be rolling on either side. And opener looking to keep them alive. On out, Anti as well. Marvel able to go in, gets the stomp. Fixer going to be taken down. Mag finds one.
Fixer ist ein bisschen. Hat er schon wieder seine Rally gecancelt? Ging die durch? Ich hab's nicht mitbekommen. Ja, keiner. Er hat ein bisschen Abwehr. Die Internet.
Is not able to commit that now to the fight. They do get rid of Ironies. Chance though, try to finish this one out, but it's going to
I don't know about that.
Overtime, if not already in OT, because there's only 40 seconds remaining as they have to go for this reset.
And that's the key difference you mentioned there is the nano. So Marvel did receive a nano from Irony. He stays alive. He pushes.
Inferno darf sich hier nicht staggern.
Yeah, okay.
Scoot hat hier Nano. Wir haben hier Nano Wintern.
Cool guys don't look at explosions. There's Soul Infernal. No time now, but they actually do have a nano at least.
Wenn Top Dragon hier einen Pick mit der Pulse finden, könnte das huge werden. Dragon könnte noch zonen. That's what I mean. Nicer cut. Oh no. You can't fight this, bro. You need to touch. Need to touch. Nano Hanzo? Okay. Fair.
Should be able to push through off the back of these 2 kills alone. Marvel trying to stay alive, but still 7% away from having that primal available.
Nano Hanzo ist to be fair. Finde ich fair. Ich gehe davon aus, er hat Mac nicht gesehen. Und solange M3 1, 2 Picks macht, ist das fein. Dann war er nicht wasted.
Primal coming online for both teams as well. For Mag, it's going to be really important for this final fight as it comes on in. No, to blast. So they currently
Nice target switch there.
Right? You talk about the nano, you talk about some of the other ultimates as well. One of that does miss on the pulse bomb.
Nano Wintern. Maybe in sleep. Unlucky.
Back over towards the finish line. Try to stay safe. Presses up here onto the high ground as Mag tries to open things up. MN3 with another headshot. Takes down the enemy Winston. Looks for probe. Says, all right, I trust the tank to find it. And he shall. 2 picks now found. The cart gliding forward. Mag.
Das ist eine schöne Primal. Die Primal hier sollte gerade Game für Inferno haben. Ja.
Given how things were going, it was looking like this could have been a hold. If a deny on the finish, you're for the side of O2 Blast.
Unlucky.
Infernal just did not give him the
Das war eine schöne Primal. Nicht viel, was die hier machen können.
Normally when you only have 1 minute 30 to play
Von daher.
Take a look at some of the M3 highlights when he got nanoed. Normally when you only have 130 to push through and to see, even if you do cap, and most teams don't, but if you do, you cap an OT, you have no time remaining. So the fact that you even get any time bank, despite it being 21 seconds, is impressive. And MN3 was the hero of the end of B and of all of C as well, in my opinion, with the such clean shots onto the members of O2 Blast. He takes down Probe, he takes down Marvel. Allows Mag to then control space, jump into the back line where Mag can just take down Open and Irony. No support for O2 Blast, no opportunity to get that hold going. So Infernal
Das ist insane, ich habe jetzt schon Bot-Kommentare unter meinem Instagram. I'm kidding.
Need to make it to the end. Any finish time will be all right for them, but
Ich dachte gerade, oh, einer hat unter meinem Ding, unter meinem Dynasty-Post kommentiert. Das ist aber ein fucking Bot-Kommentar.
looks like it's just going to be very much the same, no changes. But MN3 with the
That's
edge.
unfortunate.
Yeah, exactly. This is the key pick I want to talk about.
Just a
because
good
I
fan.
think most players would go towards the Hanzo here as something more standard, but M3 showed such a good performance on the Ashe on Nepal, and obviously we remember fondly his Ashe
Please.
last year on Fusion as well, so clearly one of his best heroes, if not his best. Something that has to be respected from the O2 side. I do worry a little bit about this hero choice as we head into B, because Hanzo is definitely better on B than the Ashe, but M3 can get a lot of work done on A first.
Oh, there's a forward mag. Takes out Opener and Irony. No peel to be found whatsoever. Everybody else just trying to set up their own dive, but Mag just goes in and he finds
Spawn hold.
unassisted.
That's risky.
Onto both of them. And that's a hell of a way to kick off this defense.
ML3 ist ein nasty auf
Position drops down into the lower
auf
side of the
Ashe.
theater.
Oder allgemein Hitscam.
Should be able to make it out.
Ich weiß nicht, bei welchem Team ich ihn gesehen habe. Aber ich dachte mir, der Typ ist nicht real.
When Infernal attacking, Irony was behind in ult charge for a while, but now he's very quickly caught up, and you want to see the attacking side Ana have that advantage and get that first nano into play. Zest doing plenty
Ich glaube, es war auch auf
damage.
Ashe, wo ich, Ashe oder Cass, wo ich ihn drauf gesehen habe.
His bio nades get traded across.
Es war irgendein japanisches Team, glaube ich.
Probe able to find one. Does get punished by Fixa. 1 for 1, but a very long and slow run back. Fixa
Oh, Fixa's going.
finds another elimination. As well as
Break is
the third,
broken.
And also keeps Mag alive. Pulse pop does come through. Top Dragon will finally put an end to his reign of terror, but then Zest finds that. Oh,
I mean,
turn into a very bloody brawl. Sleep in, shot across.
Auto sollte das ja haben, right?
Irony will be able to take
Irony darf das hier nicht. Achso, ne, never mind.
down their tank.
War grad falsch.
Jumped out, Nano into the
Nano,
line.
that's
Marvel
huge.
really starts to open things up as the first tick will get grabbed up here by O2.
Yeah, I think the nanos may be a little bit too much here because you want this nano for the final fight, and if you're Mag, you pretty much just jump right past this one as he's
I mean, Mag,
with his own nano, with his own primal infernal, a prime to be able to get this retake in.
damit der Nano hier funktioniert, hätte ganz Auto committen müssen. Irony hätte auf dem Punkt bleiben müssen. Und O2 hätte hier crazy gehen müssen mit dem Nano. Sowas wasted.
Not going to be doing them too much good. Pulls at the ready, Zest still will be able to hold on to it. As Feud will get the final shot across. Opener gets taken down.
Das Problem ist, man sieht jetzt so schön, dass er genannt wurde. Ah, du hast hier 3 Leute auf dem fucking Point. What the fuck soll Mac hier machen allein? That's not a thing.
Everybody else topped up and alive. Opener, rally of his own, unfortunately, backpedaling over towards the spawn room so that Green HP not going to be doing
I know
much
about the bot
good.
too.
Pulls at the ready, Zest still will be able to hold on to it as Feud will get the final shot across. Opener gets taken down. Now he's looking for a little bit more. Maybe he was going to commit it there just to get some extra stagger, but wants to hold it for a bit longer.
None of MN3 wäre jetzt sick, to be honest.
Ace comes in, Marvel trying to get that punish, but it will not be found.
There's just not a lot of resources there.
Nano Ashe.
Maybe they can get a kill
Nano
here,
Ashe.
but Marvel's not going to be able to connect.
Nano Ashe.
Force primal coming on through it. He's got no target. Zest just
Unlucky.
running circles around him. O2 Blast.
Late.
They're going to get towards. They're about to be on 1 minute here.
MN3 will nicht auf dem Punkt stehen. Absolut nicht. Das war ein Positioning-Fehler. Nano Winston. That's a lot of damage. Kriegt's mega. No way, dass er ihn aufgeht. Needs to get out. Unlucky. Irony hat hier Nano.
For sure. Less than 45 seconds and counting down. Irony with another nano and another opportunity. Zest looks like he caught an arrow there. A stray one coming through from Probe. Now much larger.
Der Nano muss hier viral gehen.
The Dragon Strike. This is go time and Marvel's left.
Ah, that hurts.
He does get slapped, but now he's going to be woken up. Scoot gets taken down. Recon arrow to the face. Scoot's out of the fight. MN3 as well. Stopped.
Wer hat ihn aufgeweckt? Der Throwing, guys.
Rally doesn't want to try to commit it and also just wasn't in position to try to
There's
save him.
no way.
Will end up falling and the cap will end up coming through.
Wer hat ihn aufgeweckt?
Very similar time banks as we go into the street's face.
Wer immer
13 seconds
Mafia
to spare
aufgeweckt
on
hat,
top of the 2.5 minutes bump up.
And because Salt Inferno, you
hat gerade das Game gescored. Wenn das soll ich verlieren.
If you want to match this time bank at 21 seconds, I mean,
Wenn O2 das jetzt verliert, haben die das gescored.
You have to be able to push through B cleanly, just like Soul Inferno did. You have to be
Ja,
able to push through C cleanly.
Inferno.
So for the rest of the map now, the rest of this attack for O2 Blast, it's got to be clean.
Dann war
It's gotta
das
be
der
one and
Grund
done.
dafür.
Can't really afford to be reset here. This Mag is going on a bit of a journey. He's going to run into Probe, and they're going to have a little bit of a
Ich
battle.
könnte mir vorstellen, dass maybe Fixer war mit seinem Swing aus Versehen. Das somehow auf dem Sleep connected hat. Sleep Prime, gut. Fixers Andy. Muss er respektieren. Mac ist dead here. That's not a saying. Du hast doch 1000 AB, aber you're big, bro.
We'll see if that comes back to bite them, but for now, it is that smooth start that they needed.
And I think the one thing that's been a little bit poor on the O2 Blast side today across both maps is sometimes expending the extra ult which they don't
Oh,
need.
almost.
It does have compounding effects and flow-on effects to future
Needs to
fights.
go.
This is where Marvel is taking a lot of damage on purpose. It's quite risky, but it does translate to
Dass er hier nicht Bubble gepoppt hat, verstehe ich nicht.
To then match Skewed, who's about to have one now.
Das war unlucky. Beide Teams machen irgendwie keinen Job in Nano Winston, to be honest.
Dragon strike from MN3 looks to create some space, and it's just enough damage for Mag to be able to jump forward and find Probe. Opening kill going the way of the Soul Infernals. They look to hold.
Ich denke, Nano Tracer wird hier ein bisschen mehr machen. Und beide Teams machen so einen guten Job, Nano Winston in Kontrolle zu halten, dass wenn eins der beiden Teams, die Tracer Nano, die komplett auf Guard geholt werden und die Tracer maybe viral geht. Like, imagine, du machst einen Monkey Dive, und Nano ist halt die Tracer. It's so much damage. Ich meine, die Tracer won't clip eine fucking Brick dann. Theoretisch. Two-Clip, Max.
And even if the touch was there, you would see Marvel die within a second of touching. So it would have been really rough.
Ja, das war das dann jetzt.
Blast, I think, victims of first of all,
Das hätte er nicht touchen können. Also, wie er gesagt hat, wenn er getoucht hat, er wäre instant dead, von daher. Das war nicht contestable. Unlucky.
B and C could get really interesting for Infernal based on what Mag plays.
Alright, well, from the outset, Mag is going to be showing us that Ramatra as they get ready for a forward camp hold. It's not going to be too shocking at all. And attack for now is showing that Sigma.
So I respect the Ram as well, because the Ram, I think, scales better into the rest of the points, whereas Ryan doesn't. Ryan is better for the opening forward hold. I do believe the forward hold of the Ram is going to be a lot weaker. So O2 Blast shouldn't spend too long being camped here. But given that Mag starts on the Ram, he'll have quicker annihilation, ult charge time, and he'll be able to play the other points clearer.
Okay, well, Probe seems like he's got a pretty damn good idea of where MN3 is, and actually gets him, I think, with just a stray shot blind. Then follows up, finds Skewed, and that is one hell of a way to break the forward hold. I think some heroics now from the remaining members of the Infernal to try to turn the tides of this one. Immortality Field is going to be melted down, and then, yep, Mag just going to be taken out. That steady healing from Lucio is going to be nowhere near enough to try to save him, and it's a very quick breakthrough. Absolutely necessary here for O2 Blast as they get the cart rolling.
Yeah. I mean, you typically expect over a minute worth of hold there from the spawn camping team, and Mag swap, dude, they're swapping straight away. Look, if you're going to go for the spawn camp, please play the Rhine. I don't understand playing the ram and then into the Winston. If you're gonna go ram, you're playing ram the entire way through because you're valuing the fact that you start on the correct hero early.
Das ist true.
But now you're just swapping to Winston. Well, you should have just played the Ryan because the Ryan is much better at spawn camping, as we showed how quick the Ramatra spawn camp got dismantled.
The hack as well as the anti-out will force the immortality from
Das Ding ist, wenn du für den Spawncamp gehst, musst du auch
trying to threaten, but needs to get out of that
einen
position.
Commit haben.
Forced to go into the Wraith Walk
Ich
as
denke,
well.
mit Ram hast du auch einen besseren Sustain. Du musst was spielen. Du brauchst die May für die Wall, du brauchst einen Ram oder Ryan. Für da drauf zu fordern. Im Vergleich zu den Winston.
Opener as well. Window's going to be important here. Set it up for the backline, or rather just attack and opener to use. And they have the DPS to play through it.
Bei Winston ist verdammt schlecht, Space zu halten. Er ist gut darin, Space zu nehmen, aber nicht zu halten. Deswegen ist Winston so gut auf Control. Oder Dive so gut auf Control und Push, weil da nichts halten muss. Du nimmst einfach den Space und you're
It's a bit
going.
of a speed run so far, and I think a lot of this is coming from the flow and effects of Soul Infernal changing compositions. M3 stayed on the Sombra, so you got that early EMP, but you're lacking the rest of the ultimates right in Ultra Blast because they solidly won that first fight at spawn.
Ich finde auch den Sigma-Pick hier ziemlich ball, to be honest.
Okay, good, that's one of his main heroes, but it doesn't really synergize with the dive. I'd rather he just stay on the Sombra, because that's actually a dive hero.
Na, das würde ich so nicht sagen. Ich denke, Ash ist ziemlich solide für die Comp.
Should be Nano.
Natürlich wäre es Sombra besser, aber I like. Ich mag die Ash in der Comp. Ist ziemlich consistent Damage im Gegensatz zu einer Sombra. Oh, nice. Vor allem an dem Punkt von der Map. War tolle Angles.
I think Probe is also on the wrong hero here. Hanzo would do a lot more work in this type of composition than what a
Na.
Reaper is, but he's kind of locked into the Reaper because the Death Blossom is available. You saw him trying to set up on the high ground for a Death Blossom play, but found out by Man. Goomba stomped out, and the fight
I mean,
attack now going
ja, keine.
maybe pull this one a little bit closer range, losing knife.
Ich denke eher Attack auf der
That means O2 Blast
auf
has
der
to just chill a little bit longer. Also
auf
something
Queen.
for Probe, 'cause Probe wants to move forward.
Das ist hier eher das Problem jetzt.
He'll just do it anyway. Okay.
Ich mag die Queen nicht. Vor allem nicht auf Havana. Nicht gegen der Winston kommen.
Sojan's okay here. I think a lot of players are now playing the Sojan,
Unlucky.
so that's fine.
Oh,
Attack, good pickup.
Nice.
line up the climb. Right through.
Oh,
Gets
good
assessed.
knife. Wow.
Flop was unleashed. Dynamite across. Probe's going to be burnt down. Irony as well going to fall. Despite the efforts here from Attack, fighting this nice knife lineups, but he's eventually going to end up getting taken out. There's nothing more for Opener to do. So Wipe comes through.
Ich denke, Attack wäre hier besser, wenn er, I don't know, wenn sie auch einen Winston Mirror machen würden. Wenn O2 einen Winston Mirror machen.
Plays in there, couple of final blows, good nades, and a sleep dart onto Attack will save.
Oder die Wash spielen.
We talked a little bit about M3's Ash earlier on, saying it was a particularly good pick going in.
Okay, die Soldier kann funktionieren.
Attack is off the Sigma.
Soldier ist ein guter Pick.
He is free to shoot however he likes, unless he gets shot in
Nice.
the face by Opener.
That's huge.
Some orbs his way. Stoned by those. Good opening
Oh,
kills.
that nade.
I'm going to be slapped down. 4 man, anti. Can they find anything on the back? It's going to expire. Irony now. Alive. Rally available. Pops it instantly. So everybody topped up.
O2 chillt hier mehr oder weniger.
12% left to go. Shield bash comes in. Big's going to be taken down.
Nice.
Knife now skewed is out of the fight as well. So it's both supports gone with Mag just trying to buy some time for them to rejoin here with this primal. Couple shots across on the Probe trying to set him up, but there's no damage found. And Opener gets another elimination. This time a right-click boot kill to finish off Zest.
Opener doing so much work here. I mean, just the Cheerios to the face to take down M3, who's now onto a Sombra because well, you value the quicker respawn and the fast retake coming in. Speaking of which, Fix is trying to touch.
Fuck, dass Mag noch am Leben war.
But are dead. Mag, however, gone. Now it's really going to be all on Fixa and Zest to try to keep this one contested. Misery falls low. The whip shot knocked him away, but Scoot is going to fall. The knife again comes through from Attack. Takes out Fixa.
Die Ult ist keiner nasty von Queen.
Goes back over to the Ramatra now. See if they can open things up.
Was gebe ich denen? Die war gut.
2 minutes and 16 seconds now remaining. Mag says, all right, well, enough of that. Goes back to the Winston.
We need to see some Karika come through from Irony because every single time Skewed lands abilities, it's going to be really tough for attack. This is
I mean,
gonna be
Queen
the
macht seinen
start of
Damage.
composition.
Oder ihren Damage.
How much pocketing you need.
What the fuck war das?
Okay, MN3 just caught there, unlucky. The fact that Irony stayed on means he values the
Queen macht
strategy.
ihren Damage.
So far the tempo is good, so
Ah, das Problem ist Winston auch. Du wirst einfach so leicht geburnt in dieser Call.
Well, really great staggers found as they just continue to keep forward position.
By
Holding
the way,
the Infernal back.
Open has managed to found the sound barrier in time as MN3 approaches this EMP. That's a very critical timing. And you need to see Opener survive.
Die Frage ist, was kommt zuerst, der Soundbar oder der EMP?
Survive this EMP. O2 Blast, forward pressure will be more.
EMP zuerst? Soundbar?
That barrier, there
Bottom
it
of the
is.
beat comes through.
Die Bubble!
Drop it. Out onto the 3 players here. 2 bars alone inside of the zone for they can't really do much other than wait for those shields to go away. Takes a nasty hit, but now the cart in on for the final stretch. MN3 back over to the Ash, wants to play with some of these defensive long sightlines, try to find some picks.
Der Overclock vom Blob kann ja richtig brutal werden. I believe. Unlucky.
MN3 still going to be taken out. Zest used the pulse, not going to be able to find anything there. Knife. Also his own, still pocketed, still waiting for an opportunity, a juicy one to try to use it. And out comes Irony, gets the bash across.
Nice
Zest
stick.
gets taken down. Might not even need to really
Ja, na da ist was.
value of results. It's pushing forward still. A couple meters left to go. The rampage across MN3, swapping over onto the Genji, ends up getting cut down. Will get bled out, and this is going to be the push to the completion here for the side of O2 Blast. They will not.
Ja, fair enough.
Mag has to exit, tries to go back into the spawn room to get some healing. Part now starts
Actually,
riding
this might
forward
work.
once again, and the touch
never mind.
cannot be there.
I was gonna say, you know, Mag stalled out for a long time. If Zest can just trade positions with Mag, keep the payload up, the full respawns from Infernal work coming out of spawn. Mag going over towards Orion.
Nah,
just heal on the Winston come
that's
back
not
out.
saying.
That was a little bit weird. Weirder than that is
Das know, wer das jetzt hätten stallen können.
choice situation.
Da sind 5 Leute auf dem Card, die Trace ist instant dead. That's not a thing.
Not particularly good. But then, once attack goes over towards Junker Queen, the Ashe is good now. You want to stay on the Ashe. He swaps to Sombra. I think the reason he swaps to Sombra is because Infernal lost the fight, and he's trying to come back on a Sombra, a faster hero to maybe touch the point. Also, sightlines become super limited on B once the
Ich mag Queen trotzdem nicht. Gegen die Winston kommt, gegen der Dive kommt.
He just stays on the Sombra.
Weil Queen will brawlen und
Swaps later on towards the Ashe.
Infernal will halt nicht brawlen.
I don't know, debatable
So.
how much value that really was going to be.
Ihr löst.
So, yeah, it just seems like
Wenn die Queen mal close kommt, hat sie Value, keine Frage,
he
aber
ended up on Ashe at the wrong times, then ended up on
bis du mal close bist, that's tough.
Well, now, once again, defense, let's see how they look. Infernal need to push this all the way to the end. Get the completion on the map to take us into extra innings. See if they're going to be able to pull that off.
And as expected as well, you know, attack just staying on the Sigma. I was questioning maybe would O2 Blast also go for the spawn hold, and I don't think they'll do it, because if attack was going to go for it, he'd have to go for the Ramatra version, which we've already discovered is just not going to be good. So he's not going to waste any time on Ryan. He wants to be on the quote-unquote correct hero straight off the bat. It's a double sniper as well. It's Knife Hanzo, Probe on the Widowmaker, and I'm curious if MN3 wants to match this, but he's already got a kill on Knife, so maybe not.
Yeah, nice and early one.
Ich mag den Widow-Pick auf Defense.
As well as they play within the building, can't really do much to try to assist. Attack now, just having to peel back.
Muss noch aufpassen wegen Inventory jetzt, Sombra.
Absorb as much as he possibly can and backpedal.
Das ist sein größtes Problem hier.
Rogue widely is being target starved.
I'm also surprised Skewed is on the Kariko instead of the Ana here, because it's less
Ist eine Venomine?
synergized with Mag's Winston, as Mag just gets deleted. I think it got hacked in there as well, saw the extra assist coming through the knife. That's a major slowdown.
Bad spot. Fix it as well. I mean, they're in around the back. There's no way to get out of here.
Scoot ist keiner Fakt hier.
Zest, I mean, Fix is dead. Skewed now gone. Zest as well going to fall. The opening attack. Yeah, they get one kill. They get rid of that.
So,
It doesn't work
okay,
out.
I don't know why Fixer was there, but I do.
Ich kann mal was zu essen machen.
Because we are
Ich habe ein paar Pizza Buggets vorbereitet.
Tracer go flank, sometimes obviously Sombra go flank as
Ich
well.
mache jetzt mal einen Ofen an und gleich wieder da.
Flank, and then they work as a bit of a duo. Here though, with Mag dead, I mean, they'll just get caught out massively. A knife doesn't translocate away, super greedy there. That's going to cost O2 Blast a little bit.
Greeting quite a bit to try to get the EMP. I mean, after the swap, he was really able to overtake MN3 in a major way, but That is going to be eventually costly if the card does get to move up just a bit at least. Dive into the back line for Irony. They will eventually be able to find the squishy Zenyatta. His opener will also get taken down. It's going to be the supports from the side of Infernal coming up with the kills. Today rush committed to the fight. Attack just mentioned the punish on the one. Fixa 70 HP, but pulls back away.
Hey, payload's so far away.
The cart. Yeah, it's still quite far. It's not even around in the final corner.
That's going to guarantee another fight. It doesn't matter how well Infernal played the fight because the payload is in Narnia. It's still not real. Okay, it's being pushed a little bit here, but Knife going down, it almost doesn't even matter now because now he's got the EMP. The retake will happen, and there's almost 5 ultimates on board for O2 Blast. O2 Blast very favored in this fight. Can they get these ultimates off?
Need to beat them, but it's going to be EMP. Now the Flux does pick them up, and Fixa still does not have it. So he's going to be slapped down to the ground dead. Follow-up kill, Pro gets Fixa. Mag now eliminated. Hart is moving forward, though. Don't contest his
Cap, the cap.
They're
Oh my
just
god.
a hair of a second off. Attack dropping down to the low ground. Couldn't make it happen. Oh, and that could have been
Dude, they had the
everything.
whole. They won the fight. They won the fight. They actually won the fight, but didn't touch the payload.
Great AC9.
That hurt so much. Attack even ate the pulse bomb. It was looking so clean from O2, but they just did not touch.
That's grass-fed.
You want me to get the whole quote out? It's on my Twitter. Poker Face's one was far worse. Let's just say that much. So it wasn't as egregious as that. Not the worst C9 of the day.
Second one, still never a good look. But Fixa does get taken out. Good pick here from Knife as he tries to get that next EMP on M3 and actually lap him in that regard. Probe still here with the Widowmaker.
Yeah, the Widowmaker's not as good on B, so he's got to think about this pick as we move forward. Much better on C, though, give him that. So Infernal have had some major slowdown. Payload is mostly stalled up as it's getting a couple meters at a time here. MN3 is, we got to get this EMP off. That's the key thing, and he has to translocate away. Man, that setup is gone.
Just trying to hunt for something here. We'll get the hack on the mag. Fixa again being a poke-inspired target from the side of O2. In the meantime, the front has just been moving forward steadily. EMP comes across. Knife pulling the trigger on that, but Fixa gets a beat out. Just everyone, keeps them all safe. Also finds a kill into opener and Irony gone as well. Means no supports, no Sombra, and no real hope likely defending this push from coming through here onto point B. Attack trying to pull back, trying to safely exit as fast as he possibly can. Seems like he may have just gotten away with it. Actually finds him in 3. That's huge. It's going to be the EMP gone. They can actually now recontest off this.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only that, but he's on his way towards a flux, so EMP offline. Pulse bomb missing. O2 Blast in position to contest.
Lining it up, Scoot goes in with that rush, but now he's going to be slapped to the ground. The Flux finds him once again and Fixa taken down. Mac doesn't have the primal. Still comes in. They will be able to halt this cart. Still 1 minute and 43 seconds to chew through is quite a bit for O2 Blast.
Yeah, this is where, okay, we didn't get the full hold on A, but O2 Blast are looking good for B now. That was a fantastic hold on to B. M3 overcommits, gets super punished by Attack, who, after using Flux, is feeling like going towards the Jungle Queen as well. That's backed by Probe on the Reaper. If you want to shut down a Primal Winston, this is how you do it. 2 shotgun characters.
Matrix up onto the high ground. Mag trying to disrupt, but look at the damage. They just burn him down. EMP used from M3. I think Attack is the only person that actually receives it. He's falling low, but now Fixa gone, Scoot as well. Knife finds both the supports. It's going to be back to the rally point here for Infernal. Once again, having to respawn.
The swaps. I was thinking, could Mag actually go Ryan here? Because if you want to beat this Jungle Queen composition, like hard counter it, you go for a Ryan Brawl, but adjacent to the Ryan Brawl is actually going to be the Ram Brawl, and I respect this a lot. Probe's also going to go over towards the Ashe now, okay? A little bit more long-range damage. I think Reaper's not as good into this Ryan comp, so that makes sense. Soul Infernal, all they're doing is focusing on this B point fight. This comp is not going to be as good on C, but you have to win B first.
Oh my god.
And they might not do that.
I mean, he just IMAX shield slammed the ever-loving hell out of 3 players right down. Kills were found immediately. Probe able to scoop off 2. And, yeah, really quick reset, which is at least fortunate for the Soul Infernal. That's about the only positive in that fight, because now they can all respawn at the same time and try to get a final touch. But somebody needs to do it. It's only Fixa.
It's only Fixa. He's the only one that can touch. Everyone else is far too slow. They're being spawn camped there. Where is Fixa? He's running. He's going for it.
He's gonna get taken down. No. He managed to survive. Can they get the touch? He's trying to make his way around the side. He manages to get there in time, but attack in the meantime gets up into the face of MN3, takes him down. The knife from attack also finds Skewed, and that will be it. The OT now bleeding away. Mag cannot arrive in time, and O2 Blast will keep the dream alive as well as a win streak, at least for a little bit longer, as they go ahead and take a map off of the Seoul Infernal.
Caught that one in IMAX 3D. Filmed on actual film as well. Dunkirk style. Good plays coming through from O2 Blast. And all of those film references were just for you, Seth. I know you'd appreciate them, and I hope you did, as O2 Blast finally do get their map win. It felt like, you know, they probably could have won the poll. Kings Row was really close as well. And this is what I'm saying, right? O2 Blast are not a team that are behind enough that they feel like you can't beat Infernal at all. Small mistakes cost them the first 2 maps. Seoul Infernal are the type of team that will punish any small mistake you make. I think O2 Blast found some good comps here, some good counter comps. Seoul Infernal with the one last shot on the Ram comp, and they got instantly slammed by Irony coming through on that brig. So, well done to O2 Blast, and you know, just no matter what the result is now, they'll at least get the one map versus Seoul Infernal, like Poker Face got versus Going Through Charge.
That they do, but now it is going to be map pick to potentially close the series here for Seoul Infernal as we get ready to go into push. I have an idea of what they might try to favor, but we'll wait for confirmation when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere.
Okay, sorry. Bin wieder da. Hat doch länger gedauert als erwartet. Wie ist es ausgegangen?
The touch. He's trying to make his way around the side. He manages to get there in time, but attack in the meantime gets up into the face of MN3, takes him down. The knife from attack also finds Skewed, and that will be it. The OT now bleeding away. Mac can...
Unfortunate.
That we have a contenders career, so Proud would have been insane in this tournament as well, but just can't play due to age. And Open and Irony did super well on that map. They're the only two that don't have any counterparts to swap between, but I also don't think you need to. So O2 Blast is starting to look to turn the ship around, but a reverse sweep is still required to actually win here.
True. And just given the form that we have seen, and especially given that it is the map pick, it just feels like a bit of a far cry hope here for the side of O2, but maybe they can work some miracles themselves back into this one. If a massive turnaround, we are going to be heading over to Esperanza here.
So the reason why Seoul Infernal picked this map, and is something else I talked about yesterday, if you are looking to go to a Winston favored map, you'd have to pick this one. Of the 3, Esperanza makes the most sense. And then you Queen Street after that, and then you don't want to stay away from Coliseo. So Seoul Infernal staying away from Coliseo, absolutely the right choice. Marvel locking in the Jungle Queen. We're going to see both Marvel and Attack on the Jungle Queen. Today, obviously, the reason why Marvel comes into play over Attack, even though it's still Jungle Queen, is in case you do actually want to swap over towards that Winston, Marvel's going to bring that to the table instead of Attack. But
I think Queen of...
last game, they said, look, Jungle Queen was so good versus Mag.
Queen here is fine. Sofern der Control vom Bot aus.
Really come through and try to shine. We've seen it very effective in ripping
Wenn O2 hier Bot Control hat, was sie im Moment haben, ist das fein. Sobald sie Bot Control verlieren haben, ist das Müll. GG. Für Queen.
A little bit of space opened up. This can be O2 getting the ball rolling. Another knife through.
Nice.
On the mag, trying to wait it out. They pull him out of the bubble. They're looking for that elimination, but it's going to be MN3 taking down Knife for our first blood here on the map.
You can see that the respect is given there. Marvel finally finds the axe chop into Fixer, but
Killer Fixer? That's huge.
Early on, because he was respecting the frontline damage. With a one less healer though, things are
Now
getting
you
really
go.
tricky for Infernal.
Oh, die Handhai.
Back away, put some damage down. Helix rockets from Probe. Connection with Zest. They find that elimination.
Get this win. Oh, deswegen muss es bereuen.
Trading it out for the BPS players.
That's
and then
bad.
also find Irony, which means the rest of the team will go tumbling down. Opener, flying forward here, trying to find anything that they possibly can get as Mag. Also going to get
Wie viel ist der Tick Damage
healing through just in time. So he went down to
von
14.
Queen?
Knife does finish the job and stays alive to boot.
And that's clutch because now Infernal don't get free
Overwatch.
can't flip the even though the flip is only like 6.9 meters, so it's not that hard, but The fact that Knife gets a couple of trades there forces Soul Infernal to back out and reset, so it's a double
Queen.
reset. Infernal have no positional advantage after winning that fight. They have ultimates though. Speaking of ultimates, it was a Nano that made the difference there. Skewed finding that early gives Mag the confidence to walk forward even into a Jungle Queen. And now the EMP has to...
Wo ist der Wound Damage?
Yeah, the setup looks a little bit rough around the edges there on Habana. He was playing it. EMP goes across, manages to catch on a 3. Gonna rush out from Irony to try to stay alive through this one, but Zest able to get the follow-up here on the Marble, shuts him down before the Rampage can become a factor in the fight, but Knife also gets Zest, so in the end, gonna be a 1-for-1 at the PS4, a tank. Mag with the Primal rolling, he's looking for opener, will eventually be able to get him, as he's just basically buddy hopping on top of the spot, so he can now go ahead, take away, and perhaps start getting some distance for themselves.
Yeah, Marvel getting taken out there, just, the sound barrier wasn't actually there, I was gonna say despite the sound barrier, but that came in afterwards. Definitely hurts O2 Blast's ability to stay in that fight. Now Big Byronade's going to claim Irony with some damage from M3. O2 Blast once again down on members, and it keeps on coming.
Rough position, the
Was
Death
der Wound
Knight
Damage?
to the side.
Moira, look at
Looking
that.
very good, just consistently pushing them back, and I mean, yeah, as you say, a Moira coming through. It feels like another one of those edge case picks that kind of only comes out here on this map in particular, but we'll see how he
don't like
fares.
it though. I think the Kariko is better because you need to be able to cleanse antis and sleeps off a Marvel. Now
Bean.
Skewed is going to have a much better game, and Skewed's already had a good game, so this doesn't get easier. M3 dies, which is a good thing for O2 Blast.
And Zest as
Zest
well,
falling
so-
is even better.
Okay, somehow, some way, they're just going to go ahead and try to win this one out. The Nano's Skewed, though. M3 is going to be sprinting his way back, trying to get into this fight once again. Skewed under some fire, fix it as well, falling low, but Skewed wins the fight off screen versus Knife. As Irony is desperately trying to pump some healing across here on a Marvel, keep him sustained so he can eventually use that Rampage. Bond gets pushed back into a neutral position, but the lead is there for the side of the Soul Infernal. Skewed picks it, going low. Today Rush comes in, and M3 takes down Probe. The sleep is in on the Marvel. They'll come piling in onto the high ground, shutting down that Rampage, getting the elimination in the end. The Infernal can once again start moving forward.
Skewed is so good, man. Not just the sleep dart, but he threw the Byronade a little bit earlier on as well to save himself, save a couple members from Probe's Death Blossom. And I don't think Infernal lost a single member there. The sleep dart onto Marvel was so clean. Damn, Skewed. And now O2 Blast are looking at that situation like, all right, there's Jungle Queen. We're done with that.
Also
Marvel
15
was
total
spotlight
doch.
towards Winston, but
15 damage.
because you want the coalescence.
Das
Flora
Wound Damage.
still on the Reaper. You don't want to see that.
Overtime. Über 3 Sekunden.
Marvel again taken down. I'm just backing away, but the aggression comes in.
Das ist
from
5
Mag.
Damage die Sekunde.
Disperse. But in the meantime, gone. I mean, Vix has kind of been fragging as well. You see the coalescence coming through. Irony hacked, however, out of it, and yeah, has to just go ahead and fade away to try to stay alive. Mag up over the top, brings back in here onto the bot. And the pulse bomb for an opening. Zest lets his go, doesn't find anything for it. And I want to Mag, and suddenly, Nano goes, or the anti goes in.
Komm,
Iron
Diggi.
Probe now
It needs to be
Knife as
swapped.
well falling, and that's going to be the checkpoint established here with half the time being gone.
So Irony back onto Kariko, the hero he should have been on the whole time. Probe still staying on the Reaper for the Death Blossom. Not ideal because I don't even think Death Blossom is worth it. You can just Suzu out of it if you're the Infernal, or Sleep Dart Probe who's got no protection. O2 Blast in a really sore spot as the cap also came through from Soul Infernal. Tsune Rush coming online for Fixer. They can still rotate through a lot of decent ultimates.
Not very much in their hands. They're right back into it, just not allowing for O2 to try to shift this out of this push position. Down barrier going to be dropped in by Opener. Knife gets himself into the back line, looking to threaten Fixa, who also used the Kitsune Rush. Zest taken down. Probe finding that opening kill. MN3 down to a slither. Fixa will fall. The Soul Infernal widely going to have to go for a bit of a reset. Mag drops down to just try to buy a little bit of extra time, but doesn't last too long.
EMP now coming online as Fixer swaps over towards the Brig. Much better versus the dive. We respect it. A couple of late
almost
hits
go
here
Marvel.
will allow the O2 Blast squad to get some extra free push, but they're 50 meters behind roughly. They're still about, I would say, at least one fight away from capping. So Esperanza is close in terms of cap distance. So they can threaten it a lot earlier, and they have the ultimates to play through. It's the EMP that's problematic here. Opener already used the sound barrier earlier to win a fight. Now M3 should be able to clear.
EMP up over the top. Pulse bomb goes out from Knife. Not going to find anything. So far, no eliminations found on either side. Kitsune Rush from Irony helps to keep them in this. Blossom as well, coming up short. Mag works lower and lower.
Kitsune Rush from Reaper aus dem Sinn.
Forward. Nano now available though from Skewed. Marvel has a primal, the only two ults that are in this fight.
Nano is really good though. You should think about using this sooner rather than later. If they can prevent the cap, that would be ideal.
Der Nano ist ein bisschen weird.
Nap time for Marvel in the back line.
I don't know about that.
Opener, having that additional feel here of the Winston.
Der Nano war wasted.
Now Marvel as well, just getting chewed apart. With Irony's limited healing output, are unfortunate to be able to keep them in this fight for as long as they have. But now Irony is going to be gone. Cess claiming 2. Looks for a little bit more. Gets the 3rd. The bot once again being moved back across. 2 minutes and 40 seconds about to be remaining in the time bank.
It's the skew difference there. Nano onto Mag to allow them to go forward, then sleep down into Primal for the Primal from Marvel to stop.
I mean, der Nano auf Meg hat gerade absolut nichts gemacht.
Marvel for the final 2:30 of this map. It's gonna go back over towards the Junker Queen. But,
Der Winston was lieb und ja.
Moira there.
Also Marvel was lieb. That's unfortunate. Oh. Nice knife. Get out.
Is that another knife? No.
Das gute Screen kann ja relativ gut gerade contesten. Also den Bot. Von daher sollte fein sein.
Another Byron connected. That one looks like it got Suzu'd off.
Quick cleanser from Irony.
Oh,
Pulse
nice.
goes in, takes it, gets sniped.
Nice
fast, but
mistake.
Pulse claims him from beyond the grave. And going to be a 1-for-1.
It's only rush?
Now going to be committed here from Irony.
Maybe EMP für eventuell.
Despite get the spot moving back as time continues to dwindle down. Dude, yet having the nano. Mag, however,
War das ein...
very close to having the primal. 4% left to go. Drops here onto the low
War das ein
ground.
EMP-Cancel?
Really risking it, but he's just going to be a percentage shy. End up getting taken down, and now bot can move back.
Hey, let me see.
Going to be a 1-for-1. The Kitsune rush now going to be committed here from Irony, looking to really.
EMP hat keinen getroffen, oder?
Spot moving back as time continues to dwindle down.
Doch, es war ein Formel EMP.
Mag, however, also very close to having the primal. 4% left to go. Drops
Als ein Cleanse.
He's really risking it, but he's just going to be a percentage shy. End up getting taken down, and now bot can move
Fortunate.
across. The forward spawn's going to be taken away just before.
Kein richtiges Follow-up mit dem EMP.
I actually think it's correct for Mag to hold on there. Even if he had the Primal, he shouldn't use it because you want to be banking up ultimates for what is going to be the final fight as O2 Blast approach the calf, and they might get it here because it's close. In fact, they will. There's still a, 15-meter gap left. That 15-meter gap is what this last minute is going to be fought over.
I mean, die Corner hier ist hart.
The Primal that was saved. M3 over towards the Ash as well for some long-range damage.
Der Blossom muss huge werden.
Last
Oh.
part of the map.
Komm, GGTB. Let's go.
Locked in for now. Zest tries to peel into the back line, just putting some damage down here on the knife, forces out that recall, but
Oh.
here comes Probe up over the
Get
top.
two.
The Death Blossom taking out 2. Skewed and M3 now going to be eliminated. Mag uses the Primal. Does manage to find opener, but is that going to be enough?
dead.
Pulse pump from Zest will get rid of the enemy Reaper, but Mag is down to a sliver of HP. Now, from Skewed available once he can rejoin the fight, and it might be everything. Try to keep the spot contested and try to get the win, but the Pulse Pump comes in from
Nice, kill off Meg hier.
Take him down. Zest now doing his damage. The recall used, trying to get rid of knife.
Nano break.
It's on to fix, just trying to get the rally online. Pushes up on the corner.
Ein Fixer already bekommt, das ist winnable.
Zest down so very low, does not have that.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Ends up getting bled dry. 3 members left. The lead taken with 8 seconds remaining. I think
Du musst den Sleep da respektieren.
Yeah, and there's also an ult. Irony can ult here as well, which is huge. Look, even if O2 Blast
Gut braucht hier.
OT, and O2 Blast have the lead, which means this entire way in OT now, Infernal have to push up. That is gigantic that O2 Blast actually took that lead.
Die haben Kitsune. Die haben keinen Bob. Bob is coming.
Ixa tries to turn the tide. Nancy on to 3 members as well. Stu getting involved in the fight, and this is just going to be the supports from Infernal really turning the tides and keeping them alive in this one.
Das ist ziemlich winnable für den Final gerade. Das ist ziemlich winnable. Bob kam in Clutch.
Infernal, if there is a world, if Infernal is
Wenn die Impulsbomb connected.
they need to prove it right now because this is where the boys are separated
Das
from.
beste Target hier wird Probe.
One last fight to decide it all. Infernal have
Probe
lost this entire distance in
oder die
OT.
Queen. Oder Marvel.
In touch here. Lead won't be regained just yet. Sound
Einer von den zwei muss
is gonna
ausdicken.
be the key ultimate.
Pulse from Zest. At the ready. Skewed still 35% away from the Nano. The bot now
Go
moved
left.
into a pushing position, but it's 10 meters left to go, and they have to open this up. Zest slinking his way around the back is noted.
Kann nicht die Kill-Quest
Spotting him
decken.
out. Suzu also going to be available in case he is going to be the stick target.
Sofern es so hat. Obvious. Oder TV. That's not the thing.
Spot from this point forward.
Nano's coming.
Here onto the high ground. Beat gets dropped.
Ist gut, hat Nano.
Across. Opener going to be the only one that receives that one. The rampage as well, nearly there for Marvel. MN3 going to be taken down. Probe finds the shot through. Fixa, however,
Nice.
get the punish. We still need to keep this contested. Marvel down. 70 HP. Rampage goes across. Finds Zest. Finds Mag. The healing not going to be available. And Zest does not have the recall. He's going to get bled down. Ends up falling. Trade on the tracers.
Wenn er will für beide Teams, to be honest.
Desperately try to join back in a little bit faster.
Ich denke, Queen hat hier mehr Sustain als der Winston. Ich glaube, hier kommt die Queen in Clutch. Hat die Prime. Die haben Overclock. Probe darf nicht sterben. I mean, the Pharaoh pick. Das macht seinen Support eigentlich nur schwerer, to be honest.
Focus fire taken down, and it looks like they are going to do it. 5 meters shy, the cleanup comes through. OT will bleed away, and O2 will take us the distance.
We got a real game on our hands here, fellas. This is the O2 Blast squad that has been
Sick.
hyped up, that has been cooked up, that is looking for number
Oh, du darfst dich ja
They
freuen.
do not want to lose their match win streak today.
Huge.
The reverse sweep is officially on the cards. They're celebrating what is incredibly close map, but there is still one more to play.
Ich denke, der Pharaoh Pick von Zest am Schluss
An O2 Blast, man, they really
war ein
turned this
Problem.
around because this series was not looking good for them on
Weil-
the maps. The last two have been dynamite. They've still been close.
Ja,
But
Alter.
O2 Blast, the most hyped up contenders team.
Weil wenn die
of all
Pharaoh
time,
Damage kassiert,
starting to
du kannst nicht
really show
erwarten,
why that's the case.
dass beide Supports sich plötzlich umdrehen können. That's not a thing in der Kampf. Die Brick kann jetzt zwar ein Heal-Pack zu werfen, klar, aber...
Things will open up. It's going to be the Ramatra battle.
Ja.
Defense is going to be, of course, MN3 here with a Sojourn. Probe sticking to that Symmetra. Scaling fares this time around. Already good early damage getting
Oh,
pushed
ich
over
hab
here towards the Infernal
richtig Hunger
players.
gerade. So Bock auf diese Buckets.
Ram versus Ram as well. Complete mirror outside MN3 and Pro.
Ah, die brauchen noch
And it's
ewig.
going to be a very fast ice block, force out a knife opener in a bit of trouble as well.
Mortality cleared up. It's not found just yet. No damage going across. First lockdown, however, is there for the side of O2 Blast, and now with Marble falling, though, it could be
Ich denke,
a
das
very
Symmetra
swift
macht den
flick over
Unterschied.
here towards the side of the Soul Infernal.
Probe hat
Back
einfach
in
viel mehr
save.
Damage Throughput
Seconds there of that
als...
immortality field, keeping
Inferno.
him alive, allowing for them to just speed up towards his ultimate time. And look at Fixa versus Opener right now.
Als ich das so sage, geht MN3 einfach crazy.
Huge cleanup from Soul Infernal. Force out so many of the early resources and cooldowns.
Die Symmetra ist mehr
from outside,
consistent Damage als Sojourn.
And you're looking at the ult difference here as well. It's Knife that's ahead of Zest. That's really the only big difference maker here. Otherwise, Opener and Irony are that much further behind Skewed, despite Irony now catching up on the window. Should be seeing some support ultimates come through soon. Skewed still holding onto window for now.
I mean, Fixer hat fucking Beat.
They're ready.
Das ist
Get locked
insane.
in there. Knife as well.
Ich glaube nicht, dass sie jetzt schon Beat erwarten.
Pops the beat to try to stay alive. Will get frozen on the back end. Immortality field though, perfectly timed from Skewed to try to keep him alive, and it does. They turn their sights over towards Marvel, playing off the amp matrix.
Oh.
Away from it, rather, I should say, but it's still working a treat. So much damage just being pumped.
Also ich glaube nicht, dass den
Irony
Beat da
down
einer
for
getrackt
Pro.
hat,
All gonna
to
get
be
taken
honest.
down for the team kill, as they will be able to hold the line. 40% now, doubling the percentage of O2 Blast, and Opener still shy of getting
Ich glaube nicht, dass den Beat einer
opening
predicted
sound
hat.
barrier online.
And that's the biggest difference, right? Because the sound barrier from Fixer, I think, swings the fight heavily for Infernal. And not only that, Zest can just win it with his own Blizzard.
Es war
despite having
insane
four Blizzard
fast.
knife. Mag didn't even have to pop the Annihilation, which would have just been an extra ultimate as the insurance policy. Which Blast are now starting to catch up as Knife goes over towards the Tracer, so they're slowly shifting towards more of a dive composition than a brawl.
Ich mag die Anna hier von Irony. Ich finde, die Nate gibt dir viel mehr Möglichkeiten für einen Pick.
Takes them out of the fight nice and early, and Skewed Fixa as well, getting tagged low. Knife able to find an opening kill, but then Fixa takes him down, getting some revenge, and then Opener gets some revenge on Fixa.
Oh, die Wall?
A bit of a cluster here as Marvel will be able to find Zest, and it seems like with the kills
It's
found,
just Mag, though.
Mag out of position against some supports. He should have to pull back and allow for this cap to come through. So a little bit of room to breathe a bit more easily, perhaps here from the side of O2, but given the timing on some of these ults coming up from Soul Infernal, it's not going to last very long.
That was Soul Infernal getting first pick, I believe, as well. So O2 played that one, play it down because Probe was out of the mix super early. But as the sort of dust settles, you see that Mag was the only one alive versus 2 supports, and there's just no way he wins versus that. Too much healing available between the 2 supports healing each other. Finally, a capo from O2. Infernal shy of the 90% as well, which is going to give O2 one extra fight, even if flip goes over. Stick is not going to lead to a kill because of the lamp.
Morgen werde ich nicht streamen, by the way.
Sojourn out of the fight, damage cut down. Zesto does kind of just get
Morgen habe ich keine Zeit.
One shot.
from behind. Knife finding one, but M3 now looking to pick them apart here with this open clock, and won't get line of sight on the opener. He'll just get taken out of the end. So counter flip coming back through. Infernal now in control. It's going to be.
Ich bin froh, wenn ich morgen.
Need to win this if they want to take the opening round.
Ich
muss erst Stuff hier in meiner Wohnung machen. Das hat noch Priorität. Zweitens komme ich von der Arbeit und bin wahrscheinlich fertig wie so.
Off the rip just doesn't get any room whatsoever. Zest takes him down. Will be taking a nap, and Knife is there to get the follow-up kill. Off the back of the antes, so does make it work.
Ich werde versuchen, Dienstag wieder zu streamen. Wobei ich da nicht drauf wetten würde, to be honest. Das ist mir der Plan. Und morgen will ich mir einen Backofen angucken. Und eventuell schon bestellen. Aber das weiß ich noch nicht.
Marvel ends up winning the battle there. Mag doesn't have the annihilations though, so there's still more ultimates to play through. It's Annihilation Blizzard versus Sound Barrier and Overclock Pulse coming through from O2 Blast.
Das heißt, ich komme morgen von der Arbeit, gucke mir einen Backofen an und muss noch meine Wohnung sauber machen. There's no way, dass ich noch anfange zu streamen. Und nächsten Tag noch auf Frühschicht gehen.
Try to survive as the annihilation does come through. The blizzard as well was layered in. Kills found off the back of that, but Marvel eventually pressured out M3 with a rail shot, managing to get that elimination. The sleep there on a mag, but it looks like it doesn't matter.
Zusätzlich noch ein bisschen lernen.
Take control. The second elimination found. The flip is there, 199% to kick things off here for the final map. Soul Infernal.
Ich will Studie noch auf. Oh.
Huge clutch up by M3 there, and I think the one real weak part for O2 Blast, despite how close they got that, what was it, 99 to 100? Was the unfortunate DPS canyon between Probe and M3, both playing Sojourn here. Probe ended up with 0 final blows, 0 eliminations to 6 deaths. And the opposite was true for M3, 6 final blows to only 3 deaths. You start to see some of these moments come through for M3 in the replays here. Marvel, was this the last fight? Okay, this is the fight where Knife dies first. But there's another fight, the final one where Marvel dies first, to M3's hand on the railgun of the Sojourn. Probe was picked out so many times. Because of that, O2 Blast were consistently down for all these.
Ich kann kurz am Essen gucken.
Now need to try to extend this into a third and final round. Pick this one up cleanly as Marvel once again going to be coming out here on the Junker Queen, expecting the Winston wants to be able to disrupt him and take him out with relative ease. We'll see if it goes their way as it has in the past.
Mag can also swap here. This map is still really good for Ramatra, so he doesn't have to stay on the Winston if he doesn't want it. Skew doesn't even need to swap either because the Ana is also good for the Ramatra. We'll see how this plays out. Knife was probably expecting the possibility that Ram could come through. I don't know that the May is amazing here, but shots onto Mag just as warning.
It's a couple into his back. Try to get that. Was it online? It's Zest down low. Bleeding out just a bit there as well. He will be fine to stay alive as Marvel just looking at full Mag out of position, but it is going to be them off the points. The initial cap again goes away of O2, but then Knife gets picked off. Mag finding the kill. Marvel trying to stay alive. Goes out the shout. Healing here from Irony.
Mein Essen braucht noch ein bisschen.
Rush up and ready to roll.
Ich hab ja aber Kartoffelsalat geholt.
Over towards the Tracer, but Marvel is in trouble. The next down, M3 cleans up another. Fixer to follow through, and Soul Infernal is going to get this flip. Well played by the Soul Infernal. Didn't have to use any ultimates. They've started to farm up these ultimates as well. And this is going to allow them to snowball and catch up on that 21 overtake very shortly. As O2 Blast swapping the comp around a little bit further. Probe now on the Reaper. All this to challenge Mag properly, to shut him down on the Winston. And Mag's not going to be changing off the Winston.
I don't know.
Primal coming online.
Ich denke nicht, dass Reaper hier der Pick ist.
Winston before on Esperanza with this composition, and they're ready to run it back.
Weil der einzige, den Bro per Change kann, ist Mag. Und jeder andere ist free. Mit einem Hanzo oder einem Soldier wäre es eher besser.
M3 is the game changer today. He has been over the course of all the maps and especially down in Taki Peninsula.
Wenn du wirklich die Comp hier punishen willst, geh ich da
super strong spot.
Anstatt Reaper Hanzo?
So they rush out. Marvel.
Anstatt Queen gehe ich.
In the meantime, just around to keep that contested as Probe goes into the Wraith Walk to try to
Wer ist
survive.
Ram?
Now it's here on the mag.
Kamatra?
For a target for now. Rampage across does find two.
Und anstatt Lucy gehe ich das an.
Opening kill. Now the sound barrier layered in. Catches the
Und dann schmilzt die, kommt da richtig.
Still rolling from Fixit, now expiring. Keeps them alive in this fight as the shielding goes away. Respawns, getting ready to come through. MN3 now swapping off the Hanzo, goes back over to Sojourn. That was big for him. Is just, I mean, it just absolutely dominates them. Comes up with two, but then Pro pulls the trigger. Death Blossom goes in, does find Zest and Fixit to answer back. Tank, however, gone. Mag can continue to occupy so much space and keep this point contested. Probe, I'm not sure if he's going to have the damage throughput to really displace the Winston quite just yet. He needs some reinforcements. He needs Knife to come in here and join alongside of him.
90% now online for Soul Infernal. Not quite 89, but you'll take that anyway. Mag surviving here would be humongous. Now you can feed that ult charge over to Skewed for another nano, and the retake should be perfect as well. Soul Infernal still in this fight. They haven't backed out just yet. Nano to MN3 actually.
I like that.
MN3 and Marvel taken down.
Stimmt, das war Sojourn. Das war in Season 1. Der ersten Season. Wo Sojourn Meta war. Hab ich MN3 gesehen, dachte mir, Alter. Ich hab's glaube ich sogar in meiner Review gesagt, dass MN3 einer der besten Sojourn-Spieler in der Meta war.
Marvel has to go for the touch. He's the only one. There's no nano here. Katrina Rush is about to be online. Marvel. It's been spent. The bubble's gone. Now the rush.
Jetzt erinnere ich mich.
How quickly can you get a beat? That is the question. MN3 and Zest both taking quite a bit of damage. Probe, I'm expiring away with the shotguns as rapidly as he possibly can. Puts quite some damage down on the mag, but he's going to have that primal online. Marvel on the other side needs to try to survive long enough to get his up. It's there. O2 Blast back in control. 50% moving up, and mag gets irony, and that could just be the beginning of the end. For a little bit more, the rally rolling. Both DPS players still holding on to ults, but Knife lets his go. Finds MN3. Clock now going to be out of the fight. Just recalls. Stays alive. Looking for a target for that pulse bomb. Probe, however, will hound him down. Also holds on to the Death Blossom. And suddenly O2 Blast right back into this. May be able to hold it out.
Yeah, good pulse bomb. I mean, Knife turns that one around. If it wasn't for the pulse bomb sticking to MN3, he overclocks. Could be a completely different story. Probe does this as well. Cleans up the DPS line. Infernal have to back on out. That's Primal and Rowdy spent. Similar ultimate spent on the O2 Blast side. One support ultimate down. One tank ultimate down. Still, though, the overclock could be key here. Nano coming through as well. I think Nano Clock is the combo.
Might just be. Sound barrier, though. Going to be used aggressively. They want to take the fight. They're going to win this right here. This Blossom at the ready. He goes in, finds MN3. That's the first one. Denies that ultimate way. Skewed also out of the fight. Now picks it gone. No supports to speak of, and someone's going to have to touch. They have no real staying power. That's down to half. Mag jumps in. He gets himself onto the point, but he still has to try to deal with Probe, and he's got to leap out to try to exit, but they manage to hound him down. The OT bleeding away. And in no other fashion than we would choose, this is going to go the distance. 5 maps, 3 rounds on our last map here of Control to really, truly decide whether or not this reverse sweep comes to fruition.
This is the match of the season so far for me. I mean, how many years we've all been waiting for O2 Blast to finally face up against a Overwatch League team, and they take on the best one of the lot straight away, and we are going the full distance. As you said, let's take a look at that last fight. It's the Knife Pulse Bomb for me. In fact, it's not even this fight. He just cleans up everybody. It was the Pulse Bomb the last fight before that. But it's clear, I mean, the combo I was talking about, the Nano Clock combo, Skewed and MN3, we didn't get to see any of that. Skewed dies straight away, no Nano. MN3 dies afterwards, no Overclock. The key combo that Infernal needed was not online. O2 Blast now coming through. Junker Queen off the rip. Mag, though, on a Ram. So, unfortunately, this is bad luck for O2. They gambled for the Junker Queen versus Winston matchup. They're not going to get it. Infernal have the better comp.
Soldier 76 now. He's put into a little bit of a rougher position. We'll see what Probe can do with it for the time being. And whether or not he's just
Ich denke, Probe auf Hanzo wäre hier ein besserer Call, to be honest.
Point getting ready to unlock.
Ich weiß nicht, ob der Soldier hier wirklich Value bringt.
Pumping out the healing, trying to get that ult ready to go. Just on the flank, looking to pressure out the Soldier. Mag going down low. Quite a bit of damage in, and it's gonna be
I mean, Soldier hat ziemlich guten Damage Output, aber
those in the immortality field, but Zest is going to fall. Knife gets the elimination.
im Vergleich zu Soldier oder Hanzo.
Yeah, they got to reset very quickly. The only silver lining is that Skewed nearly has an ultimate, so despite losing the point, losing Mag early, Skewed still finds enough healing on the rest of the members to confirm the Ant Matrix as MN3 swaps over towards the Cassidy, one of the MN3 specials. We saw how good this guy was on this hero on map number 1, and he wants to bring it out for another run here. on our final round not sub, this one is labs of the Antarctic Peninsula.
And 3 noting knife on the flank. Should have a very good idea that that pulse bomb is available, and he actually lets it go, but will not be able to find the stick that he's looking for. And Matrix now invested, skewed here, using it on the low ground as Snipe. Again, being noted, has to dash away. Immortality field going to be cleaned up. Mag
Wir respektieren das Wunder. Huge. So muss das. Kein X-Wing. Unlucky.
The rampage going to be there soon, but Zest finds a kill. Opener going to be taken down. That's Lucio now dealt with. Fix it, going to be able to have the beat, but Marvel answers back in kind. Just managed to find one. Anti out across onto 3 as the rampage cuts through, and Marvel is taking this round into his own hands. Takes out 2. Mag will get Irony, but I'm not sure if that's going to be anywhere near enough to try to get this flip into their favor. This fighting knife, however, might just help. Now very committed to the fight. Fixa going to be dead on the back end. Probe able to find that elimination, but Mag comes up with 2 with a Nemesis form. Looks like finally, at long last, Infernal should be able to get something generated for themselves, but they held it above 70% from the start. This is monstrous from O2.
Fixa played that fight super well as well, because you saw him boop away Marvel every single time Marvel wanted to go for a Carnage. Never landed the axe swing. And he had Fixa dead to rights a couple of times while Fixa was on super low HP, but he survives. And if Fixa dies, no sound barrier. The sound barrier ends up turning the fight around and giving the Soul Infernal the ability to walk up into the O2 Blast squad, allow them to tank up against Attack Visor Probe as well, and survive.
So many other ults, pretty much everything invested. They do have the Annihilation, which is going to be popped now. Mag is going to use that to try to at least keep them away. The beat is going to be committed as you say. Opener actually bravely standing on that side of the Maywall. Not too bothered by it at all, it would seem. Probe hunting for a headshot here with the rail. Can't find anything. Down 27 HP. Will be able to stay alive. Kills come across. Keep him topped up. Mag, however, though, Nemesis form again pushes up, finds Marvel. Opener going to get headshot by MN3, sends swapped over onto the Ash. Looks for a little bit more, gets the dink across on the Probe, trying to build up for the Bob.
Der Bob hier kann huge werden.
Suspended Suzu to keep Probe alive, and as Marvel fell low and as 1v1 against Mag, was no more Suzu available to keep Marvel up instead. So
Wobei den Bob will ich noch sehen.
The cooldowns, O2 Blast end up losing Marvel, losing the fight, and the extra amp Matrix coming through from Scoot as well. A nail in the coffin for that fight is MN3. Should be the Bob this time around. Still waiting for ultimates from O2 Blast. They need something soon.
MN3 taken low.
I don't know about that.
We have line of sight of the point, though. Yeah, it's not going to find him too much value. He doesn't have that angle of attack, but the Dynamite finds Irony, and he gets Probe as well. Oh, the Bob be damned. The Dynamite.
Okay, he's going. Never mind.
Sets up for the kill on a Marvel, and suddenly the lead, 85%. The final fight territory is here for Soul Infernal.
MN3 is different, dude. This guy is doing so much for this team. But it's the ultimates, like you say. O2 Blast didn't have ults in the last fight, but they do this time around. It's going to have to be a last second touch. Knife in position to go for it. Triple blink. Zesto, watch out for the Blizzard. There's nothing really to play up against the Blizzard, and that could be the ultimate that wins it for Infernal.
Forces it out. The rush comes across. Mag. Annihilation can be built up here in the extended fight. Zest going to be going low. Believe he goes into the ice block to try to stay alive, and the Blizzard is there. Timing on that knife. Yeah, he does get the pull on him. Now Probe. The clock built up. Anti on the 2. The Rampage finds him. The Blizzard was let loose, but Knife is able to find that kill on the Zest. Marvel, however, going to be traded out. Now the Annihilation online. Mag pushes around the corner, finds Irony, and it's all on Opener. 15% away, but the beat is not going to be coming through. Probe will get the headshot, rail shot. MN3 going to be taken down. Zest now swapping over to the Tracer, but Knife is dead. The OT bleeds away, and despite their best efforts, the Soul Infernal will be victorious over
Nice.
O2
Win von Soul.
They will stop
Bob was.
their 31-match win streak in its tracks, but goddamn if you cannot give this contender teams enough praise, because they pushed this squad, the #1 team here in APAC, as you've been saying, Everal, to the absolute brink.
And I think there's a little bit of disappointment on the O2 Blast players' faces, but I think there's a lot to be proud of here as well. And for Soul Infernal, not even any celebration, because they knew how hard that game was. Mag is rubbing his own shoulders like, damn, that was a bit of a weight to have to carry through the entire way. A map 5 that goes the full distance on the final round. Very clutch fights. It could go either way. What an insane series. I mean, you talk about O2 Blast playing Soul Infernal close. I think O2 Blast played Soul Infernal closer than either of the Go teams did. That's a big statement to make, but changed my mind. I mean, look at the scorelines. Look at how far we went. Look at how winnable that was for O2 Blast. Soul Infernal still get to maintain their position as the #1 squad in the Eastern region for APAC, for the Overwatch League. And we expect them to be the favorites in this group, but O2 Blast, damn, if they put up a hell of a fight, even as their match...
Was haben wir als nächstes? 4 versus
I'm not with O2 Blast, with Dallas Fuel.
Ich habe keine Ahnung, wer SPG ist.
At the very same map, so we'll see.
Ah, I switched in luck, I guess.
Here's the fuel. Have this as their selection,
Gegen
and
Fuel da
then,
drin.
as per usual, the loser will go ahead and pick from there on out the lower bracket.
SPG squad, as we see on every of these contender squads, there will be some Overwatch League talent on there. Just why the games have been so close.
Alrighty. Get ready to go into this one. Take a look
I
at
mean-
the comps real quick. Big question is MCD going to stay with the Moira?
Edison und Sparker ist schon
I hope not.
keiner sicke DPS kommen.
And it is Dallas Fuel. And you know
Okay,
what?
he's doing it.
MCD, this is one of MCD's good heroes. He played
Ja.
back in the day, you know, when Moira had more relevance. MCD was a reasonably good Moira. I don't think Moira's particularly good in this meta, but Rush proved me wrong.
All right, Hanbin going to be antied out, backpedaling away. Barely stays alive. We'll go ahead and get top back up, but good opening fight so far here for the side of SPG. As Edison wants to go ahead and reaggress. The thing that they got to be worried about is just any kind of stray headshot coming in from Aid. Taking down this May, taking down their supports. As well as that Reaper. Although going to be shoved out into the open here. Dead center on the site. Does go into the ice block. That's about to survive. Edison out of the Wraith walk, but walk comes up. Does keep him segregated away from the rest of the squad. Unable to do more damage. Waiting it out though. First Cap getting ready to come through. 2U shoves his way forward. Gets himself onto the point to keep this contested as Sparkle goes around the back.
Der Grund, warum Reaper hier in der Kampf funktioniert, ist wegen der May.
Full rush.
Dallas Fuel will be able to grab this one for themselves.
Durch die May kann der Reaper fordern. Sobald Sparker switcht, useless.
Fight as well as the Cap go the way of the Fuel.
That's the coalescence that breaks the camel's back, and I was watching that ult charge very carefully on the Dallas Fuel side. One of the things that MC used to do very well in Moira was very quick ult charge for the coalescences here, and nothing's changed despite the years going
I mean, die Moira Outlet wird ziemlich auf Cooldown kommen hier.
Wuchan didn't have the nano just yet. The rest of the SPG ultimates are starting to come on.
Da warte ich eigentlich jeden Fight eine Moira Outlet, to be honest.
Does have that annihilation now to try to match. Nano is across on the 2U. Punches ringing out, looks to take down Aid, but does get that sound barrier shielding just in time to try to persevere.
Die Annihilation ist so viel Damage.
It's going to be an exchange on these Mays. Fuel still in control, but very forward.
That's so much.
From the side, it's okay. It's a solo Dragon Strike attempt.
Okay, I like that.
Down Edison, but it also cuts off the rest of the Fuel from being able to get themselves over onto the point.
To be honest, I like that.
From the back, might have bitten off a little bit more than he could chew. Nice boop. Doesn't
Winnable.
the aim here of Aids. Quite steady.
SPG got this.
Right back into it though. Dallas Fuel to maintain the contest. Unbin.
Mal war schon wieder fast tot.
Expires. The flip comes in. SPG now in control, but for how long?
Coalescence is coming back, and that could be the game changer once again. We've reset to a 5 versus 5. SPG currently on the run as the Dallas Fuel. Full heals, good damage, and 2U blocked off with a nano to save.
Oh, and Edison.
Nice nano.
2U does get that nano, punches his way through, finds the kills. And they don't get the counter flip.
That's a lot of damage.
Maintain control that whole way throughout, building up a little bit of extra
That's a lot of
percentage.
damage.
Now moving
Das war
on to
nice
the
nano.
Good stability there being shown by SPG, the tenacity to survive against the Coalescence. Build up that nano charge again. It was only cold online for a while. I think there was no other ultimates just quite there. Eventually the nano is going to allow 2U to walk in, and the aid headshot onto Edison.
Das hat Dallas gerade off-guard geholt. Dallas hat erwartet, dass die backupen. Und SPG dachte sich, nope.
They do manage to
He
sneak
got
away
this.
out. Yet another arrow getting attacked there onto Sparkle, just threatening these DPS players at every twist and turn. Widely though, SPG pulling back over towards the points, down barrier nearly there for both of these Lucios. Who's gonna be able to have
Ich mag nicht, dass sie so einen flexiblen Spieler wie Sparker auf May abgestempelt haben.
thought he was gonna be safe. Instead the punish comes across. The window of opportunity now for all those trying to catch up. Annihilation
Anstatt dass Sparker hier Tracer geht oder sowas.
Keep him alive and make sure that ult continues to roll. It's enforced back. Hold on to the Death Blossom, but
Armin's
doesn't
got
have a
ult.
window of opportunity to actually try to utilize this one. Armin does have his.
They should have pulled trigger here. They got a lot of ultimates coming online. A third Coalescence is online for MCD. Now they solved the recap at this point. Currently SPG running all the way with the actual cap percentage. Dallas Fuel pushing forward. This is what you like to see.
2U dies before the Blizzard can come through. Edison trying to get himself out to safety. Grabs that mini pack to stay alive. The flip is there. The lead barely scraped by there from the side of SPG, but now Dallas Fuel looking to retake. 3 ults still in their back pocket. It's just the nano at the moment. The only
Ich weiß gar nicht, was die Frage
for the
ist.
side of SPG.
ob sich Spieler von Dallas aussuchen dürfen, was sie spielen? So nach dem Motto, okay, wir spielen die Comp, wer möchte was machen? Oder ob der Coach gesagt hat, du gehst. Das wüsste ich gern. Es macht für mich keinen Sinn, dass Sparky im May spielt. Vor allem nicht, wo jetzt auch Genji Meta ist. Sparky ist ein insaner Genji. Das ist einer der wenigen Overwatch Genjis, die mehr oder weniger konsistent Genji gelockt haben. Für eine Zeit lang.
It's a close first round, but it does go the way of Dallas Fuel in the end, 100-88.
I gotta say, the Moira specialist coming through with the MCD pick, that actually kind of worked on out. A lot of healing per 10. I see 17,000. 3 coalescences in there. First ultimate of the entire round was the coalescence from a Moira, but ends up really working out for the Dallas Fuel. Harbin steadfast there. Very low amount of deaths. Close though, as we noted. Now once you start to really peel back the layers and look back at a couple of those fights, the extra all though, Blizzard, unlucky there, probably shouldn't have been used in. Dallas Field just not being forced to trade ultimates. I mean, the only points that I think were really bad for the Dallas Field were when Aid got those Hanzo arrows off and sniped people out. Those were a little bit tricky situations for the Dallas Field to navigate. They don't have the same range to contest. Edison's been playing Reaper the entire time and will continue doing so, as we're going to have a full run back of the 2 comps. Reaper Moira versus, well, not that on the other side.
Although, again, Fuel looking to isolate him, force him into the ice block. Very much the same for Sparkle on the opposite side, though. It's good to Fuel playing forward here onto the point. Wall goes up again. A sliver to work through, though, to keep them safe. And Aid comes up with the another headshot, putting Edison right back into the respawn room. Damage continues to fly across Hanbin right up into his face. And Mortality Field does get used, that gets cleared out. Sparkle, however, ends up falling as Aldo finds an elimination. Hanbin's going to be taken down, so put that forward position initially from the Dallas Field. They will get swept out of it. It's going to be the initial lockdown here for SBG.
Aid, once again, that's the difference maker for SBG. When SBG are winning, Aid is hitting shots. Confirm the 5v4, and in a situation where ultimates are not online yet, player advantage means everything. This time Dallas Fuel can't win the neutral way by farming up a quick ultimate. In fact, the reset here, it's going to allow SBG to catch up. Junjay and Wuchan not that far off. MCD again eating mostly heals to farm this coal. Means that Bliss is going to be further behind on the sound barrier.
The report, Aid just does it again. Finds Edison. He will end up getting taken down as Hanbin just runs over him. But now with a chance, but with the Blizzard eventually getting wasted, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to turn this one around. Purple does end up dying too, finding the elimination. The Annihilation is still going to be committed to the fight. Now Wuchen gone. Hanbin staying alive. MCD doing his damage to try to keep him alive. Ends up fading out. It's still getting worked lower and lower, but eventually it's going to be 2
There's no
getting
way.
taken down first. Edison rejoining helps finish the job. It's going to be the Fuel now on the point. Into their favor,
Ich finde, wir wissen, wie viel Damage er gerade gefarmt hat.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter how much damage and how many kills SPG gets. Hanbin refuses to die. Immortal on this Ramatra. Healed by both MCD and Bliss, and I don't even think they were both alive at that stage. Maybe they were, but Hanbin went down to critical HP and still remained up. No annihilation there at all. 2 nearly clutched it. Not enough output.
Oh,
So many
was ein Boot? Na, TB.
TP his way back up here onto the high ground, keeps himself alive, and then also allows and assists rather in getting some revenge here onto Aid. Kills him across, although goes for the reset. It's a nice little attempt, but
Then nur Cebu.
get the sound barrier out.
One thing that Fuel have done much better than SPG in this series and better than some of the other teams that we've seen is the fact that they can get these cheap fight wins. Very cautious and conservative with their ultimates, and for other teams that might end up biting them back, but the Field, they just farm up a better economy than their opponents here because of it. So they're going to be on nearly 4 ultimates as they crest over the 50% mark on the cap. Still at least a couple more fights, so they'll need to be able to ration these through until they reach 100.
Again, pushing forward. Aid now swapping over the Sojourn means that he can breathe a little bit more easily, but it's going to be the Blizzard Blossom combo.
Clean.
As Hanbin scooping up quite a many few there, but it's a team effort and a team kill. 70% now for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Coalescence, as well as that Annihilation, about ready to go, and SPG still no ults in sight.
Yeah. Wuchan back to 0 here as well. Hanbin and MCD looking to close this one out. 2-0. They can. Annihilation, super strong here. Pocket healing from the Coalescence adds extra damage, as well as Hanbin walks forward.
Die Ram-Ult hier kommt insane.
Just to block off. I mean, MCD still just escorting towards them, looking for a target. Takes me down so very low. Now into the
Mora's
back
in
line,
the-
throws out that Discord orb.
Die Ult ist immer noch going!
Some kills there. I'm gonna take it down. It's just gonna be a slaughter here on the back end.
Jesus.
Flip nearly coming through. They almost managed to work this way.
Wird das ein Flip?
Here. Do you-
Das ist ein Flip.
It's one with the annihilation.
Oh, it doesn't matter, right?
Is left all on his lonesome. Will get dropped. The counter flip will come back into the side of the Dallas Fuel, and then from there, it should be the closing of the map. Everybody who's quick, everybody who should be able to get this tag is just not present. So there you go. OT will bleed away, and the Dallas Fuel will be able to take Antarctic Peninsula with a 2-0.
Ich geh mal Nachschlag holen.
Series 1-0.
Once again, the old adage is
Ist relativ das, was ich erwartet habe, to be honest. Von Dallas.
Composition coming out of Dallas Fuel in terms of what surrounds Hanbin's
Hätte mich gewundert, wenn die das irgendwie gescrewt hätten.
Not often you see the Reaper either. Dallas Fuel
But
make it
let's
work.
see.
Rush, a master of these types of broad compositions. Lucio Moira is something that got played a lot by the Dallas Fuel 2 years ago in 2021 during that meta. In fact, they were the ones that invented it, and now again in 2023 they're going to bring it through and take down some Prisoner Map 1.
All right, well, a very solid start here for the side of the Fuel, but if we've learned anything, it's that reverse sweeps very much can happen. They can at least come close. That's the first map out of the way. Map pick now going to be in the hands of SPG. We'll see where they want to go. I believe, I forget it was their selection yesterday, but either way, it was, no, it was, I think it was Shanghai's because they lost the opening map. Never mind.
Yeah.
They played on Hollywood yesterday. We'll see if they play on Hollywood again today. That's what I'm getting at. But we'll find out when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues in our final series of the evening in just a few.
Unfortunate.
And the two more popular ones for us over here in APAC. I believe this is going to be the first Blizzard World of the season for you and I.
I don't really remember. I'm trying to think back, but G. The comp difference.
Onto the Hanzo.
Ja, ich mag Blizzard World. Nicer pick.
That's not going to happen.
Unless it's one of those.
Maybe for an opening
Widowmaker.
peak.
Yeah, there's somebody will go Widowmaker, maybe not. Get boosted up by a pedal platform and then pull back.
And okay, just a little bit of
Hanzo.
this. And
There's no-
swap.
Okay.
Official Life Weaver gameplay confirmed again as Dallas Fuel. Playing the Brig Zen version of this comp. Usually you would see the Anna instead of the Zen here. Is this another one of those rush specialties? To be fair, MCD. No,
Ich mag die
I don't
Brig hier
think you would
nicht.
prefer Zen over Anna. I
Entweder
would
muss
say
ich die
that
Brig oder den
last
Zen
part,
swappen.
but I don't think that would be true here. So this one's different. You would play the Brig Zen if Hanbin was playing something more like a ball, but Diva requires a lot more pocket healing than I think a Brig Zen could provide.
True.
Alright, well, Edison already going to be falling low, but it's going to be Hyunjae taking it down first and foremost. Bliss finding that opening.
I mean, the impact von
Edison will finish him off as well.
Damage Output ist insane von der Comp. Von Dallas.
Easily repelled from the side of the Dallas Fuel.
Ich glaube, das could work. They make this work.
Walk away with even that.
And Hanbin basically didn't even take damage there, so you know, well, Brig Zen might not have the most amount of healing, but if you're not taking damage, then it doesn't matter so far, at least not the first fight. Aid only on 39%. It is a little bit more difficult for attacking Sombra with all the setups you need to do. SPG now going for the rotation onto the high ground.
Hanbin muss noch sehr passiv spielen.
Check all
They
the
come.
flanks and all the different approach angles. This time Edison gets the first blood on aid.
He does. Good opening kill to be found. Sparkles linking around the backside, tries to go for the pulse spot.
Oh.
TU does
Oh.
that, and Wuchan actually is going to be putting a kunai through
That's a
Edison's
pulse spot?
head, so good answering response there. A bit redundant. Either way, TU looking to pressure them out. Collapsing back here. And then Sax Ramus trying to stay alive. MCD under some fire. The rally going to be rolling, but there's just too much damage through. But Aldo will be able to take him down. Bliss as well now going to fall. Hanbin only going to come away with one elimination. Barring some kind of miracle clutch coming in, it seems like Fuel might be losing out quite a bit here on the point.
Fuel just bit off more than they could shoot. They went really deep trying to chase away, and now their plays are still being picked apart.
Das war ein nicer Trace.
Less caught in a small room. I mean, so Dallas Fuel will get a retake, and that much is for certain. Hanbin D-Mac, oh no. Not enough healing, not enough where the supports, still in spawn, still respawning, I think.
Yeah, I mean, self-destruct has to be used just to get himself back in so they can try to go for this recontest. So 2 points.
Können die das recontesten?
Although around the back, now the Kitsune rush coming in, he's going to be hacked.
I mean, SPG hat hier 5 Ults.
Self-destruct, 5 ults actually at the ready here for the side of SPG. The pulse bomb goes up from Aldo, not going to be able to find anything. Edison nearly there with the Dragon Strike, but as I say that, the EMP comes across and 2 absolutely mauls 3 players. Both supports, Edison all going to be gone. Hanbin now going to be
Fair.
taken out of this. And while they do drain down the time bank just a decent little bit, it's going to end up being 3:45 in the time bank here for SPG as they take the street space.
I was going to say, MCD dies at 94% towards Trance as well, and that could have helped out in the fight, but at the same time, you look how fast the backline died, how quickly 2 got that 3k. I don't think MCD would have been able to survive long enough past the EMP to actually get that Trance off, even if he had it. So, really good stuff coming through from SPG. The EMP instantly into the 3k from 2U. Allow them to be able to get that payload moving with a little bit of time on board still as well. Dallas Field starting to hold some important cards.
Das Problem ist, MCD kann jetzt nicht von Zen switchen, wegen der Trance. Das bedeutet, der Einzige, der switchen müsste, wäre Bliss. Das wäre auf eine Anna. Im besten Fall. Anna oder Bob.
Does manage to hold on to the Transcendence, doesn't commit to the fight. Wants to be able to use that in position rather than out of it. Hard for now. Gonna be stalemated a bit.
Oder Keiko.
Trying to find an avenue, a pick, trying to continue moving this far forward.
Keiko ist ein bisschen wert mit Diva zu spielen, finde ich.
Oh! It's actually going to find Juyu as he goes in for that self-destruct. Ends up getting picked off. Sound barrier a bit too late there from Hyundu to try to save the tank's life. Ends up getting a bit wasted. Dashboard, which I'm just trying to save him. Ends up arriving a little bit too late.
Almost choked there.
Will get Edison, but the cleanup is going to be there for the side of the Dallas Fuel, keeping this cart locked in position.
Good start from Edison there. Dragon Strike killing the baby Diva while the self-destruct was going was not something I had the bingo card in SPG. I'm not too happy about that situation. Hyunjae thought about the Brig for a little while, but the Lucio will be the pick that remains. Edison now on the Torb, so they're really leaning even heavier into some anti-dive, although I wouldn't really say that Brig Zen is anti-dive, but the Torb certainly is. Normally you would go the Torb if you're up against the Winston or maybe a Ball. Versus the Diva, I don't think the Torb is as useful. Edison's gonna lock it anyway.
Dead. I mean, yeah, we'll keep our eyes on how this ends up playing out, even if it even needs to really find value, because right now it's everybody else on the team that's putting in the work to find these kills.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's hard to argue against Rush because it feels like, despite Dallas playing what, in my opinion, is not the most optimal comp in terms of individual picks, they're not losing, they're not really making this look bad, and SPG is still struggling to get past it, so...
I mean, der Hack ist ziemlich schwer zu nehmen. Vor allem mit einer Diva. Mit dem Torb. Gegen den Torb ist halt schon ein... Das macht der Tracer ja sommer ein bisschen das Leben schwer, to be honest.
For a little while longer.
He got both.
And now EMP does go through, manages to find both. MCD gonna be, however, able to stay alive at least for a little bit longer, but eventually Aid will find them.
Nice idea.
On the exchange. Lower and lower. Wuchen, however, going to get taken down. Edison able to answer back one of the supports. Karn, however, does have to be evacuated here from the side of the fuel. They give up some space and they allow them to get closer and closer to this point B.
There will be one more fight coming through here. They know Harbor self-destruct revealed by the hack, so that may have to play up against now. Pulse bomb to Edison, that is well placed.
Takes him down, Sparkle, one of his own, tries to go in, but Tuyu nabs it up again. Just denying any value from these ults. The second one consumed here on Blizzard World. Now the Nano Boost going to be invested as he goes charging towards the supports. CD in the back line, 4% away. Bliss as well, getting taken very low. Able to stay alive as Aiden is picked off. Kills. Struck up over the top.
Oh!
He's just on respawn simulator right now. Goes straight back through.
That's unfortunate.
On a Hanbin. He's going to be using his own self-destruct. See if he can find any value here. As the break on the mech comes through, the 2U's going to get taken down. That's basically all of the cart presence gone, because right now it's only the supports, and Gen cannot stay in this position. Rally popped. Bliss wants this shield bash to help lock down that enemy tracer should it become necessary, but it looks like it won't. Just in front of point B is the final resting place of the cart here for SPG on their push. It's a very real and achievable win condition now for the Dallas Fuel, who want to move up 2-0.
He's so steadfast as the Dallas Fuel defense, despite Sparkle having his pulse bombs repeatedly eaten, despite Edison being on a bit of a death timer there. Dallas Field hold strong. I mean, that was a well-played defense. Take a look at the EMP earlier on to give to you the triple kill. And as mentioned, if you pay attention to MCD,
I mean, der EMP war huge.
towards the trans, but dies so quick that it wouldn't.
Wie gesagt, ich mag die Diva nicht.
Such a fast dive. One thing that SPG have done well on this map so far on the attacking side is the EMP into 2U dive follow-ups. We also saw that again when A dropped into EMP on the high ground around this area of the map, and then 2U instantly flying in for MCD and Bliss. Despite 2U having to hold down the right click for the Matrix, A got both kills, and that was what allowed SPG to push all the way to the end of B, but they did not have gas left in the tank to take down the Dallas Fuel as Dallas Fuel get their final wave of respawns.
Alright, well now on the attack, there needs to be a really firm hold here from the side of SPG with 2U shifting over onto the Sigma. And it looks like MCD feeling maybe similarly about this opening little peak with the Life Weaver.
And their downside for sure. They'll do the correct version. I much prefer it with the Widowmaker. In fact, you'll do it with both. Send both Edison and Sparkle up and see what they can find. But, you know, every team knows about this already, so yeah, no one really dies to this one. Hyunjae holds up shield. They get to peek out onto the cop. They see it is going to be a Sigma defense. Armbin locks the Ram. It's going to be the Lucio Moira again. This time Edison's not going to be on... Remind me, what was he playing on the last map? But it wasn't Sombra. It was Reaper. That's right.
Yeah. So still a bit of a change, but allows him to get into the back line and try to figure out exactly where the supports and everybody's going to be. Is Aid just looking to scout them out.
Nice, Sonic.
Good recon to spot their position.
Okay,
Full
we're
swing
swapping
around the backhand
sides
side.
Nice
Climb the
spot.
stairs. SPG have to vacate, and now we'll have high ground.
I mean, high ground's there. Wall, I mean, it just barely didn't cut off Hyunjae, but they still had the damage with Edison coming in on the flank. Go ahead and take him out, and now, I mean, it's just completely unleashed here for Hanbin.
Yeah.
Guns out, just pounds them into oblivion.
Should be a cap here as well because you're seeing a potential late death under all those.
Dress hat einfach Puls. What? Was hat der Kill gemacht?
Swapped over towards the end for the defense on B.
What?
So SPG are now going to be playing double flex support Sigma, so super heavy poke composition. Aid also on the Ash. Yeah, they're locking in for the poke composition to end all poke compositions here. They want to fire down damage onto Hanbin's poor shield. Seeing how that lasts. Dallas Field, they need to get these rotations on board because the one way you take down this poke composition is to very quickly rotate into SPG as much as you can. Lock them out with a May wall. Be done with it after that. At SPG, if they also counter-rotate well, they should be okay.
Right over the top, getting a little bit of damage down. MCD though, nearly with that coalescence up on it as well, well on this way towards the annihilation. Although with the pulse bomb, could be a big factor in trying to gain some semblance of card control, because for now they have to stay set up here onto the high ground.
Yeah, it's just all though. He's the only one that can touch. That's the only weakness here.
Oh.
Hanbin got caught sleeping, and with that,
Okay.
cleans him up.
Fairly nicely done. Go to the tank. And with the rest of the fuel, they're gonna have to try to pull back and get rid of or limit as many casualties as they possibly can. Looks like it's just gonna be Sparkle who falls in the back end there.
Yeah. So given that SPG's poke composition really finds it difficult to contest, one of the most important ultimates ends up being the Bob just for that. You can't rely on only although the Tracer player to permanently be contesting the payload. You also can't allow Dallas Field to get free pushes on. So this is what Aid's Bob is going to allow SPG to be able to achieve. Be able to get past one of the weaknesses of the poke, but maintaining high ground control is just so devastating. Feel struggling to keep up here. They need to rotate into SPG with this annihilation.
Maybe the go button will end up being this EMP. For now, the bomb just out here on the point will get taken out, but Bliss falls at the same time. Aid coming up with the kill. Grecian stun on the Hanbin, and yeah, just absolutely pinned into the corner, taken down, melted. No chance to use anything, so Coalescence going to be burned for basically no gain in the cart.
And I'm
nice
surprised.
so far, but
I'm surprised at the coal usage there, because the way I think you want to use coal is you speed into the enemy team, you rush towards SPG with the coal leading the way, and your whole team is kind of single filing, running up the high ground with coal in tow, and hopefully you get past the flux from 2U. That would have been the one key ultimate to stop that. But Dallas Field's problem with this comp is its limited range and its limited ability to actually rotate. I would even suggest that Edison or Sparkle thinks about a symmetric here, because you can TP into this Sigma double flex, but I think it's going to be hard to just walk into them. Walking is going to be super difficult.
okay, EMP does come through, stopping that Transcendence. It's going to be the Nano actually on the Wuchan. See what he can do, put on a Jonak-esque performance. For now, Hanbin's just got the fist raised, trying to stay alive. Although, moves forward, tries to join in on the fight.
Wird's dann Jonik auf mich bestellt?
This is going to be Hanbin back in a way, so the annihilation will just expire. Well,
Still more fights though.
lower and lower, but yeah, finally they do get onto the cart. They can start pushing forward. But there's just so many ults to work through.
And that's the thing, like, Fuel actually can't maintain control of the high ground because someone needs to be pushing. And SPG just respawn, immediately retake the high ground. And Hyunjae, the only reason that Nano went to Wuchan is because 2U already died. And, well, the next best Nano target after that sometimes is just the Zenyatta to make sure your backline survives. Sound barrier tempo, they just want to rush in with this.
Catches the shielding out on the 4. Hanbin shield's going to be focused down. Look at his HP bar. Used to that Discord orb. Coming in huge, but still going to be Aid taken out. And Hanbin staying alive. Transcendence now held the Flux, finding nothing. Aid respawning, can get that Bob in pretty damn quickly, but now this is the ult that you were talking about. The Coalescence up here onto the high ground. They find Hyunjae on as lonesome, and they manage to burn through. Transcendence now forced out. Wuchen going to be falling lower and lower as the orb goes his way, and it's going to be Han burn through. Transcendence now forced out. Wuchen going to be falling lower and lower as the orb goes his way, and it's going to be Han with arms out, finding the elimination.
4 Buckets. Und ein halbes Team Kartoffelsalat vernichtet. Jetzt bin ich dran.
Still have 4 members strong, just 4 minutes left to go. Blizz taken out though. 2U might have just saved them as MCD just wants to go for a faster run. Gives himself up.
Wow, good push from Dallas Fuel, but man, SPG held on so the closer respawns. 2U will not go down in that situation. He needs to be the key player surviving. He kills Hanbin again.
Wenn Edison einen EP aufkriegt, das ist ziemlich wunderbar.
Presence on that payload, we can do pushing on through. And as Dallas Fuel are playing through this last fight as a dive comp, Tracer Sombra Diva, Aid's gone over towards a Tor because he knows that's effective versus the comp of Dallas Fuel. And by the way, Edison, okay, at least he's still in the back line. If he actually recalls and translocates too far away, that would be bad, but he still maintains a flank.
42 seconds is what they need to hold for now.
Edison darf nur kein zweites Mal gespottet werden.
Now built up, the EMP comes in, they dive into the back line. Pulse Bomb again gonna be eaten. 2U takes away a third. EMP.
How?
Absolutely no kills. Nano again has to be used on the Wuchan to try to keep him alive. But now
2U macht einen actually guten Job da drin.
Although get something done with the pulse of his own. Hanbin getting focused fire.
Big value.
That's going to pile up on Diva now exposed. Chen does end up falling. Sparkle finding 1. Hanbin eliminated. The hammer from Aid. He pounds him into oblivion. Although, however, ends up getting taken down. Sparkle into the corner, stays alive. 8 seconds left to go. The OT force still needs to come through, and the faster respawns are going to be there. For
Gotta do it.
Wuchen swats over onto the Kiriko.
Way more players alive here. Dallas Fuel still needs something. It's just Sparkle.
Das turret hier ist.
Dead. The turret is way too strong. Edison deletes the turret, but now they're down 1 player. They have no ultimates. MCD needs to find the Kitsune Rush.
Kitsune Rush?
They get the touch. The Kitsune Rush is now going to be coming in. See if the rest of the team can try to move away. 2U focus fire, taking a little bit lower.
Wunderbar.
Aid just pushing forward.
Bomb.
Sends out the Molten Core. Edison, however, manages to take him down. Self-destruct up over the top. The cart still needs to be occupied.
Oh, okay.
Self-destruct is absolutely massive.
That's very winnable.
Finds Wuchen, gets rid of the turret to boot. And it seems like it very long lasts. The Dallas Fuel will be able to persevere and break through, but my lord,
Holy.
an attempt from SPG.
Die Bomb.
Really pulling off that hold right there in front of B to get themselves the map win.
I'm not
It's
gonna lie,
be
I cannot
habit,
hear you
but
anymore. That
they
self-destruct
kept it
was so
contentious.
good, it might have blown you out of the server as well. Are you back? I don't know, I can't hear.
Hello?
But what a clutch. What a Hanbin level clutch. Self-destruct, killing multiple players. SPG caught napping. They thought they had that one won. It looked like a good Molten Core as well, but Hanbin just completely blows SPG out the server.
Crushes him.
Die Self-Destruct war
Yeah, I got you.
Klatsch.
Yeah, I got you now.
There's
Might have just
no way
taken,
to
like,
say
a
it.
little bit too much. Not sure either way. Hopefully it doesn't happen again.
Kannst es nicht anders beschreiben.
Hanbin staying alive. He had way less deaths than 2U, and that was also true on Antarctic Peninsula as well. Hanbin, generally speaking, as a tank player, just has a lot lower deaths than other tank players, and that's part of how Dallas Fuel get ahead.
Well, we'll see if they can keep themselves ahead, keep this moving, and find a win.
So Klatschplay, wie die war gerade war.
Like, and it seems like for the Fuel,
Mag's
they
trotzdem
wanna run
nicht.
pretty much the same thing.
Im
Edison's back
Vergleich.
over onto the Reaper, MCD there with the Moira.
Dallas Fuel, I mean, if this was not a one-time thing, it's definitely not a two-time thing. They're going to run it the entire way through. If this goes further in, if SPG win this map and take us further into the series, I think Fuel just continue playing more Moira and more Reaper as well.
Innate.
And a little bit of cheeky Edison Torb. Dallasville are going to be spawn camping with this one. They're kind of off to the side here with the Ramatras. Played by Harbin on the front lines. SPG thought about flanking a bit harder. They did TP away and... okay, well, they got a kill. That's a very good kill.
Yep. Although with a great headshot, Edison not been having a good go of it here so far. Consistently punished every time he's on this Reaper. Bliss is going to be able to kill one back as it will go down, but eventually it looks like Bliss should fall, as will Hanbin as he gets antied out. And that's going to be the forward hold broken very easily, as Bliss will be the last to die.
I think if this fight goes long, MCD can get a lot of healing in, find that coalescence right, but in the real micro plays that we see here, the utility brought out by the Ana is so much more useful. Anti-nade, sleep dart, any of that actually hits Hanbin. There's not a lot that Fuel can do. It's not like MCD can save Hanbin in that situation, right? So, in the moment-to-moment gameplay, the Ana is much stronger. With Edison down as well, that certainly doesn't help.
Just rushing straight back over, looking to brawl this one out and gain some control. Back away from the side of SPG, where Tuyu is quite far ahead, and Aldo just continues to deliver. This time, Sparkle taken down. He follows up for Hanbin to boot. This in will get Hyunjae. But it's a very minor and sad consolation prize. I mean, they run at them, they get run over. It's a team kill. The cart rolls on.
Look at the DPS gap here. Both Aiden Aldo versus Edison Sparkle, but especially Aldo. 100% to Sparkle's 41. Aldo's been getting so many frags. He's had 3 final blows so far. Aid on 2.
Gerade so gesättigt, das sind 10.
Sniped out time and time again. This time Sparkle was the first death. Dallasville just can't catch a break. Always one player down. Ultimate's now online for SPG. MCD does have the call, so gonna use that.
Okay, Blizzard out from Aldo, but is the first to fall. Edison again. Finding an elimination. This 2U. Annihilation rolling, looking for some kills. Will take down the enemy Reaper. Now MCD gonna fall. Gets Hanbin to boot, and it's pretty much the same story. It's over and over again as they go ahead and they clean them up. Sparkle gonna be the last one to get dropped as the ice block will expire. Get any kind of last second percentage she possibly can, but in the end it's absolutely nothing. And it's gonna be 4 minutes and 22 seconds.
I really felt that when 2U said suffer as I have, and the Dallasville indeed they suffered in that fight. Hanbin didn't quite have the annihilation on time. Bliss is too far behind in the sound barriers, so they can't counter the annihilation to you, plus annihilation nano combo at the same time. I still think the strongest ult combo in the game, and it shows. And Dallasville could not do a damn thing against it. As 2U runs them over, caps A, still 4 minutes to the bank. Time looks good.
He just now took that back. There's a cross dragon strike through, and Sparkle's just absolutely destroyed. And he's out onto Hanbin as well, and he's just going to end up falling. And Dallasville collectively are just getting absolutely rinsed, just death cycle back and forth.
Yep.
And, you know, they'll get in, they'll stop the cart for about 8 to 10 seconds while the fight ensues, then they all die, and then it just keeps on moving.
Well, this one was a bit of a Wu-Chan diff as well, because he got the sleep onto Hanbin. Hanbin's clear objective there was to run into the backline SPG, get that annihilation off, because they have that ultimate advantage now. Dallasville once again lose a player, Hanbin sleeping, and with, I think, what was it, Sparkle that died there? Hanbin's just like, well, I'm not going to waste this ultimate. Probably a bad situation. Let it go, reset. Play for the final fight here on base.
Nice. There you go.
How many ults Dallasville have? They just haven't had a chance to use these yet.
Okay. Well, 8 taken down. Another opening kill here for Edison. It's quite a bit of damage. Gonna be slowed up as...
Yeah, fuck that. To be honest.
Hello.
Hello. Ich mein Dynasty Post ist ein bisschen offensive.
Why das?
I don't know.
Ich fand ihn gut.
Als Match so rum war, dachte ich, stand ich hier so, ich muss da draußen jetzt ein Meme machen. Ich weiß zwar noch nicht wie, aber ich mach da draußen ein Meme.
Wegen dem Aufräumen, ne? Ich habe mich erfolgreich davor gedrückt.
Dachte ich mir schon. Das dachte ich.
Ich habe ein bisschen was gemacht. Ich habe meine Wäsche weggeräumt. Ende. Und ich guck diese Ecke an und dachte mir so, yeah, baut aufräumen. Und gestern verfolgt mich jetzt weiterhin die Woche. Oh no. Aber hey, ich kann please sagen, ich habe ein bisschen was gemacht.
Aufräumen ist bei mir morgen dran. Morgen wird ein strammer Tag. Bei mir.
Ich habe was meistens Wochenende. I don't know why. I just don't know. Don't ask me.
Morgen komme ich von der Arbeit, rum dann ein bisschen. Nee. Morgen komme ich von der Arbeit. Geh mir dann nach einem neuen Ofen suchen. Backofen?
Hast du deinen Ofen geschrottet oder was?
Nee. Der ist ja allgemein schon scheiße.
Okay.
Und dann muss ich noch ein bisschen hier aufräumen. Um maybe, wenn ich noch Bock habe, ein bisschen was zu lernen.
Wir lernen.
Für mein Studium.
Ich weiß. Aber Kick, wir lernen.
Natürlich.
Wer macht das heute Tage schon?
Ich habe heute mal die Aufträge gefinisht. Mussten noch ein bisschen ausführen.
Was? Oh, not following the soldier there.
Wer bitte nicht da vorne? Das wäre actually big.
I don't know.
Okay. As we do that.
Correct. Enough whining. You're fine. Pick on someone your own side.
A bit of scary. I wanna be there.
It's just a scratch. You'll be fine.
Oh, schon das geht.
Okay, guck mal. Fuck. Das ist mein.
No match.
Good.
Thank you, Andrew. You will fear me.
Well done.
Sleep tight.
Die Bruder hat gewechselt.
What the fuck?
Don't fret. I see.
Bin's top.
Enemy in sight. Taking care of you.
That's a lot damage.
Covering you.
Ich frag mich, warum sie das nicht gepusht haben.
Take that.
I won't let you fall.
Thank you.
Ich kann Wasser voll gefressen. Ich weiß oder?
Tactical visor activated.
Taking care of never die. Double kill. You need this.
Ich hab auch meinen Nano.
Remember me.
Das ist Press Q.
I have you. Keep fighting. I won't let you fall.
Inverting out the welcome mat.
You're powered up. Get in there.
I'm unstoppable.
Magst du dich ein bisschen...
Covering you.
Mist! Ich hab gedacht, du hast den Loop willst. Also okay. Oh, da geh ich nicht mit hin.
Pull it together, team. We got this.
Not on my watch.
Man realisiert nur dumm, dass man da hinten nicht rein kann.
Keine Ahnung, at least he doesn't flame us.
Ich glaube, der ist jetzt zweimal da reingejietet. Irgendwann muss man es doch merken.
To zero. Switching sides. Prepare to attack.
We don't do that here. Hm. Ich hab gehört, das ist supportive. No, mein Damage boost Target. Na?
Da ist doch eins.
Mein Reaper kann man auch, aber keiner Reaper Pocket ist weird.
Soldier?
Ich weiß aber, wäre jetzt nicht Soldier gegangen, dann wäre ich wahrscheinlich geswitcht. Weil Reaper Pocket keiner weird.
Ist halt schon weird, das ist schlimm.
How many times have I been drunk?
Oder keiner not following Reaper in the backline. Yes.
Nee, nicht. Krass.
Nee, nicht wirklich. Not really. That's not my thing.
3, 2, 1. Attack.
That hits real.
Capture objective A.
Oh, drunk. That's fun.
The Reaper's doing stuff. Yo! Kimura. Die haben die Möhre aufgehalten.
Den Ball weiter, Bock.
Oh!
Der Fakt, dass das da nicht genommen hat.
I don't know either, but I take it.
Mir ist schlecht, ich hab mich überfressen.
Okay. Mir nicht. Wobei es gab Curry, wir haben eben Curry Bratwurst gemacht. Ich habe 2 ganze Currywurst gegessen. Leave me alone.
Ich hab 4 Pizza-Baguettes und ein halbes Ding von diesem Fertigkartoffelsalat.
Fuck. What the fuck?
Da war im Moment ein bisschen viel.
Who do you want to damage boost? Oh no. How many choices? Ich will im Moment so viele Dummfist.
Ah, no. Ich würde eigentlich halt noch Diva erwarten, weil. Oh, ey. Oder
Diva, Winston, wollte ich gerade sagen, oder Winton. War Dummfisch? Really?
Every battle makes me stronger.
Vielleicht irgendwelche Dive Heroes, aber. Not Dummfisch.
Fand Dummfisch so punishable, dass sie zählen. Aber Winston auch davon ab.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Nope, not gonna pick that.
Help me. Get him. I have you. Keep fighting. Eyes on a target. Activating healing stream. Taking care of you.
There's no way, das nett ich trifft.
Watch ist im Moment ziemlich wild, was das betrifft. Rettungsdead der.
Yep, that's a lot of damage. Andecken Beschüttung.
Bye. We are the shit out of there. Alter, du hast mich gerade fast getötet. Creep.
Soldier 76, reporting.
Come back. Don't go in. On my ground. There's no way, dass die Hände nicht trifft. Das explodiert direkt neben dem Hanzo. Kennt ihr nicht?
Was? Du hast die Dummfisch, ne?
Ah, okay. Got it.
Ne. Oh no.
Kurz im letzten Bait.
It's go time.
I see you.
Right.
We cut the
This one.
I have you. Keep fighting.
Oh no. Ganz lieb. Sind die?
60 seconds remaining.
Enough whining. You're fine.
Der arme Soldier.
Thank you.
Der arme Soldier.
Won't let you fall.
Breaking them down.
Oh no.
Incoming.
30 seconds remaining.
Hold on.
Keep them in.
Tactical
You're
visor.
powered up. Get in there.
Genau, Nano.
أنا ما حدش يقدر عليا.
10 seconds remaining.
Hold up.
Auch ganz schön.
Kann die da grad nicht.
Gefallen.
Nice.
Complete.
Beautiful.
Jetzt konnte mich nicht chasen.
Score 0-0.
Ich glaube, der Winston hat
Switching
aufgegeben.
sides.
Wie wer?
Prepare to
Ich glaube,
attack.
AI hat aufgegeben, dich zu chasen.
Er hat mich gechased, er hat mich gekillt. Gleichzeitig hinein. Also.
Ja,
Wenn Sinn für mich. Win-Win für mich.
Hatten die nicht auch eine Enna?
Wir hatten Kiriko.
Die
Ich
hatten
hab
doch
jetzt Sweat
Kiriko.
Support.
Broken world behind.
Hm?
Was war der Zeit-Support?
All find a
Frage nicht.
Keko noch was.
Ja.
Take care of each other out there.
Aber unser Dummfisch ist actually gut.
Ja, das war.
Cover me.
When have I not?
Da oben kann man drauf stehen.
Oh.
Wenn ich
Wo?
drauf komme. Hier oben, ich war gerade drauf und bin da runtergefallen.
Auf dem.
One.
Auf der Stange oder was?
Ja.
Nein.
Escort the payload.
Der ist oder auf Damage?
We are falling apart. I'm here. Keep fighting.
Okay, Unfortunate, jetzt sind wir auf Damage.
Just a scratch. You'll be fine.
Los, die wird aber.
Ja. Ich hab die gerade nicht dreimal gemisst.
Nee.
Taking care of you.
Ja. Ich glaube, ich muss meine Net ein bisschen genauer werfen. Ist nur so irgendwie.
Na, we don't do that here. Ich glaube, du musst Nate werfen lernen. Oh, du hit ja Nate.
Ich brauche ein MSN-Tutorial.
Ja.
How to press E. Hat er gerade meine Net deflected?
Ja.
Great, good job.
No one can hide from my sight.
I've got you. Targeting hostile. No recovery. Healing you. Not forgetting the payload, are
Banana.
we?
Ja, das ist alle uns, glaube ich.
Exactly what here.
Ich wollte dumm da rein stellen.
Enough whining. You're fine. Mustang. You're powered up. Get in there. Assist. It's go time.
Damage.
Thank you. Then keep them in. Area denied. Should have moved up.
Seconds remaining.
Enderdev. Ey, da ist genauso viele Gegner hier wie die andere, ne? Und doppelt so viel Damage. Enderdev.
Ich hab deutlich mehr. Die eine hat 3, ich hab 6 Kills. Ich hab's 3 an Assists.
Sag ich doch Enderdev. Geil, ich bin von Gold 4 auf Gold 4. I love this game. I fucking love it. I love it here. Please get me out.
Fair. Purple Gold.
Arriving at Coliseum. Prepare for battle.
I love it here.
Select your hero.
I love it here and I'm staying here.
I will not leave a broken world behind. A mother's work is never done.
Einer oder Kirche?
Ja, Gott.
I am here to support. Hallo.
Warte, die wollen im Raid jetzt anziehen? Bei unserer Gilde ist es wirklich so. Weißt du was, aber ich gehe Kiriko mit der Teampunkt, das ist keine weird.
I mean, ich habe gestern ja mit Heli gespielt. Und Faye. Und dann einer Sache muss ich Heli recht geben, die Gilde macht viel zu wenig Community-mäßig. So M+-mäßig oder allgemein was.
Ich glaube, die meisten mögen nicht mehr Anschluss.
Und das hat ungewollt ein ganz komisches Thema angeschnitten. Und zwar hat er so nach dem Motto gemeint, ja, Heli carried das schon. Weil Heli halt 400k konstant geballert hat.
Ach du, gestern oder was?
Ja.
Oder wer?
Da so.
Ja, es ist halt auch so.
Und da muss ich Heli ja recht geben. Viele denken halt so, Heli carried das.
Ich nicht. Ich versuche einfach mein Bestes zu geben. Und das ist halt das Einzige, was ich machen kann. Versuche mein Bestes zu geben und das Beste aus mir rauszuholen als Spieler.
Ich meine, Ken erwartet hier. Aber es ist nicht schwer, 100k DPS zu verdienen.
Selbst ich habe im letzten Raid mit Hele fast aufgeholt.
Wenn man sich ein bisschen mit beschäftigt.
Und ich bin Dogwaller. Ich bin absolut scheiße in dem Spiel.
Ich habe mehr fucking Damage als unser Tank. Jeez.
Wahrscheinlich mit warum?
What the fuck passiert gerade mit der Gruppe falsch? Oh, ich bin da.
Ich finde, dass unser Team
Kennt ihr schon die Schulterflat?
sollten fast verloren zu haben.
Was dann? Machen wir die Mail. Wo laufen wir hin? Warum? Tank hat absolut keine Awareness, wo wir jetzt Support stellen. Absolut nicht.
Ich glaube, unser Tank hat allgemein keine Ahnung, was hier abgeht.
Der Kerl drückt einfach nur W und läuft mitten von Support rein. Like, ich hab mehr Damage als ein fucking Ramatra. Sogar so vorher Doomfest. What? It should not be a C.
Nope, eigentlich nicht.
Einer da ist hier. Schöne Stand. Help me.
Hey, sie, ist May oder unser Tank oder habe ich was verpasst?
May macht das actually. NRC. Längster Sleep Dot ever.
Ups, ich hab mehr Damage für unsere Ramatra.
Seven Point.
Nice. Danke.
Die Mail vorher.
Ich glaube, ich komme nächsten Monat mal actually wieder WoW. Keiner want to play.
Oh no. Get you one. Kauft unser Router, kann ich auch broken.
I go out on my terms.
Okay. Ich hätte ihn Männern und so.
Pocket die mir grad.
Ihr seid auch allein davor. Ihr macht das.
Nein, sie wollt mich ab!
Ihr macht das gerade actually to me 5. No, die wasted.
Die hat mich ausgeholt! Das war ihr Tod!
Unlucky.
May und Kiriko carry. Ja, aber to be fair, ich glaube die meiste Einstellung von den anderen ist Feli macht das schon.
Das ist leider das Problem. Keiner befasst sich wirklich mit der Klasse. Und dann tut er hier.
Der Reaper hat, glaube ich, keinen Bock mehr. So, ich werde gefucking cleansed und gesleept. Ich will nicht mehr.
Er ist mal no joke, selber schuld, wenn er nicht versucht zu reden. Als Kirko. Like, was erwartet er, was passiert? Ja, die Kirko steht da einfach.
Die Kirko hat safe kein Cleanse ready. Und dann so, nope.
No! No, ich hab den Reaper gemisst.
Okay. Got him. Aua, wird aufgespießt. Mein Kitsune ging grad. Ich hab jetzt genauso viel wie der Rematra am Damage. Ich weiß nicht, ob das so sein sollte. Fabi.
That's a thing.
Ich meine, der Rematra hat noch ein bisschen mehr wie ich, aber viel fehlt da auch nicht mehr.
No! Die May ist gestorben und danach nur so auf dich gesnappt.
Please, ja. Nano me! Please, nano me!
It's kinda out, bro.
No!
Hi. Stop! Hi.
So, Amata macht gar nichts und erwartet, dass ich den Nano war. That's like not a saying. There's no way. There's no way, soll ich hier sterben. Soll ich das genommen? Der arme Kerl.
Wie verdenkt bloß, ich hab keinen Bock!
Oh mein Gott, ich bin mad.
Reaper muss sich doch legit denken.
Nochmal.
Okay, Reaper muss sich doch denken, let me play the fucking game. So oft wie der gehackt ist und sowas.
Das ist no way, als ich gerade den Reaper mit und den Nano-Reaper überlebt.
Ich hab gehört, das ist eine Kiriko-Diff.
That's not a thing.
Wie du mich erstmal anguckst und so. Wait, that's a thing. Kann den Baum da hochklettern, Millie. That's a thing.
Okay, das geht gegen mich durch. Warte,
Why? Oh.
Okay.
Ich blame's auf den Tank.
Absolut.
Play of the game.
Ich kann's nicht.
Absolut. Nee, was heißt?
I don't fucking know.
I mean, der Reaper von denen war gut. Der war nur ziemlich unlucky, da ich so ziemlich jeden Sneak getroffen habe auf den Kerl.
Und ich ihn cleanse.
True.
Like, fuck this Kiriko. Weißt du was, wenn ich meinem Vater das Geld zurückgegeben habe? Actually, ich gönn mir WoW. Fuck it. I wanna play.
Welcome to Oasis.
Ich hab gehört, dann gibt's wieder Kies. Fabi?
True. Hab ich wieder einen, mit dem ich 10er Keys laufen kann?
Ja. Sogar höher. Ich bin ja auch 15er und so gelaufen.
Mhm. Ja, eigentlich würde ich gerne die Season noch auf 20er pushen.
Mal gucken, was diese Season drin ist. Vielleicht läuft diese Season für uns beide gemeinsam besser.
Amen, du hast irgendwie so gegen Mitte aufgehört.
Gegen Ende. Das war eine 2-3 Wochen, nachdem der Raid aufgehört hat.
Davor. Das war ein Monat bevor wir mit Raid aufgehört haben. Ungefähr.
Wie vielleicht wieder aber irgendwie wieder anfangen.
Checkpoint hier.
Meine Nase juckt. Not now!
Was ist lieb? Absatz? Topstar. Got him.
Was ist das nicht? Ah, ich will nicht gemacht werden, tut mir leid.
Ich hab's doch mal einen Break. Oh! Ah, bin zu gedodged.
Ich hätte oben nicht den Jolt. Aber der Reinhard war so tempting. I was greedy.
Dieser Break. Dieser arme Break. Was von dem? Actually?
First round.
Ich muss von denen.
Ich
stand da legit AFK!
Score
Tut mir schon ein bisschen leid für die.
1-0.
No unnecessary risks.
Break.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Let's do it again. From the top.
Oh no.
Shields up. Enemy here. Enemy over here. Here it comes. Help me.
Fortune. Die fucking Reding, Alter. Essen noch. Agent. Sniper contesten.
This is not the end.
Das war unlucky.
I'm on the objective. Come join me.
Ich muss halt immer noch aggro, ne?
Let me take care of that for you.
Okay. Sperrt mich getroffen.
Here, take this. I needed that. Taking damage. I'm here. Keep fighting. Please, don't move.
Geholtet.
Old man.
Sollte es. Can't speak.
I appreciate the support. We're outnumbered. Be careful.
Vorletzter. Egal. Oder auch nicht. Ich bin da.
I won't give in.
Oh.
Loss.
Ich glaube, Break ist es nicht.
Stay sharp.
Wir hätten auch einfach fucking Icon contesten können. Da hätten wir es for free gehabt.
Ah! We don't do that here.
2-1.
Ich hab's dreimal gesagt. Also es juckt ja keinen. Von unseren Mates.
Highground existiert nicht.
Der Map gibt's keinen Icon.
Reinhard.
Cut das.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh, es ist auch absolut keiner am Ball. Es ist kein Wunder, dass es keinen juckt.
capture the objective.
So, that's the thing. Oh, geh mit rechts rum.
Well, at least wir gehen diesmal als Gruppe. Looks on that.
So.
Eyes on a target. Healing you. I'm here.
Hi.
Targeting hostile. No recovery.
Quick as well.
I won't let you fall. Cut the pain. Hey, over there. I have you. Keep fighting.
Kehrt das vorne und denkt sich, ja Mann, das braucht man nicht.
Das ist ein Stück mal dead. Oh no! Sorry.
Alter, kann ich mal aufhören, alles zu fangen, was die Eureka wirft?
Du.
Na, ne?
Weil der hat clearly dich getroffen.
Ich weiß, aber trotzdem. It's annoying. Können wir bitte W drücken? Ich hab fucking Nano. Like.
W.
Oh. Ich hab E gedrückt! Fuck you.
Der Zollstock ist hinter uns und keinen juckt.
We're still redeploying.
Der so, oh ja, ich kann machen, was ich will. Yeah. Genau.
I mean, so, ey, keiner darf auch gerade wieder AI rein.
Vielleicht ist so. What the fuck?
Ja, jetzt ist keiner von der Welt getroffen worden.
Wie wurde der Rider hat dann nicht getötet? Ja, bitte irgendwer diesen Zollstock vergessen. Oh mein Gott.
Ja, tut das. Unser Rainer läuft die ganze Zeit mit dem Schild in der Hand rum. Random Fail.
Play of the game.
Tank Biff.
Like a Keller 2 HP und denkt sich, ja man charge.
I don't care. Wird an.
Oh, much is not a hard game.
Was?
Oh, das ist nicht so hart.
Tech W.
Das ist doch so.
Es ist auch so, aber.
Wenn du mehr als 2 Gehirnzellen hast, weißt du, wie die Maus funktioniert, bist du blatt.
Welcome to Ishvara.
Und das ist ein
Warte.
Fakt.
Prepare for battle.
Warum bin ich dann Gold?
Your hero.
Ja,
Ah.
das wundert mich auch. Aber es ist halt leider ein Fakt.
Oh no, Ball. Jetzt live.
Weil alles unter Blatt ist halt einfach nur ein Team Deathmatch.
True.
Beziehungsweise ein Deathmatch.
I will not not leave a broken world behind.
Weißt du was? I'm playing Chemical. Fuck this. Fuck this shit.
Ah, wir haben Ball.
Nein, wir haben Dumpest.
5, 4,
Ah, fuck it.
2,
Einer hast du Play.
Nein, das ist actually good. Weißt du, wie man die andere die kenne?
I mean, du bist schon guter Support, wenn du nicht instant dead bist im Fall.
So. Das ist Full HP, shut up.
This one?
Mein Schuss kriegt grad durch.
Mag ich
durch. Wir fahren.
They took him from us. I appreciate it. I've got you.
Der ist noch weg. Ich müsste dich einfach. I'm sorry.
Aber wo wollte Winston hinspringen?
I see you.
Ich bin fast der Meinung, der hat mich gesucht.
Ich glaube, der hat dich auch verloren.
Ich like, yep, I'm throwing here. I'm not staying up there. Ich glaube, der hat gedacht, ich gehe komplett nach oben und dann ich so, nope.
Maybe.
Nein.
Outplayed.
Smarte hab ich gehört.
Oh mein Gott, was war unser? Der bleibt stehen. Direkt.
Ich hab Smart gerade den Windton. Was? Wo kommt denn Junk her? Ha? Nimm dir ist ein Ultimate Junk, by the way.
There's one.
You'll have to try harder than that.
You have no support? Ja, so ein Dumpf ist eigentlich noch nicht 1K Damage.
Ha?
Do not leave the robot.
How's that a thing?
Hello, Winton.
You have none blade?
Okay.
we can't let them push ahead. Peak performance achieved.
Let the Kitsune guide you. I'm here. Keep fighting.
Duplicating Soldier 76.
Lol.
You're going to. I've got you.
Dieser Genji! Ich kenne den.
Ich glaube, der uns ignoriert mich mittlerweile.
Dann Genji den Fight, ich blade da nicht irgendwie.
Underway. Forward spawn activated.
Keep an eye out. What's that? Enough whining. You're fine.
Nanomi!
Er gab es. Das ist wohl.
Fake.
Nice, Genji. Good job.
Wie wir beide fast gleich viel Damage haben.
Reset, can you go forward?
Let's push forward. Meet your fate. I have you. Keep fighting.
Die Ecke einfach den Genji Body Block.
Let the Kitsune guide you. Nano boost administered.
Right, wunderbar.
Final destination. They got the robot.
Zurück.
What's up? I'm here. Keep fighting. All systems on optimal level.
That's winnable.
So, ne?
Enemy in sight. You're powered up.
No!
Get in there.
Unfortunate.
Died.
I keep you up.
Verletzung.
I grew tired of fighting alone.
Hi, Sona.
They're moving the barricade. Stand up straight. Duplicating Wednesday. All systems on optimal level. Let the Kitsune guide you. Got the robot. I'm under attack.
Achso, ich dachte ein Soldier, aber kein Winston, okay. I'll take that.
I'm here.
So,
Ja, und sagt, ihr Bock
Kick
mehr
uns
auf mich.
zu.
Das ist ja einfach.
Warte.
I've got you. Meet your fate.
Ach, ein Soldier trefft, ja. Aber kein fucking Bastion.
Look, don't touch.
Ich treffe den Soldier, aber kein Bastion. Get on my level.
Enough whining.
Fabi.
Fine.
Anna, can you nano me when you get it?
Okay.
Approaching the final.
I got it.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Nice.
Oh, I got slapped. Mein.
Der wird mich one-shotten.
لسه قدامي كتير. Let's adapt. 60 seconds
T. Winnable?
Wir haben Copy. Maybe Kitsune Rush.
Wir haben fast Kitsune Rush, wir haben fast Gengu wieder.
Should be winnable.
Dann halt nicht. Da kriegst du halt keine Heilung.
Forward spawn loss. Don't let them push any further.
Bubble.
deep.
Genauso.
Keep attacking until the last second.
Die haben keine einzige Ult. Wunderbar.
10 seconds remaining.
One of these
Ist ein
days
Primer
I'll
haben.
end up in Fiji.
Das war's auch.
Evaluating. Engaging.
Die haben Soldier benutzt, die haben Kitsune benutzt, die haben... benutzt.
Okay.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Wenn die klatscht das.
With the robot, and we will not fail.
GG, guys. GG.
Victory.
Beautiful.
5k Damage als Team ist halt schon sad. Oh mein Gott, war das lustig. Aber mag.
Merry Christmas.
Hast du eigentlich meinen Hanzo-Clip gesehen? Vom Replay?
Hast du ihn hochgeladen?
Ja.
Nein, nicht.
Weil.
Nope.
Der war ein bisschen weird.
Du, ich fair, den habe ich noch nicht gesehen.
Ja, ist cool.
To Havana. Prepare to attack.
Hab ich heute Mittag irgendwann geschnitten.
Select your hero.
Da hatte ich im Highlight gesehen, dachte mir so, no way, dass das ein Headshot war. Bin ins Replay. Und der Pfeil ist halt so 3 Kilometer neben seinem Kopf.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Let's sneak in a trip to the beach after this. I won't tell if you don't.
In this world, pacifism is foolish.
Irgendwie mag ich Havana nachts.
What
Der
makes
Himmel
you
sieht
think
hübsch aus.
I am a pacifist? You sure talk like
I
one.
don't know.
Perhaps it is assumptions that are foolish.
Aber am coolsten ist immer noch Havana aus dem Event.
Aus dem Archive?
Ja. Dem ganzen Sturm.
True.
Vor allem am dritten Punkt. Im letzten.
Das stimmt, das war echt ein cooles Design.
Wo die Palmen so im Wind dann geweht sind.
Perhaps we only exist in the memory of a person.
I could use a hat as like a ginger protects you. Here. Over there.
Harmony follows.
Das ist noch wer, das ist vorstellen. Come back.
The payload is on its way.
I'm with you.
Behold once more.
Over there. Found an enemy. Enemy spotted.
Ach! Mein TP war geil.
So, die war es keine crazy.
Ich hätte sie retten können, aber mein der Tiber gefragt dachte so. Yeah, you're not doing that.
Danke so. Nice. Können wir bitte die Ash oder die Muster killen?
Nein.
Ich dachte, wir chasen das. Will ich einmal W drücken?
No.
Will ich einmal für den Clip gehen bessern?
We only exist in the of a person all gone.
Echt denn da? Ich hab den Massi reingekillt. Oh Mann.
Hab ich?
Oh, sorry. Das wurde übersprungen.
Nein, ich war verbrannt und ich wollte nicht, den One die. Mama, how am I alive?
Need some help.
No. Die Diva ist es.
Pain is an excellent teacher.
By the way, die 3000 Heilung, ne? Ich hab die ganze Zeit nur die Diva geheilt.
So merkt dieselbe Heilung ungefähr.
Weil wir beide auch viel sind, keine Ahnung.
Ich will Kevin nicht gerade als Profil bezeichnen.
Ist aber auch kein Main Heal.
Das hat kein Burst hier. Ach, den soll nicht.
Treffen wir uns.
Rest your soul. Everyone heal up.
Adaptive circuits engaged. May.
Wo ist der hin?
Into the iris.
Ganz lang.
Los, ein halb, aber okay.
Ja, der wird gerade gelassen.
I don't know, he looks pretty dead to me.
So eine halbe Stunde später, ja. Unsere Bacon, das ist ja permanent diesen fucking Bullen.
3-0. Switching sides.
Ich finde es schön, dass wir beide fast fast gleich wie Heal haben.
True. keiner von den Supports hat einen Kill.
What?
Das ist unfortunate.
Was ist mit dem 35400? Ha?
We will find tranquility.
I mean, that's unfortunate.
Ha? Ha? Ich finde die 79666.
Ich meine, der eine hat das will ich mir noch übersehen, aber.
Ja, aber. Ha?
Der andere? Der war Zen.
Die Anna?
Ein Senner.
Ha? Ich meine, am Anfang hatten die Mercy und die Mercy ist, glaube ich, auf Zen gezwitscht.
War die das?
I don't know.
Hätten auf jeden Fall am zweiten Punkt einen Zen.
Ja. Und am Anfang hatten sie Mercy.
Attackers
Ja.
Ich glaube, die Mercy ist geswitcht.
Stop
So.
payload.
Gut, dass ich auf sowas achte. Ich mach meinen Job.
Was ist deine Hausaufgaben, ne?
Ja. Das ist ein Job als Support.
Der ist schon gestorben. Oh, die haben eine Ruder.
Das ist der Collection.
Was?
Jungle
Ja.
Jungle ist bei dir?
Ich hab gepellt. Ich hab aus Panik mein Zuzu geworfen. Oh mein. Ich hab aus Panik mein fucking Zuzu geworfen.
Echt so?
Can. Das Ding ist, ich hab's an den dümmsten Punkt der Welt geworfen.
Das wollen wir mal übersehen.
Ich hab's Main geworfen. Aus Panik. What? What the fuck?
That's gonna protect me. Ich sollte es vielleicht nicht weit pieken.
Was?
Ich sollte es vielleicht aufhören, mit der Willow weit zu pieken.
Ah. Nein.
Das morgen.
Schick ist dabei dabei immer noch rum.
Ich bin schon.
Ich liebe diesen TP-Bug, by the way.
Ja, ne? Immerhin nicht so broken wie der Sigma Flybug.
Beim Contesten könnte der Bug actually both toxic sein.
Jemand hat damit doch sogar ein Video gemacht mit On-Tank Sigma.
M7 hat ein Video mit dem wollte glänzen. Wollte glänzen.
Ja, steigt Lenz auf den Hut. Hat die gerade die Wolke?
Ja, die hat ein Kitzner geblockt. Why do you hate me that much?
Die wollen einfach 3 Sekunden ab und sie trotzdem gerollt.
Ja, ich.
Nein, die Tank, die Queen.
Ach so. Ich dachte, mein.
Nein.
Actually, wird mein Kitsune geblockt. We don't talk about that, right?
Das hab ich gesehen, wo es die Queen wird meinen. Die Wall steht da schon Ewigkeiten und sie denkt sich, ja, mach das mal mit.
I take it. Bye. Whee! Ich bin über die halbe Map geflogen. Ich bin neben dir gestorben, ne? Meine Leiche ist oben auf dem Highground geflogen.
Nice. I'm gonna fly.
Play of the game.
Moment, jetzt mache ich noch und dann wäre ich erstmal aus.
So. Warum eigentlich?
Ach, nein. Ach.
Ja, lang mache ich auch nicht mehr.
Ich will mein neues Projekt auf den Tisch schauen. Mein angefangenes neues Projekt.
Welcome
To Blizzard World.
Select your hero.
Ich habe gehört, ich werde Kiriko Main.
Schon wieder?
Aua.
Spend every moment growing into who you truly are. Are you and Roadhog together?
Do you ever see us apart?
No. I mean, are you a couple?
Yes! A couple of dashing rogues!
Huh?
I will not leave a broken way
Huh?
Okay.
Oh, we're in the thick of it now.
Hello.
Konnichiwa.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Einer ist dabei.
Ich glaube, wir haben Junk.
Das ist sehr gut möglich.
Ich habe irgendwas getroffen. Da kann ich ihm nicht helfen. Danke.
Suicide-Bombe?
Ah! Irgendwann kennst nicht durch.
Hallo?
Mein Cancel dachte sich gerade einfach, ne?
Oh, die Ash.
Ja, das Popping off.
Oh, die war hinter dem Sigma. Das hab ich nicht gesehen.
I still have some fight in me. I've got you.
Ich weiß nicht, dass hier noch ein Damage-Boost hat. Ist nicht mehr.
Oh. Keine Ahnung, Damage.
I'm with you.
Bye.
You'll have to try harder than that.
Was macht unser John?
I'm here. Keep fighting.
Ja. Okay. Pressing B. Und Saria ist weird.
Unser Chuck ist nicht viel besser, oder wie?
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Schade, kann ich das Sojourn einfach? Und Fortune? Got this.
Got this.
It's go time.
I am the queen. Take it to the point. Fall in.
Fokussiert sich. I'm taking the point.
There's no way. That's it, come on. Alright. That's Benji. That's one.
Ich bin schön, dass mein Fans einfach nicht durchgeht.
Okay. Ich habe keine Ahnung, wie der gerade das da deflected hat, aber er taggt halt. Okay.
I appreciate the support.
I'll take with Mystery Heroes. Got him. Unlucky him.
Und der Tank. Limit on the tank.
Score 0-0. Switching sides.
Ich weiß nicht, ob der wenigstens bleiben will auf dem Tank oder auf den Junk.
Weiter.
Prepare your defenses.
Irgendwie schon.
Select your hero.
Was ich nicht verstehe, so ein Tank wird all seine Cooldowns und denkt sich, hier, Mann, lass reingehen.
Ja, man, lass direkt switchen.
Not leave a broken world behind.
What has been going on in Egypt? Sounds serious.
Ich meine, Junk hat 2k
I'm
Damage.
laying to rest. It's nothing to worry about.
Das ist schon traurig.
I always worry, Anna.
Mein deren Junk wird auch nicht mehr. Dann. Ich weiß nicht, welche von denen. Der andere, der hat auch nur 3000. Hat auch nur 1000 mehr.
Ja, aber der hat keine 6 Steps.
True, aber die haben auch im Gegensatz zu unserem Team was getötet.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
That's
Bin ich
true.
einfach. Bin ich einfach nach.
Ich meine, unser Rennen da vorne, das sagt schon alles. There's no way.
God. I'm not pushing there, he's dead, yeah.
That's unfortunate.
That's no way I'm raising that.
I saw touch.
Touching anything?
Close.
Play of the game.
Ein Match machen noch, komm. Nach dem Match, ja.
Ich glaube, da schließe ich mich aber an.
Das Match hast du gehabt.
Das wird, denke ich, auch mein letztes für heute. Kann ich mich mental noch auf morgen vorbereiten?
Now arriving
Stimmt, ich muss mir für den nächsten Monat für den Feiertag noch Urlaub nehmen.
Select your hero.
What? Die haben die DPS von eben. Oh no. Oh no.
GG go next. Oh Mann.
Will not leave a broken world behind.
Fabi! Was ist das
If
hier?
you ever need help, just fly to me, Angela.
Ah, my hero.
Ah.
You're like a knight.
Ne, wir haben einen guten Tank. I believe.
That's what I'm going for.
Vielleicht sind sie eine bessere Pharaoh und Echo Kaffee.
Maybe.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
I'm very scared.
Let's keep each other safe.
Let's see.
I have hopes.
Enemy radar contact.
You win this.
Keep fighting.
One Deco, man kennt's.
Hi.
Öfter hier?
Huh?
Öfter hier?
I'm fine.
No way.
Oh, my bad.
Ja. You're covered.
Das ist gerade nicht pushen.
That must sting.
Was passiert hier?
I'm scared.
Hi.
What the? Wie?
Ah!
Hä? Okay. That's a thing.
How am I even alive?
Let's take him to the wasteland.
Ich kann das nicht bieten, den Bau.
Die haben Erdbeerkäse, das ist unfair, deswegen gewinnen die das auch.
I won't give in. Amelie.
Er kommt.
Zack. Ah! Was gab?
Be careful.
Das ist Deck an der Kante.
I'll keep you up.
There's no way.
Perfect. I see you.
Okay.
Kill the Mahal.
Oh.
Don't give these suits to just anyone. Taking off.
I still have
First
fast
round.
fighting.
1.
Sag ich doch.
Ich komme nicht mehr dazu, wirklich Damage zu machen.
Score 1-0.
Die Kirik hat einen Tier. Rock.
Let's sneak in a trip to the beach after this. I won't tell if you don't. No unnecessary
Okay.
risks.
Ich wollte gerade sagen, Nils hat 6 Kills als andere.
Ha?
Er hat 160 Damage. Und au.
Round
Bad.
capture.
Geht's Batman?
I think I'm getting another try.
Definitiv das Support Diff.
There's no way.
Thank you.
Sojourn en route. I'm capturing the objective.
Got it.
Long-range down confirmed. I have you. Keep fighting.
So, maybe hack can gehen, Alter. Das wird
Heroes never die. Quiet, Jack. Not the first. Let's take him to the wasteland. So it's for your wound.
Double
Stand up straight.
I got jump scared, guys.
One, two, not. Das ist noch eine.
I see you.
Ich gehe wieder High Ground.
My ultimate is charging.
Targeting hostile.
Enemy over here.
I've got you.
My ultimate.
Eyes on a target. No recovery.
Die was bei dir?
You're powered up. Get in there.
None of you can stop me.
Keep fighting. Healing fortified.
不洗澡。
Ja, der bleibt einfach stehen.
Nice.
Thank you, Angela.
Definitiv Spotte.
I mean, er hat ein bisschen hier mehr als eben.
play of the game.
Wie steppt er da? Oder? So, ich stehe 5-3. Was für ein Rank bekomme ich? Wow, Platz 2.
Ich wollte Punkt sagen, genau. Nee, aber mal gucken, ich werde mir dann demnächst wahrscheinlich wieder WoW holen. That's the plan. Mal gucken.
Naja.
Würde sagen, man hört sich.
Man hört sich.
Boy.
So. Ich hätte mich jetzt auch anschließen. Definitiv. Ich werde mich mental auf morgen vorbereiten. Maybe das eine oder andere noch machen. Vorbereiten. Und ja. Ich hätte behauptet, ich versuche Dienstag wieder live zu kommen. Von daher, GG's und good luck für morgen. Für den Montag zu überleben.